There's the mic. Welcome back to Wilder. I hope you all had a phenomenal time at the 2025 Wilder Photo Competition, and I'm looking forward to getting into your images that have been requested to be reviewed and receive feedback further after this competition. The live recap is a learning event where I hope to be able to offer critique that helps participants grow in their own wildlife photography abilities by learning to recognize what makes a great photo and what to avoid. This recap event was completely optional, so the photos submitted to this will be getting critiqued not in order to put others down, but to build them up towards growth. So please keep this perspective in mind. I see you guys are already active in the chat, and so welcome into the recap event, and let us know what country you're from or what state you're from, as you're already seeing that thread going on in the recap chat. Now, before we get into the recap, I do want to share a few things with you that I've been getting some feedback on since the competition date. So firstly, this competition is the pride and joy of what I do, and genuinely, I want to continue to improve it year over year. So if you have any concerns or ideas you'd like to share, this is a competition for the people, and I am listening. So please fill out our contact form on the website if you have any feedback to share. One piece of feedback that I have started to receive last year a little bit, but now has become more evident this year, is your guys' desire for descriptions. If you'll allow me, I'd love to give some clarity on why we have done it this way for years, but also what we are going to do about it moving forward. So for the years up till now, we have decided not to include descriptions for 3 reasons. The first of which is technical. There is no way for us with our current website platform to attach descriptions to images. For our second reason, we have not reached out to all finalists to gather descriptions then before the event, because one of the most exciting factors of the live event is the anticipation of who won, in my opinion. So because of wanting to keep this surprise alive, we have never reached out to gather the descriptions of the 60 finalists before the event, but this may have to change. And for our final point, I've had a few photography mentors myself over my career course, and one thing that has always been reiterated to me is that an image should be powerful enough to stand on its own. And if you have to explain that image to someone for them to appreciate it more, they're no longer really appreciating it because of the photo and the image itself, but more so because of the words that you're using to explain it. So this has kind of always been a philosophy of mine, and I'm not even saying you have to agree with that. Whether you disagree or not is up to you. But amongst the first 2 points, and that has been our reasoning up till now. Now, like I said, you guys have been giving me feedback on how that is something you guys do really desire and do really want. And I do understand that is a common thread amongst many competitions out there. So moving forward, we will do something to change this. Because it is such a requested feature, we will be brainstorming ways in which we can effectively implement this within our budget next year and find a solution for all of this. Most likely, the current train of thought is that it may ruin that surprise factor that I was talking about earlier, but we aren't closed to other possibilities yet. So if you have suggestions, please feel free to email me, and I'd love to hear out any thoughts you guys do have in regards to descriptions. So does that sound good to you all? let me know with a thumbs up in the chat if that makes sense and if you have any questions about that. And once I start seeing some of those responses, I do have one other thing that I want to address before we move into the actual recap, which is what you guys are here for. So, and just a reminder, there is a lag between me and the chat here, so it does take me a second to see what you guys are saying, about 20 seconds on average. Cool. Yeah, I'm starting to see the responses. And yeah, we'll see if we can make it to where we get the best of all worlds, because I do really like that anticipation factor coming up. But we'll have to see what we can do, because clearly descriptions is something that is important to you all, and I want to address that. I want to give you guys that ability if that's what's been requested a lot at this point. So we'll have to figure out what we can do about that. But yeah, thank you guys. I see a lot of thumbs up in there. Josh, I just saw your comment come in, and yeah, so ultimately what it comes down to is that our website is a website builder, which I've been using. It's Squarespace is what we use, and I have built everything out myself. I've gotten quotes to do custom coding and things like that, and they are beyond our budget point. Let's just put it that way. So to do that within Squarespace, let alone if we were to move it to a whole separate custom designed website, it's astronomical prices that I do not, unfortunately, have the ability to be able to put the money down for. But yeah, I might see if I do have any contacts that I can get better in touch with. But yeah, I appreciate those thoughts. So thank you guys for letting me know back in the chat about all of that. So I did want to, before we move into the actual recap, and again, my contact form is open for any other thoughts you guys have in regards to descriptions. But before we move on, I did want to address one more bigger concern on, yeah, what you guys have been talking about. So I've been hearing concerns about Evan winning the grand prize, and I wanted to address that here, as I truly do value each and every person's experience in our competition, and I want to provide some clarity to the competition. So there have been two key concerns that I've been hearing about this. Firstly, Evan's affiliation to me, and that he was known by two of the judges prior to the event. And secondly, that he was a judge in a previous year. So I'll attempt to address both of those here, as I care about this feedback and I want you guys to feel seen and to understand this competition fully. So to the first point where people have been concerned that Evan was receiving favoritism from me, just want to send a reminder that there is no say that I have in the judging process. And I hire on judges in order to keep my connection to photographers as far as possible away from the results of the competition. Now, in regards to the judges, names are hidden from the judges during the whole competition until the very final vote out of the winning 5. This gives us the best chance possible of images not being recognized ahead of time. In the event that a judge does recognize an image without the name being listed on it, while I'd like to create a perfect world where no images are known by the judges, that is simply impossible. Pros are very well known, and in most all prestigious competitions in the world run across the exact same scenario as us. Without naming names, I know a few examples of competitions, one of which is the biggest competition in the world and has had the same grand prize winner twice in the course of 5 years, judged by some of the same judges. So this experience is not unique to us or this year. Now, to talk about our exact scenario, only one of the judges recognized the image when judging, but didn't remember who it was from. But all 5 judges, regardless of that one judge, rated it a near perfect score. The score turned out as a 47 overall, which is nearly perfect. Names are not revealed to the judges until that final grand prize vote, which is when that single judge then recalled who it was that shot that image as it was being announced out loud to all of you guys. So we do our absolute best to judge things fairly, not to mention that feasibly it would also be impossible for me to eliminate all known wildlife photographers. Now, to address the second point about Evan being a previous judge in a past year, while I am confident that our judges still did their absolute best to judge fairly in the competition this year, I have been hearing out these concerns and considering them deeply over the past week, and we will be making changes to our rules because of this moving forward. We will no longer allow previous judges to enter the event, and we feel like that is a fair request of you guys. So every reasonable effort on our end is being made in order to try and ensure fairness to the competition now and as we continue to grow. And if you do have any other concerns or questions, I am available to answer them through the contact form on our website here, as well as during the recap. Right now. So right now, though, I do also kind of want to be moving forward into the recap, as I don't want to spend all of your guys' time who have showed up here to have your images reviewed talking about this. So we'll be moving into that recap, but I do want to take a moment to say thank you to all of you guys, or the few of you who did take the time to send me a kind email with your feedback on this matter, as this feedback has been taken into account. I created this competition to be for you guys, and you guys are the reason why I do this. So I care deeply about the community of this event and what it stands for, and helping photographers grow into better artists and people. So thank you guys for your listening ears, and let me know with a thumbs up in the chat if that all makes sense, if you guys have any questions about it, as I dive into our first category for today. I see, Joe, your comment there. I'm just reading through them right now. Send people Google Forms to fill in a description. Yeah, that is probably what I will do. Is something along those lines is what I've been thinking. As I mentioned before, the tough part is that I would be needing to do it to the 60 finalists. So it would, again, ruin that surprise factor. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we can avoid that, but if it's unavoidable, then it will be what it is. And I think that is probably the route that we will wind up going down. But I am trying to brainstorm other ideas, and I might look into getting a few more quotes in terms of website design, stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm seeing the thumbs up come into the chat about the last thing that I was saying. Again, let me know if you guys have any questions or further concerns. I'm available on our contact form on the website. So thank you all. All right. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's get to the fun stuff. So let's start off with our new photographers category. So let me just pull this up really quick, get this prepped for all of us. And we did have the very high majority of images being reviewed today are going to be from the new photographers or portrait category. So a lot of the middle ones will go a lot quicker. Okay, so all right, so we're going to start out with image number 1. This image is by DeLuca, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name, as I'm probably going to just butcher it because it's a very complicated last name, but it is by DeLuca. And here we got an image of what I believe is a pica coming out of its little den. And so I'll be trying to spend, as we go throughout this, about 1 to 2 minutes on each photo, especially these new photographer photos. We're going to see how the time goes throughout that time, and then we'll kind of reevaluate and see how long we can spend on each image moving forward. But what I do like about this image, to start off, DeLuca, is I do like the multiple elements to the scene. So I like how you kind of get an idea of the environment that this animal lives within, how maybe this is even maybe its den that it typically rests or sleeps under. And so you're getting an idea and a story being painted of the image right here itself and the wildlife that's within it. Now, some things that I think can be improved about this image is I do think that while this scene is very nice to understanding the context, I wonder if there's ways you can simplify it down even a little bit more. There is a lot of different focus layers going on. As I'm looking at this image, I can see at least 5 prominent different focus layers, which is quite a bit of layering. And because it's not as uniform or simplified in how the layering functions, it does take a lot for your eyes to process the multiple different layers of depth of field in this image, which kind of ultimately pulls your eyes away from the subject, which is the main feature of this image. So that's one thing that I would recommend keeping into account as you're taking photographs like this. The other thing is that twig, and this will probably be a common thread throughout a lot of images today, but that twig going throughout the photo is also definitely very distracting. It is the only thing really breaking up all the the diagonal lines in this image. That and the subject are really the only two things breaking that up, and that twig does do a lot to distract you from the more important parts of the image. So those are some tips of feedback I would give on it. The color's phenomenal in it. The light's great. And so I think you did a pretty good job overall, just with those little pieces of feedback. And also, I'm already seeing things come into the chat. I'd love for you guys as viewers to give all the things that you think are good about this image, and what stands out to you about it, what you like about it, and that'll create for a very interactive, great community event here. So Diluca's second image that we have here is his image right here of chipmunk, or I believe this is a golden mantled ground squirrel. I might be wrong about that. But this one, I do like the depth of field a lot more in this image. So I think you did a great job with that, Diluca. Now, two things that I would like to say about this is off here in the bottom left corner. This is what I would call almost like border patrol and cleanup. In images, things that are just barely sticking out into the border, if you can do anything to avoid having those things in the image, that ultimately just pull your eye and distract your eye off into this bottom left corner away from the subject and the priority of the image, I would do so to avoid that. So in this situation, even just pulling in your crop a little bit, either from the left or the bottom, would have been an okay move. Personally, I probably would have pulled in the crop from the left, and I actually would have gone for probably a square framing here. You're almost at a 1-to-1. You're probably, I would guess this is a 4-to-5. So just moving this into a square framing probably would have worked really well. The squirrel fills up the frame beautifully there, as clearly that's what you're going for anyways, is a portrait type shot here. And I think that would have enhanced your image a lot. And on the same kind of in the same vein of border patrol, you do have on the right side here this little distracting element too. This one's a little tougher because it does butt up really close to the backside of the squirrel, but if there was a way you could get rid of that, that would be nice. I would try testing out those crops, and even depending on if this is what category this is submitted to in a competition, the editing liberty, stuff like that, even just cloning out this, as it's really not a main feature of the image, would be a possibility. But at the very least, if you're just looking to print it on your wall, you know, you're not looking to necessarily enter it into a competition and all the ethics of that, I would definitely clone out that way that gets out of the image, and this is a much better wall piece in that scenario. So yeah, so phenomenal image here. I like it a lot, DeLuca. I forgot to mention the things I like about it. I do like the tones in this image. I think the tones are really nice in the background and how it kind of fades from white to blue, and the subject is very prominent and very nicely in focus, so you did a phenomenal job there. Very cool. Trying to read through the comments as I go through all these, but looks like we got some good comments going on there. So appreciate you guys messaging into the chat. Now, next we've got an image here from Scott Shenton, who Scott was one of our finalists in the new photographers category. So congratulations, Scott, on making it all the way to the finalists. This was a really awesome image. And when I first saw it, I was like, wow, this is very cool. Now, what I would say is really nice about this image, Scott, is you do have a very, technically it is very sound. You're right on focus with the eye, and then the background fades out really nicely. There's not too many distracting elements throughout it, although I will talk about one minor distraction in it. And then color-wise, I really like the colors and how you've played with the colors in this image to create a moody image that kind of looks almost threatening, the same way as this Viper does. Apologies on that. There we go. So I think those are all fantastic things about this image. Two things I would say could be improved. So in regards to the crop on this image, I would push my crop in a little bit further if I were you. I would honestly probably get to a point where I'm something like that in regards to my crop. I don't know why I did that. Yeah. Okay, here we are. So yeah, something like that in regards to my crop, because the two most distracting parts of it are this kind of stick going from side to side, or the limb going from side to side, and then where it starts to curve right here, as well as even this kind of darker patch here is a minor distraction. So if you're able to crop in more and just remove all of those elements, it'll really help to keep the focus on the Viper rather than a lot of the dead space that's going on around the Viper, and keeps your attention really on the key factor of this image, which is the Viper and the eye. Now, in regards to the eye, one thing I would like to recommend there as well is that this eye, was brightened quite a bit in editing. And as you know, we did get verification from you and your raw image and all of that stuff. And while you did not break any rules with it, the eye was brightened a little bit overly so, to the point of where it now starts to look a little bit unnatural. So pulling back that exposure a little bit and that contrast in the eye that you did have there would help you in terms of creating a more natural looking image, which would make the judges like this image quite a bit more. So hope all that makes sense. Also, if your images come up during this live, make sure to let everyone know in the chat that you're here. That way they have extra incentive to give you encouragement. And also, if you are here in the chat as well, I'd like to spend a little bit of extra time if you've taken the time out of your day to be here live with us. So thank you guys for all the encouragement that you are sending in the chat. Happy to see a lot of you guys here today. And Sarah, I do see you here again today in the chat. And I do actually have a surprise for you later on in this competition. So, for being the number one voter, or not voter, what would you call that? Chatter in the chat during the live competition. Yeah, we have a little surprise for you that one of the other participants actually wanted to send your way. So I'm excited to tell you about that, but we'll talk about that after the new photographers category. So we'll get through this first little bit. So, let's move on to the next image. I have an image here by Bent's. Last name is Dakani, as best I can pronounce it. And this is a pretty cool image here by Bent's. What I do like in this image is I do like the contrast of color in this image between dark blues and this deep, deep yellow. I think that really makes this image a little unique, as you don't see that heavy of a contrast color-wise typically, as these are complete different ends of the color wheel spectrum, right? So they complement each other really nicely that way. And because they are deep and heavy colors, it's also pretty cool to see that. So I like that. I also like the pose of this image. I think it's a very unique and interesting pose that the kingfisher has been captured in, and capturing this from the front is absolutely essential. If you were to capture this at a side angle, it really doesn't have the same effect in terms of how he's kind of nuzzling into his wings. So I think all those things are good. Things that I think could be improved about this image. I would say that there is maybe, you could argue for a situation which you crop down a little bit from the top and bottom possibly to create a little bit of a tighter crop. This is clearly a portrait image with the sole focus being on the subject, and keeping it that way by pushing that crop in a little bit more even would be helpful. Some other things that I have noticed is that while I do like the color contrast, like I was saying, I think to a certain extent it can be ever so slightly too darkened in the colors, to the point of where it doesn't feel like you're being spread out over the whole histogram from an exposure aspect. So I would like to see a little bit more of the brights on the bright end pop a little bit more. Now, what that means in editing is probably pulling up your whites in Lightroom, or possibly trying to contrast out the image a little bit more. Although I would be hesitant of that, as you already have some pretty deep blacks. So I would try to pull up your whites a little bit more, maybe even possibly pull up those shadows a little bit. And I think that'll help you out quite a lot here. And then on a technical note, as you saw me zooming in there earlier and I was double checking, it is a little bit soft. Down here is very nice and tack sharp, but up on the focus, which should pretty much virtually always be the eye and the head of the bird, it is a little bit soft and out of focus. So that definitely is going to be something that counts against you in judging. Love the comments here. Yeah, that is a kingfisher in this image. And yeah, thank you guys for continuing to be active in the chat. Let's move on to the next one. So we have one more here by Bent's. This image, Bent's Dakani, is of a couple of razor bills here. And yeah, very cool image. Technically, you have the two subjects that are the priority and focus of this image. You do have them in focus. So in that aspect, you've done a much better job here. Now, in terms of some things that I think can be cleaned up, this image leans itself towards wanting to be symmetrical because of how these two birds are positioned according to each other. So because it's leaning towards wanting to be symmetrical, it is a little bit awkward because here there's a lot of space behind the bird's head, but back here there is no space. So one big thing I would do just to start off is just crop out this whole section right here, eliminate that, and then now you've just got from here, moving on to the left side of this image. And at the same time, I would say you could probably keep it as a thinner image, a more, I guess, landscape-oriented image, at the very least, probably a 3x2, if not even possibly pushing it into something like a 16x9, somewhere around there. And that will once again really help to complement the symmetry of this image and keep the focus on these two subjects here. One thing that I would say could be a ding against you here, is this third bird off to the side. While it's kind of cool in a way, it ultimately kind of just distracts from the more powerful story here. So sometimes in a moment like this, I understand maybe there was nothing you could have done to reposition, or maybe that bird popped out at the exact wrong moment. But possibly, if you laid out a burst of images, you have a frame where this bird is not in the image. And if so, and a similar position is here, and if so, maybe I would consider using that image more often. But exposure, contrast, light in this image, all are very good. So you did a good job there, and props on creating a very nice image here, Dakani. Yeah, followed by the photo bomber, Joe. Very cool. So, let's move forward. We do have an image here by Sarah Knuckles. So moving into Sarah's image of the skunk here, trotting along the ground. Very cool capture that you have here, Sarah, and excited to see your image here. So some things I do think are nice about this image. On a color aspect, you do have this image pretty nicely isolated to where the subject is very prominent and clear in the frame. So you've done a good job of making sure that that subject is the focus of this image in regards to that. Now, in regards to composition of this subject, it's a little tricky. I would argue that you are in a window where you are not quite committed to a full portrait image in terms of the body size in the image. You're not quite committed to a full portrait image, but you are also not committed wide enough to be in much of a scenic style image, if that makes sense. So if you think about cutoff points, body cutoff points within wildlife animal subjects, typically you either want to be so close to where you're cutting off right at the shoulder or around the shoulder, or you want to leave enough to where you could include the whole animal in and of itself. More often than not, cutting off bodies of mammals like this around that midway point or close to the tail is going to be something that will give you, it will be a ding against you in judging, because technically it is not a very technically accepted thing. And if you look at it and instinctively are looking at it, it feels like there's something missing. There's more to the animal that's almost shown, but it's not quite shown. So it almost feels like that body part continues to extend. In portrait photography, if you've ever done portrait photography before, that's a very big rule, is different body cutoff points that a portrait photographer uses. So for humans, typically you're either framing right below the chest, right above the shoulders, right below the chest, or right at the torso. And if you can't frame in those three positions, you're usually always going to be going for a full body shot in that case. So this is a very similar scenario, and probably the biggest thing that counts against you here. One other piece of feedback I could say is that there is a little bit more distraction in terms of activity of the foliage going on around the skunk in this image than I would like to see. I would like to have a little bit more of my focus just latch right onto the skunk and not having so many shapes going on throughout the image. I would say one of these two plant elements is going to be okay, but having both of them on both sides makes it a little bit tougher because my eye is really being pulled left and right around the skunk in this image. On a technical note, I do believe you tacked focus well, so you did a good job there. And in terms of your editing, I would say that you did a good job getting a good contrast, exposure out of this image, and you did a good job with all that. So, and good job getting ground level in this shot. That is definitely very important. And clearly you have that always in your mind. So good job, Sarah, and excited to see your image here in the recap. Yeah, I'm looking at your comments right now, and yeah, I would definitely look into body cutoff points and look into some of the theory of why people do that. Josh is going to be hopping out of this chat to go get shots of that Merlin. I can tell he's excited about that. Okay, very cool. Let's move forward. Thanks, you guys. Give each other encouragement in the chat. If you guys see one of the people in the chat that's live and you're seeing their image pop up, make sure you give them some good encouragement, as we appreciate you guys being here and spending your time to be here in the recap with us. All right, so moving on, we have an image here by Lucian Ashloman, I believe is how you pronounce the last name, but I'm probably not saying that correctly. So we got Lucian's image here. Very nice image here, Lucian, of the mute swan, and congratulations on this image, making it into our top 10 finalists for the new photographers. So props on that. This was a very great image, and clearly because the judges included it there. I would say some things that do really well for this image is the gentleness of the exposure in this image, and how that mist kind of hazes up a lot of the scene around the mute swan really complement the white of this mute swan and the gentleness of this pose. Typically, swans are associated with that kind of gentle, peaceful nature, tranquil nature, and you've done a good job of capturing that with the scene around the swan. Excuse me. So I think all of that you did really good. You did not overly contrast this image, and you did not overly darken it. I think you created a very nice moody image here that simultaneously almost feels light and airy. Now, in regards to things, actually one more compliment I want to say first is it is very often overlooked by new photographers to get down right water level with the subject when they are photographing them, and you did not fail to do that. You did a very good job in making sure you did that. So do want to point that out. Also, that you did a great job there, because without that, this image would be dramatically different, and you did a good job on that. In regards to things that I think could be improved about it, I do think that while the background scene is cool and it's nice, it is a little bit awkwardly positioned with the composition of this image and with where the subject is positioned. Because the subject takes a little bit more up, almost to Sarah's point, where it takes up a little bit more of the frame. It's kind of in that weird spot where it's not a portrait image, clearly. It's meant to be scenic as well, but it's not quite small enough to where the scene gets as much of a chance to shine. Because of that, because you're not quite as wide, unfortunately, these trees up here, for example, have been cut off at an awkward position. I would like to see the trees kind of complete, considering that it would be different if this was like a solid, very filled in foliage tree that's just vivid green and just nicely blurs in the background. But because you can see the details of this tree, I do kind of want to see it complete up here on the top. Also, I would say committing to a complete rule of thirds framing. So you're on a right rule of thirds, but positioning him on a top thirds or a bottom thirds might also be very helpful. As if you position it on a top thirds, not only do you get rid of this tree problem and you just have the cliff now up here in the image, but you also get a lot more of the lead up, which again continues to isolate your view as a viewer down towards the mute swan. And if you were to do the opposite and pull out a lot of this water, I think it could work pretty well too, as I would assume that the tree would complete and you would get the full picture of the scenery behind it. So I would say that was probably the biggest thing that would have counted against you from the judge's perspective. Clearly you did make the final, so it's a good image, but there are those little things that could be improved that might just help to elevate it even slightly more. So yeah, and Joe did say, I do think too that being framed against this rock, as Joe said in the chat, is a nice choice here. So if this swan would have been, for example, just a few inches forward, started to have its neck come out here, I don't think it would have had as powerful as an effect. So I do think you did a good job in that regards. It's mostly just the framing of where he's framed in the image and then how the other elements have been positioned accordingly. So it's a good thought there too, Joe. Yeah, and then technicals, you're all good there. So I was just seeing a comment about that in the chat. So unfortunately, I don't have the shutter speed on me available right now. I can look it up, but it does take me a while to get there. So don't want to waste too much of our time here doing that. Awesome. Okay, so let's move on to the next image. This is one more image here by Lucian. And this is an image of a mallard flapping its wings. Male mallard behind two females. What I do like about this image, Lucian, is I do think that you did a good job with the technicals. So if we zoom into this image, you did get the head and the eye very nice and sharp and tacked in focus here. And then also in regards to even the motion blur on the wings, I think you did a very healthy amount of it. Like it looks really nice and sharp. to where it's enough to give me the context of the shape and kind of feed into that look of the wings. But at the same time, there's enough blur to it to understand that there is motion going on in this image. So I like the shutter speed that you chose in this image. Now, beyond that, some things I think could be improved. There is a little bit more layers in this background than feels necessary. Unfortunately, while layering can be very nice, if there's not much of a appeal to why there is those layers or much of a uniformity to it or some unique scenic element, more layers can just create more distractions. And I do think we have a little bit more than necessary here. None of these layers in and of themselves really have something unique to offer, or nor do they create a very nice repetitious pattern throughout the frame altogether. So I would say that it doesn't necessarily help to complement the image, just kind of pulls me away a little bit. Now, in regards to the two foreground elements here, I can see what you're trying to go for here, and I don't think it's bad, but I do think because how this mallard is positioned more over the front one than the back one, instead of being more centered between the two, I don't think it quite works as well as what I imagine your vision for it was. So I think your vision was good, but just finding a way to position you slightly off to the side. Obviously, these moments happen very fast, so maybe that was difficult or impossible. But if you would have been positioned just a little bit off to your left, I think this image could have resulted a lot more better with using those mallards as foreground elements. So very cool image, and I like this one quite a bit, but I do think there are some of those minor things that can be cleaned up about it. Yeah, I do think too, it'd be worth considering some crops on it. Maybe pulling it a little bit closer to the mallard. I understand you're cropping too, so I'm not sure if that's the right move completely, but I do think that it would be worth considering. Okay. All right, let's move on and move forward in this shot, or in this process. So here we have an image by Tim Lais, Lais. And we have an image here of three zebras standing side by side with, I believe this is a gazelle in the background, if I remember correctly. I'm not butchering my words. And yeah, I think this is a pretty cool image. So one of the things I do like about this image is I think it is a very nice, interesting shot. There's a lot of things to be interested by in this image, whether that be the three zebras, all heads tilted towards the camera, or whether that be the gazelle on the right side of the image, kind of slightly out of focus in the background. So it's very interesting, very unique and interesting, cool shot in that regards. Now, when it comes to the technicals, I think that's a little bit more where this image suffers. So one of the biggest things that I would say about this image is that your horizon line is not level here. And even if this was a genuine slope in real life, it's not enough of a slope to allow the viewer to understand that it was intentionally a slope. So I'm not going to make a judgment whether it was a slope or not. Most likely, knowing the scenarios that zebras are in, it probably was more flat ground. But if it wasn't, either way, the horizon line should be corrected. So getting this horizon line level is a big technical kind of it's a very important technical aspect to most all wildlife images, unless you are very intentionally skewing the horizon line to a much more extreme extent where it looks very intentional. So that would be one huge thing I would say. Also, we do have, so here, for example, you can see there are some dust spots in the image that would be helpful to have cleaned up. Those dust spots do give you dings when you're being judged in a competition because they are acceptable to be removed. They are very distracting if you don't remove them, and the judges are going to be looking for that in competitions. Just those tiny things that should be cleaned up like that. One other thing I would say could help is if you were able to get a little bit lower, just right above the grass, it would help to isolate all of the elements in focus in the image a little bit more, just creating an even better image. So I think that would be helpful as well. But ultimately, I think the biggest thing honestly hurting you here is those two technicals, the dust spot and the horizon line there. So yeah, something to keep in mind moving forward. But again, very interesting shot. It's super cool. And actually the good news about this image, all the feedback that I just gave you can be corrected in editing. That is not things that have to be corrected like reshot. So you could actually clean up this image decently and it would become a much better image in my opinion. Matt, this is all, I'm just looking at the comments here. This is the new photographers category. So new photographers, going to be going through all that first before moving on. Okay. Yeah, I saw actually. Now that those comments are coming in, Joe just responded to that. Blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, very cool picture and good job, Tim. So moving forward, we have this image here by Elliot Tate, and of this robin that I forget what type of European robin this was, but yeah, of a robin in this nice dark and moody scene. So some things that I like about this image is I do like the vision of this image. I like the darkness of the background and the darkness of the subject. I see what stylistically you're going for here. It's almost as if you're going for an inverted low-key image, but not quite. But I do like the vision of this kind of moody shot that you've had, this all black scene, and really keeping all of that attention on the exposure in this image, as that is what naturally complements the subject of this image. So I like your vision for the image. Now, in terms of things that I think could be improved, one big thing is unfortunately this left side of the frame. Again, this is coming back to that border patrol. It just is a distraction, unfortunately. And I understand why you left it in and did not crop in, because the tail is here. So it's this weird spot of where, unfortunately, excuse me, where unfortunately, because you have captured the image this way, where the tail is being hidden by the foreground, you did want to include the tail here, which is understandable. You didn't want to chop it off in the frame because of those body cutoff points. However, at the same time, this is just an element that just barely creeps into the border right here, this foreground element, and it distracts you, and especially distracts you where it, where it overlays the tail. Excuse me. I'm gonna take a second just to take a drink. All right. So, yeah, because of some of those elements, I would say that those are probably the biggest things hurting the image. As well as, I wouldn't have been hesitant here to crop in even a little bit more. So, probably moving the crop towards something a little bit more like this, because really you're not positioned on a left thirds here, but you're also no longer positioned centered because of how much space you have on this side. So just taking out some of that space honestly probably would have helped you a lot more. Going for something like this, it's a 4x5 crop, maybe a 3x4 crop, or even possibly a 1x1, considering that might be helpful. And also I probably even left a little bit too much space on the top. Probably even pulling into something like that would be a little bit better. Again, when you're at this spot, consider either pressing in tighter, fully committing to the portraiture of the image, or consider going wider, capturing more scene. So very cool. In terms of focus on this image, we're ever so slightly out of focus. Saw a comment on that on the eye. It is a little bit on the chest, more on the chest. I would say in the new photographers category, this might be passable. If you were to enter into one of the mains, that probably would have been enough by itself just to keep you out. But yeah, good catch there as well. But yeah, very cool image, Elliot. All right, and then we have one more image by Elliot right here. Have an image of two flamingos kind of talking to each other. So very cool shot here. I do like the behavior going on in this image a lot. I think that's one of the coolest parts of this image. And then the pink, the pinkish of the flamingos, that contrast with the green background looks beautiful. So I think he did a phenomenal job there in terms of the color contrast as well. Now, things that I think can be improved. There's a lot going on in this image. There's a lot of subject in this image, and unfortunately, only the front three add anything to the image. This one right here, these two back here, that one in the background, that one in the background. All of them just simply keep my eyes away from the real priority of this image, which is the three flamingos in focus. Now, in a magical world where I could just eliminate those flamingos out of the background, if you were to do that, this would actually be an image that is immediately multiples better, 5 times better, 10 times better. It would be actually a very interesting image in that case. I would like a little bit more background separation from a depth of field aspect if that were to happen. But even with how it is, it would be much, much better than it is. I think, unfortunately, because you have all of these elements in the background, all these other subjects in the background, it just becomes too cluttered, a little bit too distracting. It's not easy enough to pick out the main subjects of this image, and that's ultimately the thing that hurts this the most. Also, I would say on a smaller note, cropping in just a little bit, probably something like that. Getting rid of some of this top space, because ultimately there's a little bit too much space up here and it just kind of becomes dead space. There's no purpose it serves. It doesn't add more to the scene, as you can kind of already see the scene right here. So adding that little bit more on the top doesn't add more. Would just keep your attention a little bit more on the subjects if you pull that in. So that's some shot thoughts there, but very cool image, very cool take, and awesome to see that. Okay, so let's move forward here. This is an image here by Martin Ritchie. Very harsh black and white, harsh in the sense of contrasted wise. Harsh black and white image of two ducks swimming away from the photographer, flying away from the photographer. And what I do like about this image is, again, I do like the vision in this image. I think there's clearly a style that you had in mind that you were going for at the very least when you started to edit this image. So I think that it's interesting, and actually, ironically, not in this exact way, but I was kind of thinking about yesterday, just like harsh contrasted black and white patterns in water. And so I think that this is a cool example heading in the right direction of that. I do like how, because you are so harshly contrasted in the black and white, it does make it easy to see what you are wanting the viewer to see. You want them to see these ripples in the water. You want them to see these little kind of circles that expand out from each step that each foot is taking as he's attempting liftoff, and then finally feeding into the actual birds themselves. So I think you do a good job in terms of that in regards to your editing. Now, one thing that I would say can definitely be improved is there is a lot of cleanup to go here. There's so many little tiny distractions in that black and white in different elements of the water, whether that be like little sticks floating on the water, or whether that just be ripples that are standing out. Unfortunately, those do really catch my eye in this image, and they pull me away a lot from the priority of this image, which is this that you were talking about. If you weren't to have all those other elements in the image, immediately this image would become a much better image, and actually would have had a pretty good chance, I believe, of placing as a finalist. But because of that, you do have a lot of distractions that are pulling you away from the key aspect of the image. Someone did just mention in the comments that I see, they like the leading lines effect. I agree. I think that's really nice how you kind of have this convergence here, and then it splits out into two different subjects. So I think that was very interesting, very fine art-esque, as Matt mentioned in the comments. And I think it's a very cool image. Just executing it just at a little bit higher level would be the thing that kind of pushes it over the edge. And definitely, as also Seb mentioned in the comments, I'm sure that stands for something. That's not your name, I believe, but yeah, as he mentioned, this might be a better entry for something like a creative category. I would agree. So next we do have an image here by Martin Ritchie one more time. This is of a female cardinal on a perch here. Something I do like about this image, I like how red is the only color in this image. So it does help to, from a color isolation aspect, isolate the subject itself. Things that I think can be improved. I do think there are a lot of twigs, a lot of sticks going on throughout this image that are unfortunately distractions. So whether that be even just the slightly in focus one right behind the bird here, whether that be the kind of prominent branch here is okay, but then you have one big prominent one going down here and one going down here. And then even in the background, you have some twigs that are becoming very evident in the background. Ultimately, this is just a little bit too cluttered of an image and is going to be the biggest thing that pulls you away from that win. Also, again, I would consider going a little bit tighter on this, keep the subject a little bit more, maybe even going to a 16:9 like portrait orientation crop. I don't know about that, but possibly something like that might be interesting. It would keep your attention a lot more on the subject. This just kind of becomes distracting, dead space out here in the way that you currently have it framed. So eliminating more of that, as much of that as possible, would be nice. So yeah. Very cool image, Martin, and thanks for submitting to our competition. This image is sharp. I'm looking at that comment right now. Very nice and sharp on the eye. So no problems there. Sorry, we skipped forward a little too far. No, we didn't. That'll be the next image. Sebastian. All right, keep that in mind. I'll try to remember that. Yeah, if only we could, Sarah's comment, if only we could train the birds to land where they are with no extra distractions. That would be nice. But then wildlife photography wouldn't be so fun because it'd be too easy, right? All right, moving on here to Tom Daygee's image of a green heron here, spearing a little too far zoomed out on my screen off in the distance. Yeah, spearing a fish out in the distance. So very technically sound, nice, sharp, and in focus. I like the little detail here. The behavior going on is very cool, and I think those are all awesome things in this image, Tom. Some things I would say could be improved in this image. I would say, unfortunately, the water is very active here. There's a lot of, it's marsh, right? There's a lot of debris floating in the water, a lot of tiny little twigs sticking out. It is very difficult, I understand, in these scenarios. So I don't even fault you or blame you for not doing it. But this image would be dramatically improved if you were literally just right above the water level. The fact that you are maybe, I would guess, about 3 to 6 inches lifted off of water level makes it to where you see all of these elements in the water and it really becomes a distraction that could have been almost completely isolated out if you were at water level. So that's one of the biggest things. Sometimes I know it can be impossible in these scenarios to get down perfectly water level, which is just simply unfortunate. But if it is at all possible, I'd recommend putting in the extra effort if you really want this image to turn out as phenomenal as it could be. So yeah, I think that would be the biggest thing that could benefit the background. Also, if you were to be perfectly water level, that background would be right behind the green heron, which would accentuate and make the green heron punch so much more. It would become very prominent in the frame and everything would just look so much nicer. So I'd say, honestly, that's the big thing hurting this image. I do think from an editing aspect, you're a little heavy on the saturation. I would pull that back just a tad. The green heron looks a little bit heavy on its colors, as well as the actual debris in the marsh looks a little heavy. So pulling that back would not hurt you in regards to editing. Green herons are very cool. They're one of my favorites too. Okay. Let's move forward. We got one more image here by Tom. Tom's other image over here. And we got, I believe this is some sort of a kingbird. Eating a bee out of the air. So yeah, got the bee right there. And yeah, I think this is a pretty cool image. Some things I think could be improved about it are, I do think that in regards to the distractions, there is a lot of clutter going on in this image. So again, just a lot of twigs going a lot of different directions. You got a cool behavior going on in this image, but there is a lot of twigs that are kind of twisting and turning all these different ways. So ultimately, I would say that's going to be the biggest thing that's hurting this image, is that, as well as the subject. Obviously, in an ideal world, everything happens nicely, and I understand that it doesn't happen that way in reality. But when we're in competitions, we're looking for the best images. These things do matter. And the subject being slightly turned away from the camera does kind of affect it a little bit as well. I would say it's at a point where it's passable, but it's not ideal. So that would be something to keep in mind too. But ultimately, with where the bird is, I'm not sure if you could have gotten any better positioning. So it's not even like I could say that you should have done better in the moment, but there just is a lot of clutter and a lot of different lines going a lot of directions because of all the branches. So that is going to be the biggest thing hurting this photo. Thanks for your guys' activity in the chat. Keep it up. We are about 2/3 of the way through new photographers. So yeah, we're on a good time frame right now. Considering that most of the categories moving forward, except the portrait, are going to be a lot less photos. So moving into the next image, we got an image here by Kevin Wade. And this image by Kevin Wade here, we do have... actually, hold on. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, okay. So this image here by Kevin Wade, we got a hummingbird scratching the back of its head. placed on a stick with some beautiful, gorgeous light in the background. So I would say biggest thing that stands out to me about this image is the nice light in the background. You have some very beautiful backlight that you're working with here, and that really makes this image stand out a lot in regards to that. The bokeh in the background is beautiful, and I think you did a phenomenal job with your editing in regards to your contrast, your exposure. I like how you can see a lot of details in the subject from an exposure standpoint, but it also still has that dark and moody feel to the subject, and you've also contrasted it nicely to still give contrast, even though it is very dark in the first place. So good job on all of that. Now, in regards to what might make this image better, I would say definitely keeping this crop in a little bit more. The whole right side of the frame, I don't know why it keeps doing that sometimes. The whole right side of the frame is distracting, undoubtedly. So I wouldn't say I like a crop like this. It's a hard image, I would say, in terms of your crop and how you choose to do it, because I wouldn't say I'm particularly a fan of any of these crops for another reason, which I'll get to in a second. But one thing that is very evident is that this is definitely some clutter that pulls your eye away from the power of this image. Now, the other thing that makes this cropping difficult, like I said, if you were to do something like this, is that you have the bird looking off to the left. And so naturally, because of the subject positioning, you want to leave more space available on the left side of this subject. But because all of the cool light, all of the cool bokeh is on this side, you also want to include that. So it's a tough position where I find that you really want this involved in the image because it is nice and beautiful. But the unfortunate reality is that the technicals of photography tell you not to crop in that way. And I would probably wind up cropping something a little bit more. Let me figure it out. I don't know. It's very tough. I'm not quite sure what the answer is. If this is a crop and you have more off to the left side, I would definitely go something more like this, where you're pulling off far to the left. But if you don't have more room off to the left side of the frame over here, then unfortunately you probably have to go with something that's a little bit more centered, something that's maybe a square crop, something like that. So those are all different aspects to consider. Your contrast editing and color is phenomenal here. It mostly comes down to your composition here on what can be improved. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to mute myself when I'm coughing. I don't know why I'm getting that acting up right now, but yeah, apologies on that. Try not to just cough into the mic because I know that could be really annoying. So Paul, looking at your comment here, Adobe's AI uncrop. So I would say if you're doing like a wall printed image, something like that, just to show in your house, I think that I would say 100% go ahead and go for it, because it's not like, anyways, I would say, that's up to your decision, but I would say go for it. In regards to a competition, any AI generation that's generative AI, which would be what that uncrop is, I would say that is not going to be allowed. So I don't know of any competitions that would allow that. Ours specifically does not allow that. So that would not be an option in this scenario. But that's a good question to ask there. Okay. All right, let's move forward. We have Priska's image here. So we got a sea lion perched, hanging out on top of a rock over here. So some things I do like about this image. I like how the color has been pretty well isolated. I like how, because these rocks are really nice and black underneath it, it kind of stands out this seal's brown a lot more than it would in most scenarios. For example, if it was on top of most brown rocks. So it gives a nice little color contrast there. And then even against the blue sky being the only other thing in the image, the blue sky looks really nice. Now, I would argue that because of how the slope is in the background with the hill, I really wish that blue would extend all the way over. I don't really like this hill in the background because it kind of just pulls me one other way in this image, distracts me a little bit more, and keeps that blue from being more prominent, which is a much nicer scenic element to it. Yeah, what the colors we have available, I do like. In regards to things that can be improved, like I said, this hill over here, but also these two seagulls, I wouldn't say that I like them in the image. because there's not enough of them to add as a general background element. If there was a lot of seagulls in the background, it almost would create like a perspective of the environment, the scenery. Maybe they're all nesting on the cliff, or there's a bunch of them resting. But because there's 2, even if there was like 3 or 4, I don't think it's a high enough number to be repetitious in pattern to create a nice scenic element, and rather they become almost like a sub focus that your eye is being pulled to in the image. So my eye, as I look at the sea lion, is immediately being pulled to this shape over here with the goal on the left side. And then it's also immediately being pulled to the right side with that one. So getting those out of the image, I think would be helpful. Honestly, in this image, I do like, in some regards, I like the space that you left around it, leaving this much space around the subject, but possibly consider going into a tighter crop like that would be better for you just simply because of those goals in the image. So that would be something I would consider there. But very cool image still. And like the shot. Okay. Moving forward, we have an image here by Frank Galvez. So also, just as a reminder, if you're just joining us in the chat, let us know when your image comes up, so that way everyone can give you some extra feedback and encouragement on it, and I can spend even a little bit more time on it. So we have this image here of a deer looking back through some foliage. In regards to what I like about this image, I do like the background here. I think that you have a really nicely separated background in the background that actually is kind of cool in the way of it has enough detail to it to where you actually kind of see smaller bokeh balls and some variations in color in the foliage in the background. But it's because it's so uniform in that foliage, it does not become distracting. It is simply a little bit more repetitious, smaller bokeh balls, and it creates a very nice pattern in the background. So I like that. In regards to things that can be improved, I see the vision of what you were going for in terms of looking back through the foliage. Unfortunately, the execution is just a little bit rough. In situations like this, the eyes at the very least should both be available to be seen. If one eye is not seen, it has to be very clear cut in almost all other aspects. And because if that one eye is covered, we also got the nose covered here. There's a bunch of stuff covered, even creeping into this ear, but this ear as well. There's a lot of kind of confusing different elements that are covering different parts of the face here. And because it's not a uniform one leaf covering the whole thing with a really nice foreground blur or something like that, or a really uniform pattern of leaves covering it, it does just ultimately make it a little bit harder to digest this image rather than leading into the vision of what I can see you were trying to go for. So I would say that's probably the biggest thing that can be improved about this image, as well as there's not much purpose for the right side here where we have some of this distractions here. So maybe taking this out of the crop and just pulling in more this way would have been a better choice as well. Something like that. I don't know why my program keeps doing that. Apologies. So yeah, I would say that would be something that can be improved. Moving forward into the next image, this is also by Frank Galvez. So I do think, Frank, this is a very cool interaction that you were able to encounter here of one deer moving by the eagle on the other, or on the side of the embankment. We do have that eagle with some prey in its talons, so that's pretty cool, giving some context. I do understand that there's not, the quality is not quite high enough to where you would want to crop in much more. So I understand the dilemma there, but unfortunately, as wide as this image is, there is once again just a lot of distractions in this image. There's so many branches moving so many directions over so many elements of the frame, even a fence here in the background, that it ultimately just pulls me away from the focus, which is these subjects here in this image. I want to be focused on the subjects. I want to be focused on the interaction, and I want to be focused on the prey and its talons. So if you had the quality for it, going down to a crop like this would be massively beneficial. Obviously, it doesn't seem like the quality is quite there enough to be able to do that in this image. Also, I would say from a color aspect, this image does look almost a little bit too filtered, almost like it has a ever so slight sepia tone on it. It's not sepia, but yeah. So considering a little bit more natural colors maybe in your editing might be something that would be beneficial. Also, while we're talking about quality, just so you guys all know in the chat, So specifically with the judges, I do tell them that, so in the criteria, I forget exactly how I word it. I'd have to pull that up and how I talk to them about it. But in the criteria that I do give them, I do tell them to not put too much emphasis on gear, because I do not want this competition to be limited to the people who have the best gear out there and only they get the good shots. But I do ask them to take a reasonable amount of quality considerations into it. That is a little bit, so all that to say that when it comes to the main 5 categories, we don't try to judge based on gear. Like if the image is slightly soft, not due to missed focus or anything, but rather just due to the quality of the lens, we do try to not judge according to that and still try to give that image the full score, regardless of that slight softness, maybe due to lens quality or something like that. However, at a certain extent, we do have to take that into account. Like if you do have a very cheap lens that's very soft and you've cropped in a ton on the image, at a certain point, we do have to take that into account. Or noise, for example, we try to give a little bit of extra grace for noise, but at a certain point when it becomes overwhelmingly noisy and just purely distracting from the image, even upon first glance, we can't really give the benefit of the doubt in those scenarios. Now, all that being said, in the new photographers category, we do give an even extra benefit or I guess grace in that. And I do tell the photographers in the new photographers category, please try to judge even less harshly in regards to gear. So that's something I don't know if I've mentioned in the past, so I did want to say it here on the recap as we were kind of talking about it anyways, just to provide some clarity on that, as our goal is not to just say only people with expensive gear can get these good shots. That is not our goal. Our goal is really to narrow down to the actual photograph itself and the artistic vision behind it. So, yeah. And yeah, exactly like you said, Sarah. So that is not our goal. Yeah. And yeah, very cool moment, Frank. So very cool shot you were able to grab here. And yeah, awesome image. So moving forward, we have an image here by Amelia Flower, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. And yeah, like this image here of a squirrel perched up on a log. I think something cool about it is just the subject positioning. It's actually a really nice and ideal subject positioning. The way that the squirrel is turned towards the camera, or the chipmunk is turned towards the camera. It's a very nice curve to its body. It's at this 45-degree angle with the camera. Subject positioning is honestly ideal. You couldn't ask for much better than that. So great job on picking the right moment and the right frame out of whatever sequence it was that you captured that has this positioning. So I love that. Some things I think could be improved is editing here. It is definitely a little bit under processed. We have a pretty flat image in regards to color or exposure contrast. So just literally just pulling your contrast up would do wonders for this image in and of itself. And then even probably giving it a little bit of extra saturation after that contrast would be beneficial as well. So I'd recommend trying those things out. And also, when you do that, you might find yourself a little bit bright here in the background. So also consider pulling down the highlights if that gets a little bit too bright there in that kind of sunlight reflecting off the leaves. But I would say, honestly, that's going to be number one step for you here in this image. There's more we could talk about, but I think that just simply taking those steps will dramatically improve your photography right now. Yeah, Nathan Watson made a really good comment during the live competition talking about underprocessing or overprocessing, and it's a very hard balance to find that middle. And particularly with new photographers, I find that they hit those extremes often, because either you find photographers that underprocess things, don't give enough work into the editing, or maybe you're not skilled enough yet or knowledgeable enough yet to even know how to do those different elements of editing. But then also a lot of times you see the overprocessing with new photographers too, because once you learn those skills, it's easy to overcommit to those skills and overdo those editing functions. So it's hard to find that balance between the two. Okay. Moving forward. And yes, there is also a decent amount of noise in this image, Josh, as you mentioned. And along those editing aspects, the tint is also definitely a little bit too greenish. So correcting that tint would create a much better white balance in this image. All right, moving forward, we have this image here by Nayana Wanigasekara, I believe is the last name pronounced. Now, what I like about this image is I like the vision for this image. I do see the vision that they were going for, and I like that kind of fog layer underneath the birds and how the birds are flying right above it. So I think that was very good in this image. In regards to things that I think could be improved is kind of like the zebra image that I mentioned before, but horizon line is off level here. So that's a pretty big no-no in regards to technicals, unless there is a very good reason for the horizon line being off keel. Always make sure to recorrect those horizon lines with your crop. So just simply leveling out this photo would do wonders for the appeal of it. Now, secondly, I would say beyond that, editing wise, it is a little bit overly bright over here in the top left corner, pulling back that highlights a little bit. If possible, if you're not clipped too much here, would be beneficial right there. And then also, in regards to border patrol, as we mentioned before, the tips of these trees are just barely cut off, and we really want to be able to see that to get full context of those trees upon the ridge. Or you want to commit to lower and completely cut off the trees, right? This weird in between, unfortunately, is going to be something that dings your image. And then also, unfortunately, the reality is it's just there. Maybe you could have gotten these geese a little further back or something like that. Maybe there's a frame further back where it works better. But this nesting box does definitely pull my eyes towards it and distracts me from the two subjects flying in the frame. So those are a few thoughts that I can share about it to improve it. But yeah, still very cool image, Nyana. And thank you for submitting to our competition. And yeah, as MJ just mentioned in the comments, raw photos are definitely important to keep. Hopefully you guys are already shooting in RAW. If you're entering competitions, I would 100% recommend shooting in RAW. If you're just doing it for your own personal use, there can be some reasons why you want to shoot in JPEG or whatever, whether that be space or you just don't want to even have to edit them, But competitions, if you're looking to elevate your wildlife photography to that level, make sure you're shooting in RAW. And yes, save those RAW files always, because I can't tell you how many images I went back to in the first 3 years of my career that I have re-edited because the image was decent, but the editing was horrible on it. So I think that is very good piece of advice there. Okay, so moving forward, we have 3 images left here in the new photographers category. So this image here is by Elena Reichner, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. Very cool image of a beaver here and its reflection in the still water against the embankment. So awesome image here, Elena, and love to see the reflection in the water. I think that's one of the biggest pros to it. Also, the subject is very well edited. The exposure of the subject is phenomenally edited. The focus is nice and tack sharp on the eye, and the whole subject as a whole. So exposure contrast through it. The color looks right on it. It looks like it has a lot of detail, a lot of texture, very sharp. So subject is phenomenal. And the reflection right beneath it is great as well. Unfortunately, I think that the thing that hurts this image the most is just, while I don't think all of the scenic element behind it is necessarily, like it is kind of cool in the way of it is a cool scenic element, it also becomes distracting. So unfortunately, the reality of it is that it is distracting, and especially once you start seeing it in the water, it's kind of hard for your eyes to stay locked onto the beaver. My eyes look at the beaver, but then they start to float around the frame because there's so many shapes and different elements of this frame floating all around. So because of that, it ultimately is just too much distractions in this image, and I think hurts the image like that. I think one way you could even get less distractions in this image is maybe just by throwing it into a portrait crop, something like this. That would get rid of this side that's not necessary, this side that's not necessary, still keeps the reflections in it, keeps it a little bit more balanced in the center. Something like that could be beneficial, or even possibly getting even down closer like that. So I would try those 2 different portrait crops, a little wider and a little bit closer, see what you think of them. And I think those would be a better result for your image. You do have enough detail and quality here to crop in at least that much, I would say, at least the first of those 2. So yeah. Take a look at the comments real quick. Yep, all looking good. Yeah, awesome. So moving on to next shot. This is also by Elena Reichner. And Elena, you had a lot of images where I would say, when I was looking through them and I was trying to find your images to put into here for the recap, you had a lot of images that I would say are almost finalist worthy. Like they were almost finalists, but they were not quite because of just different things. So in this image, again, it's clear that you understand exposure, color. You edited that aspect very well in this image. This one is a little tough because I would say that the biggest things that are hurting it is that the subject, while this image kind of works in terms of the three subjects here, it also kind of doesn't. Because this is the subject that's in focus and it's in the center. Yes, so that's the thing that's keeping my eye to it, but it is smaller than the other two subjects. And because the other two subjects are only slightly out of focus and not majorly out of focus, and beyond that, they are closer to the viewer. Because of that, it makes my eyes just constantly pull off to the left and right because I'm wanting to see the details of these two birds. But again, because it is slightly out of focus, I'm not quite seeing those details. So if all of these three birds were in focus, I would say that this image would be much better. Or if these two birds were less in focus, much less in focus, to where they're much more blurred elements, this might actually work as well. Maybe not quite as powerfully, so I wouldn't say that would be the direction I would lean in, but it can work a little bit better than this. But yeah, also these three little birds off to the side over there do hurt the image as well. But yeah, it's an interesting image. There's a lot of elements to it. And I think ultimately the biggest feedback for it is there's just a little bit too much going on in this image, if that makes sense. But yeah, still a cool shot. I like that you captured this moment behavior. But yeah. All right. And moving on to our very last new photographer's image. We have this image here by Zaid Pachetti, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. I think this is a broad-billed hummingbird, if I remember correctly. And Zaid, this one is a nice image as well. I like the color in this image. I like the way that the color works against the color of the hummingbird itself. And you also did a good job with your technicals. Very nice and sharp on the hummingbird. So I think you did a great job there. But yeah, the colors in the background work nice, I think, with this hummingbird itself. I think the biggest two things hurting this image is going to be your composition and subject positioning. Because of the way that the wings are positioned here, and it looks like it's just one wing here, it makes it feel a little bit awkward because of that body positioning. If you would have been tilted a little bit more one way or another, you would have seen that second wing, I would imagine. So I would say that that's one thing that hurts it, but also the fact that you're shooting up on this bird. It's very clear that you're below because of how much of the belly you see and all of that good stuff. And typically those up shots don't make it quite as appealing as if it was going to be eye level with the subject. So those are two small aspects there, but more so I would say the composition is something that could be improved. There's a lot of space around this bird. And while the colors do work nice with it, a lot of this is just kind of empty space that it's not simple enough to be considered a negative space that really complements the smallness of the subject in frame. And nor is this subject even small enough to really lean that way. But also, so it's not simple enough for that aspect, which means it's active enough, but there's not any appealingness to the activity of all of this bokeh. Like it just simply is bokeh. So I would say cropping in a little bit more, maybe something like that if you were to go more center framing, or maybe something more like this if you were to do a thirds framing. Tried a couple of different crops, just getting it a little bit more pressed in, and I think you'll like the results of the image more. You do have the quality to do some more cropping. So yeah, but very cool image, and yeah, awesome shot here. As we're wrapping up this new photographers category, as we're wrapping up this, sorry, I was reading through the comments. As we're wrapping up the new photographers category, I do want to say that 2 of the 3 new photographers that have won, I have not received an email response from you yet about your prizes. So, if you were waiting on an email from me and for some reason it did not come through, maybe it went to a spam, maybe it just got lost, something like that. And if you're watching this recap, make sure you reach out to me through the contact form on our website. I want to get you those prizes. If you're just taking your time, then that's okay too. But just wanted to say that here too, in case you are watching. Good job to all new photographers. Some very cool images, super cool to see. And I think you guys did a great job. And the new photographers category has been also getting just cooler and cooler to see every year that goes on, because just seeing such a high quality of images, and it's kind of amazing because I feel like if I were to go back to the first 2 years of my career, I would not be a finalist in the new photographers category. So congrats to everyone who did make it as a finalist, and thanks to everyone who submitted and is joining us here today during the recap. So appreciate all the comments in the chat that are going on, and your guys' encouragement to all the other photographers. Now I do want to say, so 2 things that I want to say before we move into the rest of the categories, which are the main 5 categories. Actually, 3 things. We'll be going through the portrait category last, because that is the other one that had a lot of requested images to be reviewed, but the other ones had a relatively small amount. So we'll be going through all the other ones before that. And yeah, we probably will get through that within an hour, hour and a half for all the other ones. So before we move on, I do want to say, give away something to Sarah. So Sarah, you are our number 1 chatted person, or again, whatever the term is for that, during the live competition. So something really cool, Evan, who won the grand prize, he already owns the cotton carrier that he was going to get in addition to his cash grand prize that he won. So he said to me of his own volition, he said, actually, I'd like to give this away maybe to someone that was like, for example, he was like maybe the number 1 person who chatted the most during the live event and was giving the most encouragement to other people during the live event. So that was of his own volition. I responded in my email to him saying, hey, I think that person would love it. I know who that person was. She's been very committed to this event. She's been a great encouragement to others in this event. So long story short, Evan wanted to give you his cotton carrier that he wanted as a prize because he already has one. He wanted to give it away to someone who he felt like was just a good, loyal participant and positive in the community of this competition. So anyways, so for that, congratulations, Sarah. Let me know, send me an email with all of your details on mailing address and all of that stuff, and the email and your phone number that I can reference for all of that stuff. And I'll work on getting cotton carrier in contact with you for that prize to get that over to you. So yeah, being talkative sometimes can pay out. So yeah, congrats on that, Sarah, and very cool that Evan was willing to do that. So that's the first thing that I wanted to talk about. Second thing I did want to talk about is so I've been getting some thoughts from some of you guys about possibly opening up a category or multiple categories that are designated towards amateurs specifically. So one of the pieces of feedback that I've been hearing from a couple of people is that they feel like as this competition has been getting bigger, which is really cool, very cool that this competition has been growing. That means our community is expanding, but at the same time, it does make it harder for non-professionals to compete with professionals. So something that's been suggested to me is, what if we opened up more ways for amateurs to be able to compete in the competition and feel like they have a good chance without having to go up against the best of the best? So there's a few dilemmas to that. One in the aspect of, let's say hypothetically, our main 5 categories, I split out pros and amateurs between all of that. That creates an incredible amount of finalists, which just extends our event very, very long to an unreasonable amount. And unfortunately, that does not seem feasible to do. Not to mention that we would have to add on so many more prizes for that. However, as I've been thinking through it, maybe possibly adding a single amateur category that is open for amateurs only, almost like the new photographers category, might be a good route that we can go with that. So I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. Also, I have been considering, as someone mentioned during the live competition, possibly creating a midway event halfway through the year that is not designated for as big of prizes and open to anyone and all that stuff, but maybe separating off the new photographers and the amateurs into a smaller event halfway through the year. However, that does create a lot of complications in that's going to be a whole nother competition that I have to go through the process of putting together, which is a lot of work for me. This event is a massive amount of work for me. So I have to consider that more before I commit to reasonably being able to do that. As well as how does that affect our current competition? Does it kind of integrate those two well? Like, is it good to even separate that out? Because now isolating those two groups from each other and they don't get to interact with each other. So there's a lot of things to think about with that aspect too. There's a lot to consider. So all that to say, those are just some of the things that have been opened up so far. And I would love to hear your guys' feedback. I genuinely want to. I think that here in the comments, you guys are more than welcome to give some quick pieces of feedback. But what I'd actually like to see even more is if you guys want to email me or go through the contact form on our website and give me feedback that way. Because then I can actually digest it. I can sit with it. You guys can explain a lot more than you can explain in a chat here. And I would love to hear that feedback. So please feel free to give me any of your thoughts on that. And again, I'm sure I'm going to get a huge influx of feedback about this. So I will not be able to satisfy everyone's opinions on that, and keep that in mind. But I do want to do something. I do want to do something about this moving forward, and I want to hear your feedback. So please give me that feedback via email or contact form. So thank you all for that. And I appreciate your guys' feedback on all of the competition. I do like your comment there, Joe. That probably will not happen. But if you have a good explanation for why that should happen, send me an email. Shirley, I do see you are also in the chat. So I'm happy to see you here, as I know this was actually one of your concerns too. But also, I know that I saw in a comment from you on our YouTube that you were not getting any emails in response from me. So I'm not sure what the reason for that is. I have not seen any of your emails that you've sent my way. I would just double check that you're sending to the correct email. My email, so I'll put it up for everyone to know, is just my first name, period, my last name. So just as spelled on my main channel, for example. The way you'd spell that is JEREMY, period, N as in Nancy, EIPP @gmail.com. So you can email me directly there, or the contact form on our website will directly submit to me, and I will have it pop into my email inbox there through the contact form. So I apologize that I have not received your emails. I don't want you to feel like I've been ignoring you. I just simply have not received your emails. So saw your comment about that, and I was hoping I would see you here during the recap, because I do want to do that. And I saw in your comment too, Shirley, that you were not able to submit the form for some reason for the review. So I've also taken the liberty of just adding your images in here. So your images are here today in this recap. So you will see them pop up because I saw your comment and I caught that. I want to make sure you couldn't submit the form for whatever reason that was. Our emails weren't communicating, so I wanted to throw you in here. So yeah. I'm gonna read through these comments real quick. Yeah, I think that's some good feedback too, Leonard. Like that's part of my dilemma too, but also I understand both sides of the coin. So would love to hear if you have any more thoughts. Yep. Appreciate that, Bruce. Okay. Pro does feel good. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's all good feedback. So thank you guys for that here. And I know that those are obviously very short responses. So again, like I said, please email me. Shirley, so I see you say you're responding to the Wilder emails. That is a separate email that I do not ever respond to. So that makes sense. If that's the email you were contacting, I don't ever access that email. That is only an email that is used for our email blasts that go out to all participants. When I address emails personally, it is through the contact form that routes directly to my personal email or to the jeremy.knipe@gmail.com. So that's the reason why I was not getting any of your emails. And now that makes perfect sense. So yeah. Go ahead and email me any of the questions that you did have or the concerns you did have. Email me those and I'll respond to you when I get a chance. All right. So, and for our last thing moving forward, I'll need to set up the new category actually really quick. But before I do that, I do want to give a really quick thank you to actually what is the sponsor of the recap today. And this is a first time for us. So Horn Photo has graciously offered to be the sponsor of today's recap and volunteered to provide the 5 16x24 prints that I mentioned during the live competition that I'll be giving away today as a bonus. So as I mentioned during the live competition, if you weren't there, in celebration of breaking 1,000 submissions this year, which was a huge goal for me, I announced during that live competition that I'll be giving away free professionally printed prints to my personal favorite images out of the 5 main categories in this competition. So I've never shared my personal favorites during the event because, again, I don't have a say in the judging process. I have no effect on those results and I don't want to have my bias thrown in there. but this is simply a bonus. This was no one's expectation. This is just an extra thing I'm offering on top, just as a kind of celebratory measure. So this is a bonus today, and I did want to just give away these free prints to the winner in each category. That was my personal favorite. So I'm excited to do that for you guys, and I'm excited to have Horn Photo sponsoring that and paying for the cost of those prints. So thank you to Horn Photo on that. Horn Photo is linked in the description. They're a phenomenal camera store in which they have very high quality professional imprinting or gear that you can purchase through them as well. So check out Horn Photo in the description below. And yeah, check out what they're about. Okay, let me just read these comments. Yep, very cool. All those sound good. And as I'm setting up this, as I'm setting this up, those winners I'm going to be announcing, the personal favorites for each of them. Some of them some of my favorites, I should say, were placements in our competition. So although they were placements, I will not be giving those people the actual wins because they already got prizes. So I wanted this to go to someone who did not get a prize already. So I will still announce who those people were because I feel like they deserve me at least recognizing them, that this was my favorite, but I will not be giving them the prize. And I do have a runner up for each of those that was by someone who was not a winner. I think actually multiple of them were finalists. Almost all of them actually were finalists. So a lot of the finalists did get my personal favorite vote. And I think one or two were not even finalists. So yeah, I'm excited to show those to you guys today. But just wanted to let you guys know that in regards to all of it. Okay, so with that being said, let's get into these images. Thanks again to Horn Photo for sponsoring the recap. And for the creative category, we actually have an amazingly small amount of images that are going to be reviewed here live during this recap. And so, yeah, we only have 4 that we're going to go through. And I am looking at the comments right now. Liberate26, thank you for letting me know that. I'm not sure why that is. So I will try to look into that more and see if we can see why it did not work on a phone. I'll try to test it out on some different mobile devices and all that good stuff. Kilo, I see your comment here in the chat. I would encourage you to go back to the beginning of this recap event. About 3 or 4 minutes into the recap, I did talk about that with the audience here. There are some changes we are going to be making moving forward. And so, yeah, we are going to be making some changes moving forward. I do provide some explanation as to why things happened the way they were and how this year was still, to the best of our ability, judged fairly. But I would encourage you to rewind in this recap, go check out that. And hopefully your comments or your concerns will be addressed there. Again, we will be making some changes. And if you do have further concerns, please send me an email, as I do want to hear your guys' feedback. So yeah. All right. So moving into the creative category images. This first one here we have by someone by the name of Jesse Hermanson. So Jesse's image here of the elk. So what I do like about this image is I love the way that light moves through this image and hits the subject. And you got like this really cool, like slight backlighting, but slight enough side light to where you get a little bit of detail on the subject in some really nice areas, but you also don't get it overexposed in any areas. And it's all set against a very dark background. So I think that you did a phenomenal job in all of those aspects in regards to how you captured the light in this image. Now, things that I think could have made this image even next level is there is a little bit more distraction in these twigs in the background than I would like. Particularly this one right here coming off of the antlers. For a second, at first glance, it makes my eyes almost think that is almost like an antler or a part of an antler coming off, which obviously it is not. But because it's just in the perfectly wrong spot, it kind of makes me think that. But it's also darker, so it's confusing. So then it pulls my eye away from the attention of what it should be focused on in this image. So I would say that that's one of the big things that hurts this image. Also, there's a lot of brush in focus here. Getting down a little bit lower to isolate out more of that brush and create a less distraction, less clutter in the image, I think would be very helpful. As well as So while I do like the lighting in this image, I think it could be edited a little bit better because it is at a little bit of an awkward spot on the exposure here on the front of the elk, where we have not enough detail to see much of it at all. And it kind of just is at the same darkness level as this dark background. But also there's enough to where it's no longer like a silhouette or some sort of a more creative take in that aspect. So I would say that is one factor. And because this bush is so brightly exposed as opposed to that elk, it really pulls my attention down towards the bush. So ultimately, there's just a lot of things competing for my attention in this image, and that's the biggest thing that hurts this image. So yeah, that would be what I would say about that. Okay. Yeah, I think also other crops can work well. I think those would be some good things to consider, MJ, as your comment mentioned. Shirley, seeing your comment here. Yeah, creative is the most, out of all the main 5 category images, it is the most widely interpreted, most open to interpretation category. And I would also say that a lot of images submitted to the creative category are maybe not quite worthy of a creative category criteria, if that makes sense. I don't know if worthy is the right word, so I hesitate to use that word, but trying to find the right word for it. But so for example, this image, I would agree this one doesn't quite work as well as I would like into a creative category. By using unusual or unique techniques to create something that's a little bit more artistic than the average type of wildlife image taken, that can be in-camera techniques or that can be editing techniques. So for example, Tina Quillen's image that won the popular vote that was from that creative category initially is very, it was captured also in camera very creatively, but it also was captured or edited very creatively. Like she added a little bit more grain and texture into the image than is normal, just to give a little bit of that texture to the image. She also added that border, which was obvious. Obviously that's an editing choice there. And then the way that she chose to contrast that high key out and the exact point that she chose to make it a high key image on the histogram were all editing creative choices. But also to a certain extent in camera, she did take that image high key. So there's in camera techniques being used to expose it a little bit more creatively there. And so that's one aspect. So that's a good example of an image that is truly a creative category image. But an image like this is maybe a little bit too standardly captured, I would agree, to be a very highly competitive creative category image. So that's a good point that you have there, Shirley. And also, actually, I'm just reading your comment too, Matt. Yes, maybe there were a little bit more editing creative liberties taken here that caused it to be forcefully have to be entered into the creative category because maybe they removed a branch on the top right or something like that. On this image, honestly, I couldn't remember myself. And I didn't verify this image because it didn't make it to our finalists. So there was no reason to have verification on the raw file here. So I did not verify it, but there may have been aspects like that, like Matt said. I would not say this was a behavior image either, Josh. Seeing your comment, I don't think there's a behavior prominent enough here that makes it appealing. So I would not say that was a behavior category. If anything, if you cropped in tighter, maybe you can argue a portrait. It's a tough one to find a category for, which also sometimes I do see that when people don't find a category for their image that fits the criteria nicely, I do see sometimes that people just throw it into the creative as kind of the broad acceptance. So yeah, maybe that's what happened too. All good thoughts there though. And, good comments in the chat. And just a reminder, let these people know what you like about the images as we go through them. So, would really appreciate, I'm sure they really appreciate the encouragement as these images are being reviewed. So this was one of our finalists, Robert Koch, I believe was his last name. I don't know why I skipped forward. Koch, Koch, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. But yeah, this was an awesome image that did make the finalists. So congratulations, Robert, on making the finalists in the creative category. I do want to say in regards to this image, I do like the composition. It's very unique. And I think this is an example of like, it's slightly creative. It's not like some miraculous, like new innovative technique that was used in regards to creativity that makes it enter the creative image, but the composition is so unique in of itself that I can see how this image becomes a creative category image. It also would do very well, I think, in the portrait category, so I could see an argument for either one of those two. Now, in regards to what I do like, again, very unique composition. I do think that the crop could have been even slightly tighter. I think something like this would have been good, but also because I think ultimately, like if you look at the shapes and elements of this image, right about here and lower doesn't have anything that adds to it. Sorry about that. And also on the right side, there's nothing that really adds to it, even a little bit further right between here and here. It just is the same for pattern repeating. So I think keeping it a little bit tighter of a crop around here, it's hard to see the white on white with my border lines. Sorry about that. But something like that might have been a better choice. However, at the same time, I think the biggest thing that hurts this image, Robert, maybe two things, is that number one, while you do have a decent amount of detail, it does fall apart a little bit. I think this is one of those situations where, like I mentioned before, the judges are not judging based off of gear quality, but at a certain extent, the image quality degrades to the point where it becomes distracting. And if you were to crop in more, already as it is, it's right on the borderline. If you were to crop in more, I do understand why you might not have cropped in simply because of image quality available. So that is one thing to consider. The other thing to consider is I would say this image, I would lean with the exposure, that way you edit the exposure, I would lean in more to creating a very airy, white, almost high key exposure, not quite high key, but leaning that way where it's very airy, atmospherical. I would lean more that way where it's less contrasted out, very airy, or I would lean more heavily into the contrast. Feels like a little bit of a weird middle in between that's not heavily contrasted, but also not very light and airy. And I think that if you were to fully commit stylistically one way or another, it would enhance this image a lot. So that would be some good feedback. Okay. Let's move on and move forward to the next one. We got one by Lauren Davies here. Interesting image here of 3 grackles upon a snag and the sun in the background. So what I like about this image is I do like the bird positioning in this image. I think the silhouettes and the bird positioning is very interesting. So choice to go silhouette, spot on. I agree with that completely. And then the way that they are positioned, one above another, and then the body positionings within that and the outlines of each of them is very interesting and unique. I love how the bill or the beak is split open there, and there on those ones they're singing or calling off into the distance, and then this one has an interesting little crane on its neck. All of the heads are very prominent. All the silhouettes are very prominent bird silhouettes, and even to the point where they're recognizable as a general species type, right? So fantastic capture on those silhouettes there. Now, one thing I would say that could be improved about it is, unfortunately, and there's nothing you could have done to change this, I realize, given the scenario, but the snag just does have a lot of branches coming off of it, and they're weighted heavily to the right side, and it just becomes something where it feels like it's tipping off to the right side in terms of the weight of the image. The visual weight of the image is completely off to the right side, and it creates for a lot of just like emptiness over here that doesn't feel like it quite has the purpose that I desire with it. So that would be some feedback there for you. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that, but that would be something that prevents this scenario and this scene from being able to be submitted as a finalist competitive image in a competition like ours. Also, in regards to the sun, this is always a tricky subject, but the sun does become overexposed and it blows out the image. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite work as well as I would hope because of that. That being said, you have done a pretty decent job recovering some sort of a gradient here and not making it too obvious where the overexposure happens. But because it is overexposed, it just does make it a little bit tough on a technical aspect to keep this image sound. So yeah, that would be some of my feedback on the image. But it is very cool image, and I love the vision on it. It just is a tricky one technically, and because of the scenario you were given. Square crop wouldn't be bad to consider, like MJ mentioned in the comments. I I still think that it wouldn't have like saved this image, quote unquote, or anything like that to make it worthy of a finalist, but might be able to help out a little bit. So consider that. All right, and the final image that we have being reviewed for the creative category is this image here by Michael Gordon. And this is of a tree swallow being silhouetted against the sun as well. This one, I do want to compliment. I do like the sun exposure on this one a little bit more. Like, I think this sun exposure is a little bit better of an example of how to silhouette a bird within a sun directly in the image in the background. And the way that the sun is framed in the image is also really nice. It comes up right to the borders and almost touches it. Some judges, I will say this, some judges might count this as a ding against it as it is so close to the border. You might want just a little bit more of a gap around it. I think I'm okay with it because it is very symmetrical, but I could also see a situation in which some judges would not like it. Also, I do like the simplicity of just this, single lone twig with the swallow on it. There's not too many distracting elements. So I think that that's awesome there. Now, in regards to why this image did not make the finalists, I would say this one is probably very close, but not quite there. Biggest thing being, if this whole tree swallow could have been silhouetted directly in the sun, it would have been much more chef's kiss to it. Because this tree swallow, the tail then cuts out of the sun and elements like that. And because this, it doesn't quite balance out visually with visual weight into the center of this sun, according to its whole body, it just feels a little bit off. That is the biggest thing hurting this image. And while this image is good, it just lacks a little bit of that minor technicality that would push it over into being a finalist. But overall, very cool shot, Michael. Congratulations on that image. It's very well done in a lot of different ways. And good job on that image. I do see now, I'm looking at the chat. Sorry, I can't look at both screens at the same time exactly. MJ, I do see that you're saying that this is one of your images. So congratulations on that, Michael. Now I see the connection, MJ, Michael Gordon. But yeah, this is a very cool image. So let me read through your comment. Too much of the branches to the right. Could go with more square crop. Yeah, I don't think that you needed... yeah, maybe. So you're saying in regards to just ever so slightly increasing the space on the right, left, and top side of the sun. I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you did even just have like 100 pixels, 200 pixels on each side that you could expand it out to, I would recommend doing that because some judges will take that into account. But if you don't, because the branches were literally right there, then that makes sense too. And I agree with your decision there. And then, yeah, in regards to the framing, yeah, center of the sun, respect to the head. I totally see that. And I assumed that's what you were probably going for. And I would say that that is a very common thing that I see is people are framing for the head. And while in some situations that can work, I would say in this situation with how tiny the swallow's head is amidst the sun, it kind of forces you to frame for the body and not for the head. If the swallow's head was much bigger, let's say it was double the size, then I can see an argument on why you would frame for the head. So I think it comes down to the size of the swallow in the image that forces you to consider the body more heavily in regards to visual weight than the head. So yeah. Yeah, and also, Shirley, you're right. That is a very cool little feature. Let me zoom in here so y'all can see it. But you can see the sun through the nostril, which is a cool little catch there. So that's one of those nice little details that is cool to see. So good job, Michael. Congrats on your image. Yeah. And thank you for submitting to our competition. Like I said, amazing image. It is almost in finalists, I would say. It's just probably was barely short. All right. So now that we've gone through the creative category, it's time to talk about my favorite one in the creative category image. So let me pull this up here. Get it prepped for us. So in regards to this image. So again, thank you to Horn Photo, sponsored by Horn Photo, and winning up to a 16 by 24 size professionally printed image. So depending on the aspect ratio, it'll be either that size or smaller. We do have two images that I would like to talk about as my personal favorites here. And I won't be talking too much about them, but I'll just say in really quick what I like about them. One of them did have a winning placement. So because of that, it will not be receiving the prize, but I do want to still show it here on screen. The second image will be the one actually receiving the prize, as they did not receive a placement. And actually, we're not even a finalist. So I am really excited to show off their image because I liked it a lot. And this is, I think, the only one of the whole set where I was very surprised that the judges did not include this as a finalist. All right, so showing that image. So we got the shot by Hira Punjabi here that won first place in the creative category. I completely agree with the judges here. I think this is a absolutely phenomenal image. The technical ability required to capture this image is not only incredibly difficult in and of itself, also the editing that is required to create this image is also incredibly difficult to get it just as refined as it is. And the way that the light kind of bends behind in the trail of the motion and then comes into these hard stops of exposure is just absolutely phenomenal. Motion is represented so well in this image. And honestly, I have not seen many, if any, images where motion is represented so precisely and nicely in an image as this. It is phenomenal. And Hira's capture of this image was just absolutely amazing. And even the way that the light in the background just slowly kind of focuses your eyes in a gentle gradient towards the subject and keeps you away from the corners is absolutely phenomenal as well. So amazing image. And yeah, I think it was completely worthy of a first place. And if it did not already win the prize, it would be winning this print giveaway that we're doing. So yeah, I'm glad to see your guys' agreement in the comments. I was just absolutely stunned by this photo. And there was I would say there was 3 images as I'm culling through all the images that are submitted, and downloading them to get them to the judges and all that. There was about 3 images that I just was absolutely floored by, that just made my jaw drop immediately when I saw them. And this was one of them. It just, as soon as I downloaded that image, pulled it out, I was like, whoa, that is amazing. So congratulations here on that. But I do want to say my second favorite image in the creative category. Yeah, so I want to show that off here. And this person will be winning the professional print from Horn Photo. So this image here of a burrowing owl coming out of a burrow taken at with a wide angle lens. This is by Jerry Ling, who actually was a competitor in previous years to the competition. And I think he won the new photographers category in our second year of competition. So he was a new photographer back then, since he's graduated, right? This is his image here of a burrowing owl coming out of that burrow. Absolutely amazing image. And actually, I do have some context of why this image probably did not place as a finalist. But yeah, amazing image. So some of the things that I like about this image, the blue sky in contrast with the greens and just the vividness of those colors in this image just creates a beautiful, beautiful scene. Second of all, to get an image that's wide like this with the camera trap and all that stuff in a situation like this is just absolutely, it creates a stunningly unique image. And the way that hill kind of comes up above the burrow behind the owl just creates a very nice framing of foliage and just everything around the owl. So I think this is an amazing, amazing shot. And then the engagement with the subject, it's incredibly tack sharp, perfectly tack sharp. And the way that you kind of just see that subject and get that engagement with how the subject's looking towards the camera is just amazing as well. So I think it's an amazing image. The one tiny thing that I can see that judges might have dinged it on is this pole here in the background, which was not removed because of editing rules, as well as that coming across the side of the frame there. So I can see the judges dinging it for that, but more so actually what I believe why I believe they did not put it in the finalists is because this really should have been a birdscape image. And actually, I don't know if you are live here in the recap, but I do see the way you titled your photo that you titled it Birdscape Submission 1. And so I believe you were actually intending to submit this to the birdscape category. And I went through and I triple checked to make sure that you did indeed submit it to the creative. And I've triple checked this. You actually did. So unfortunately, I think you might have accidentally gotten mixed up and submitted this to the creative during your upload instead of the birdscape. I think if you would have submitted this to the birdscape category, your result would have been much different. And I would have been very, very surprised if you did not place as a finalist. But if you are around Jerry, I hope you get to hear that. I'll be contacting you through email either way with setting you up with this print. But yeah, something to note. But yeah, so congratulations, Jerry, on that. We'll be moving forward into the, let's see, which category next? We're going into the macro category next. Let me just pull up or get a quick drink of water as well really quick. If you guys are having fun in the recap, let me know. And also, just as a fun little game, take a guess at how long this recap is going to take in the chat. So far, we're about 2 hours in, about to be 2 hours in. So throw your guess in the chat of how long this recap is going to take this year. All right. Okay. So let's move into that macro category. Looking at your chat real quick. 6 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours, 36 minutes. Very precise. 450. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. See how it goes. See who's right. Pride's on the line here. There's no prize for this, but your pride is on the line. So let's see who wins. All right. For the first image here, we got Derek Smith's image here in the macro category of the bees, the bee on the flower. So very cool image. I like the scene of this image. I think this is a really cool capture, very unique. I do think the biggest thing that could be improved about this image is probably two different things: subject engagement and the lighting in this image. So, excuse me, from one aspect on subject engagement, the bee is turned away from the camera and you're seeing the backside of it, the wings of it, all that good stuff. And because I would not say there is a particularly compelling feature on why we are seeing the backside of the bee, it ultimately just serves to disengage me more from the bee. If the bee was facing towards me, I'd be much more engaged with it as a subject and it'd be a much more powerful image. Now on a second aspect, the light that's cutting through this flower, unfortunately, cuts it and kind of like off to the side of the frame here and just creates a distracting element to it, and even leads to a little bit of almost overexposure over here that's difficult to manage, and it just doesn't quite look as aesthetically appealing because of it. So I would say if you were able to reframe yourself to a position maybe more off to the right where you capture more of just the shade in the petals in the background, that might be able to do you wonders, while simultaneously possibly even getting that subject positioning correct that I was talking about. So very cool image, Derek. I do think that those are two things that could be improved about it. See you, Joe. Actually, no, your image is in the portrait category, Joe. I was going to say, if yours was, I remember yours was of that lizard, but it's not in the macro. So I was going to say yours might come up soon, but it will not. It will be at the very end. So, yeah. So thanks for coming in for the time that you could. Okay. Was that, let's see. Okay. Yeah. Moving forward, we have Scott Shenton's other image. So he was the one who had the Viper earlier, and his close-up macro here. And I forget, he told me what this was. I forget off the top of my head what this is, but it is a very, very close-up macro shot of the subject. And I would say that this image is cool in a lot of ways. It shows off a detail that's not very commonly seen, right? And it's very abstract, but there is a little bit of technicals about it. So if we're looking at, for example, the border patrol of it, these kind of ones bending off to the left over here just kind of pull my eye to the left rather than allowing my eye to start on the left side of the frame and float across the right. If you were to crop a little bit more towards this aspect, you might find yourself starting over here, but then moving along with the main lines of the image and kind of moving yourself out towards the right of the image, kind of allowing your eye to just float gently from left to right in the image. But because you have this harsh bend around and they're just barely clipping in the frame, but also cut off slightly, it kind of just sticks your eye on the left side and distracts you from the rest of the image. So that would be what I would say is the hardest part of this image. What I do like about it is a very artistically visioned image. Like, I've not seen an image like this in a long time for a macro category. Usually when I do, it's something out of a magazine or something like that. So I think it's very unique and I like your vision on it. And yeah, I think it's a good image. I think it just mostly comes down to how you've composed it there. And also I would like to see a little bit more of the brights on the top end of the exposure spectrum. So maybe pushing up your whites a little bit, or possibly pushing your highlights up a little bit, or maybe contrasting out, but then pulling up your shadows some, or something like that might serve you well in terms of getting a little bit more of that high end in the histogram. But very cool image and cool to see. And yeah, I'm seeing in the chat. Yeah, apologies on that. I do not remember. I talked with him about it when I was getting some verification on this file before the judging, but I do not remember off the top of my head. Okay, and moving forward, we have an image here by Rebecca Williams. So Rebecca with her image of the caterpillar kind of coming out from behind the yellow flower. So what I do like about this image, I do like how the caterpillar's cool to kind of see coming out from this sunflower. And I think if this image had just a sunflower and the caterpillar coming out off on the side without the stem or that other element, which I believe might be, actually it's the back of the caterpillar, I just realized, which that's a long, extensive section of the caterpillar. So that's pretty cool. But unfortunately, I would say, so maybe not that part, but the green stem that's coming off to the left, it unfortunately just kind of, it's just one distracting element that just pulls me off onto the side and just is not aesthetically pleasing. So unfortunately, that is a very distracting element. Even if you were to crop in, which I would recommend doing, even if you were to crop in just this part right here, which is kind of inevitable, is also still prominent enough to make it distracting enough. I definitely would recommend this crop like I'm showing here, but it's not going to completely fix the problem that we're seeing here. Also, to mention that if you can recover your background more in the editing, I think this kind of cloudy, overcast background doesn't serve you very well in it. I would much rather see it brought down a little bit more because it's a little bit bright. Unfortunately, you can't control the weather. If it was a different weather scenario, that would have been nicer. But that's one thing to consider as well, as the time of day you're shooting all this in, or, you know, weather situations, which I know is kind of frustrating to hear because you can't change those things, but also when you choose to go out is up to you, or where you choose to locate yourself, or what time of day. So those are our controllable factors to set yourself up for the best chances of success. But still, very cool image here, Rebecca. Like how the yellow of the eyes kind of, or the head and eyes kind of contrast or complement the yellow of the flower. It's a cool idea. Just unfortunately has some technicals that it is fighting with. So moving forward, we have Lauren Davies' image here. So Lauren's other image that she requested to have reviewed of a frog amidst a bunch of mushrooms. And this frog image, really cool. So I would say the biggest thing I like about this image might also be one of the bigger things hurting it. I like the style of editing that you're going for it. Like, in a way, I like the stylistic colors that you're kind of representing in this image, how it kind of leans almost into a monochromed type filter. It's not completely monochrome, obviously, but it kind of has that tint across the whole image. And yeah, I would say that those are all, or monocolor, sorry, not monochrome. Monocolor is what I was meaning to say. Those are all cool aspects of the image. However, at the same time, it does make you feel like this image is not being naturally represented color-wise, and most judges are going to want to see a more naturally color represented image in these photographs. So I would say that's one thing that is kind of cool, but also, like, gallery wise, you frame this in a gallery with other similarly colored images, looks fantastic. And a competition as a standalone image, it suffers a little bit because of it. Now, what I would say is also very cool about this is the depth from all these mushrooms in this image. It's very cool. And actually, I would say this image is probably like right on the border of finalist worthy. Like, it's phenomenal because of that depth and all the different layers of mushrooms that you have. And technically your image is also very sound, very sharp. So great image in those ways. I think that really at the end of the day mostly comes down to how you colored it. So yeah, very cool image here, Lauren. And yeah, I would just recommend considering that editing moving forward. Again, if you're here in the chat and your image pops up, let us know that you're here. Josh is competing with Sarah in the chat now, I see. And Matt. Okay. Slow down, y'all. That's hilarious. Cool. Keep it up. And thank you guys for your activity in the chat. Really appreciate it. And yeah, maybe we'll have to create a frog space category. Actually, mentioning that, so Sebastian, you're mentioning that in the comments. I am considering moving forward, opening up. So I think, honestly, I'll be perfectly honest here. I think that I am partially biased towards having a birdscape category because I love birds so much. That is primarily what I shoot. There's a history with that word kind of tied to me in the past as well. And there's a lot of sentiment to it. But I have been considering opening it up just purely to like an animal scape category. And so let me know in the comments if that's something you would like to see, or if you do like having that bird exclusive category. So let me know in the chat what you kind of think about that. We'll keep moving on forward. So Shirley, I do see your comment there. I'm seeing real quick before we move forward. I would say that I would be surprised if it was not heavily color manipulated. If the natural lighting, I shouldn't say heavily, but at least decently color manipulated. If the natural lighting was responsible for that color in the image, then that's something that probably should have been corrected to look more natural in the actual editing, is what I would say. But that's not a bad thought. And I am seeing your comments about the birds. Keep letting me know, the chat. I want to see all your guys' thoughts. As many votes as I can get on this. Let me know. All right, moving forward, we got Sebastian's image. So I'm assuming that's probably you in the chat, Sebastian. So we got your image here of the dragonfly on the twig or on the blade of grass. So a couple things I do like about it. So very cool image, Sebastian. A couple things I do like about it is it is very isolated from a depth of field aspect. There is no competition on what I'm competing to see in this image. So it is very well done in that way. And you chose a very good framing and composition for this shot. In regards to the blue versus the green, I also really like that contrast. So not only are you isolated from a depth of field aspect, but also from a color isolation aspect, you are also isolated. So I think you did a phenomenal job in that. There's no competition whatsoever for the subject. Now, with that being said, let me zoom in here really quick. Yeah, this image is incredibly simplified. It is incredibly minimal and incredibly simplified. And so you do wind up having a lot of what I would argue is dead space around the dragonfly that doesn't serve much of an artistic purpose or vision. And so I think I was looking at it, you have a decent amount of quality in it. I would argue you probably have at least enough to get it to more of that type of a crop in, if not even closer in, something like that. And I think you would massively benefit from that because this image truly is a portrait macro image of this subject. There's no scenic elements that you're really trying to convey outside of that. So cropping in more is going to really help to compel the viewer just to look at all the details of the subject and recognize all those details that are so beautiful. And you leaving it wider is really not serving that much of a purpose. So that would be honestly the biggest thing I would say is your feedback here. Your technicals are sound. You composed it very technically, you captured it very technically sound from isolation aspects. It is just simply your composition and how loose the composition is on this image. But yeah, looking at the chat really quick. Yeah, let Sebastian know what you think of the image. Seeing some good ones here. Yep, cropping, the isolation, very cool. Yeah, I think that is the biggest thing here. So yeah, thanks for entering the competition, Sebastian. Thanks for joining us here today and taking the time to do that. And congratulations on this image. It's a great image. I think it just, like I said, needs to be a little tighter. All right. And then 2 more images, both by the same person for these last 2 in the macro that we'll be reviewing. We have this one by Asaf Broha. This image here, I think both of Asaf's images were actually really good. So I'm excited to show both of them. But I can see why I can see why I did not make the finalists. And so I would say this one is incredibly well isolated as well. Almost to the point though, where I would argue it starts to become a little almost like sterile. It is so well isolated that there is really nothing else to look at in the image. So first of all, again, giving a tighter composition would massively help this image, because a lot of this is just a little bit too loose, a little bit too much dead space, in my opinion. And it's so isolated that there is almost nothing else to look at beyond the head and the eyes and like admire those details of. I guess you can argue the legs as well. But even though there is shapes here in the background, there's not enough for me to see it. It's almost like so depth of field isolated that it starts to hurt it. And also in the regards of some technical rules, usually things that are in front of the eyes, I'm not too much of a stickler for it myself, like this antenna that's in front of the eyes being out of focus, but some judges are. And so I can definitely see some judges counting you down some points because of that right there, these antenna being slightly out of focus. So I would say those are some different aspects that might be hurting this image. I would say this image is an almost finalist image, but not quite a finalist image. One other thing to mention about it, that's a very small minor thing, is that you do have a slightly lighter green here as opposed to here. It's almost like a line of it in the background, and that does ever so slightly capture my eye and unbalance the image from what otherwise is a very perfectly flat image in terms of background. So those are some things to keep in mind, Asaf. But it is very cool, and I do like it. And I do see you're in the chat. I'm looking over the chat now. Thanks for letting us know about the blister beetle. So yeah, I do see you in the chat, and very cool to see your image. Really quick, I'm going to refer to something. Okay. All right. So going back, yeah. So anyways, yeah, thanks for joining us in the chat. Reading through some of it to be in the blister beetle. Yeah. So yeah, those would be my pieces of feedback. I am seeing some other people here that are saying that they like the crop as is. So, you know, at the end of the day, wildlife photography, all forms of photography is art. So there is going to be subjectivity to it. And to claim that it's purely objective is not true. I think there's some aspect of like a lot of photographers tend to agree on certain things, right? So when you're looking at things might be objective almost, if you want to use that word, to a relative sense, because you'll find like every year I'm amazed by those judge results. They judge so closely in line with each other because they are looking for very similar things. Now, with that being said, also, it is always interesting to me each year how every year the popular vote winners are not necessarily the ones that the judges voted for. So it shows that between your average everyday wildlife photographers and judges, they also do look for different things, because judges are looking for maybe some extra technicalities that the normal wildlife photographer may not be looking for, or they might be looking for an extra element of uniqueness that the common person may not be looking for. So even how judges versus common like your everyday wildlife photographer views images is different. So yeah. All that said, it is a good shot, and good job with your image. And also, I'm glad you are here, Asaf, because I think you'll actually really like what I'm about to show in a second too. So for your second image that you wanted reviewed, you have this image here of, I believe you said there were some like wax bees or something. Remind me in the comment in the chat what it was. But in this little funnel that they've crafted, and amazing image here. I think that there's a lot going for this image. In this image, I do like the looseness of the crop decently. I think it could be ever so incrementally cropped in ever so slightly more. Like I would say a 10% crop pulling in from the edges on it. But it is very cool. And the scene itself is very interesting. Like seeing this behavior, this is something I have not personally kind of seen, is this kind of an image. So I think that that's really cool. I love that you captured this. And I think that it's very technically done well as well. So let me zoom in here for a second. Bees are very nice and in focus right here on the front. Even the one on the top is decently in focus. It's not as priority as these ones, obviously, so it doesn't bother me much. But even that one's decently. Maybe you could argue on a technical aspect that it is ever so slightly out of focus, so maybe that would have counted against you. One other thing that some other judges might have counted against is because the rim here is out of focus. Again, that's one of those things that to me, it doesn't really bother me too much, but I do know I've had many conversations with other professionals where that is important to them. Something that's just slightly in front of the subject either needs to be very blurred or in focus, not slightly blurred. So that could have been something. One other thing on a minor level that would have counted against you is that little, whatever that is coming off to the side there. I know that would have given you a ding against it. Unfortunately, that's not something you would have changed, right? Like that is a part of the image. But yeah, that is something to keep in mind. So yeah, reading through the chat real quick. Yeah. And regards to things that I do like about it as well. One other thing, I do love the fade from dark exposure here to the brightness of the front. Not sure if that was all natural lighting or if you did apply a slight gradient filter, but regardless, I think you did a great job on that. So phenomenal image there. Honestly, this was one of the other images that I was personally surprised did not make the finalists. I mean, all the finalist images are phenomenal. So for me to say that is kind of almost like unfair because every finalist image we had in the macro category was phenomenal this year. So also like there's great images to compete against, but I did personally love this image. So it is an amazing image and I can definitely see this reaching the finalist category as well. So yeah. Also, I was seeing a mention about some social media here. I would definitely encourage you guys, if you are comfortable, obviously it's your own privacy, but encourage you guys to tag, let each other know your Instagram handles or your Facebook accounts, whatever it is. That way you guys can get connected with each other, see each other's work. Because yeah, I would love if you guys, are able to sustain that community beyond this event. That is one of the goals with it. So, and I know in past years, people have shared a lot of that stuff before where they've shared this is my Instagram handle, and then they start following each other, and then I see them in the next year and they talk about how they've been watching each other's images the following year and stuff like that. So I would definitely recommend sharing if you guys want to. So yeah, thanks for submitting to our competition. All right, let me now show so I have two favorite images I wanted to show off here. So I'm going to show them both. So first to start is going to be the runner-up, who I felt like this was so worthy. It was like a tie in my brain almost, but just barely was not the winner in my opinion. So I still wanted to show them even though they weren't disqualified because they won anything. But my personal almost favorite for the macro category was Aiden McCarthy's image here of the snake. It was a smooth green snake coming out of the grasses around it. I thought this was just phenomenally captured. I love how in this image there is one color in it beyond the gray around it as well, of the soil or the rock. So I love that color, and I love how it's like a gradient color of like yellowish green, and I love how that perfectly complements the snake. I think the color is just phenomenal in this image, and I do think that the way that the snake's subject positioning is phenomenal as well. So I love how the eye was captured. I love the tilt, the perfect 90-degree angle with it. And I love how that neck curls around to go away and then pulls back in and comes right into focus just ever so slightly. So phenomenal image here by Aiden, and was a very, very cool image to see. So congratulations, Aiden. I loved your image, and congratulations on making the finalists. So it's a great image for the year. And Aiden McCarthy did win our macro category last year. So this year he did not place, but he did win last year. So he's a phenomenal photographer and was excited to see his image make the finals again here. So yeah. Now moving on to my absolute favorite image personally of the macro category, and the only other one that did not make the finals in this competition. And actually this person will be very happy as they are joining us here right now is Azof's image. So Azof, I'm glad you're able to join us here today during the competition because I actually really like this image. As I mentioned before, I loved the gradient from dark to light, and it really pushes your eyes towards the focal point of this image, which is the bees within that wax tube. And the wax tube itself is just so well captured. The exposure on it and within it, being able to see within it, and the multiple subject elements showing off that behavior, showing the environment in which they are existing is just phenomenal. And your technicals here are amazing, as we already saw earlier. Zooming in on the bees was absolutely perfectly tack sharp. And really there's every aspect of this image that I like. The only thing I would have any complaint about is that little strand pulling off to the side. But for me, it's not enough to pull me away from how much I like this image. So congratulations, Azof. And phenomenal image. So great job on that. And when I was looking back through the judges scoring, this image literally barely did not make the finalists. I think it placed 11th or 12th. So you were literally like next in line to make the finals. And if an image would have been disqualified for any reason or whatever, you would have been a runner-up to be in the finals. So congrats on your image. And thank you to Horn Photo sponsoring the print for this. And I will work on getting you connected to this print. I do have your email from the competition that you submitted, so I'll contact you soon at that email, Azof, and get you this print over to you. All right, just looking through this chat really quick. Thank you guys for encouraging Azof in this image. Phenomenal image, and really, really glad to see it here. Thanks for submitting to our competition. All right, so next we're going to move into the birdscape category. Let me get this prepped up. Going to move into the birdscape category, and then after that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute intermission so I can take care of business, if you know what I mean. And then after the birdscape category, we will have the behavior category, which does not have many images in there. I think like 10 or less to be reviewed. And then we have the portrait. With the portrait does have a lot of images. So we'll just keep moving through all these. Let's see. So we got the birdscape pulled up there. All right. And one other thing I do want to mention as I'm pulling this up right now is if you guys haven't already, I would definitely encourage you to enter that survey that Titanium Micro is putting on. They put on for the competition, and it's still open through tomorrow. They left it open past the recap intentionally, so you guys could still submit if you want. The link is in the description below. It's like a survey that takes you about 5 minutes or less, and it enters you for a chance to win an external SSD of theirs that is worth a little bit over $100, or they also are entering you to win 2 $20 Amazon gift cards as well. So that's a great literal free thing, takes 5 minutes of your time, enters you in for a chance to have a chance of winning that survey, which is chosen at random by them for those 3 prizes. So would definitely encourage you guys to enter that and take part in that. All right, so let's move on to the birdscape category. All right, so here in the birdscape category, we have this image of a bunch of penguins. And as I was corrected during the competition, I don't even want to quote whether these are emperors or king penguin because I don't want to get that wrong, but most likely one of those two. I think this is a great image, very cool, showing off the scene of this image and what's kind of going on here. In terms of things I think could be improved about this, I do think that it is very difficult to pick out what is truly the focus of this image. There's so many birds in this image, so many penguins in this image that there's nothing really for your eye to latch onto. I would argue at best your eye is trying to latch onto the single brown younger penguin here, but it's not. isolated well enough from in really any aspect to make my eyes latch onto it. It's not prominent enough in frame. It's not isolated enough from depth of field aspect, not isolated from exposure aspect. You could argue it's slightly isolated from color aspect, but again, because it's so small, it is this almost like a second thought. So I would say that's the biggest thing hurting this image. While the behavior, the scene's really cool of all this stuff going on, it just is hard to latch onto something as a viewer. And also I would argue that while the gradient does help to isolate your eyes a little bit more, it's kind of a trade-off, and the gradient doesn't seem to be natural. And so it kind of also feels like you just have to add more into this photo to make it work the way you want it to work. So those are some of the feedback I'd give on it. All right, moving forward, we have an image here. Let's see, that was by Danielle Rocket. I forgot to mention that. Have an image here by Jacob Begis or Begis. And this was one of our Birdscape finalists. So congratulations, Jacob, on making the finalists in our competition this year. Really cool, phenomenal image, and I really like it in a lot of ways. I like the scene of this image, and I like the subject of this image. I like how they're nicely weighted against each other. So subject-wise, you have this double subject composition that's weighted nicely. And I would argue that the scene in the background is also pretty nice with the mist layer kind of, or the clouds kind of rolling up that mountain. Now, what I would say, it makes sense in really every technical way why this image made the finalists. And I can even see artistically why it's good enough to make the finalists to a certain extent. But it also makes sense to me why it does not place. There is not quite enough interesting uniqueness or interesting enough elements to this birdscape scene to make it a placement image. Like, it makes sense that it made the finals because, again, all your technicals are sound, nice and sharp. You're at water level, got your composition nicely squared off, but it's lacking that little bit of pop. The subjects are small enough to where the subjects themselves aren't popping enough in the image. So you're really having to rely on scenery. And while this scenery is nice, it's not unique enough or quite powerful enough. There's not enough color in it or enough uniqueness and shape to it or anything like that to give it that placement. So when you're looking at the difference between finalists and placements, I would say that is something big to consider. Is even if my image is a great image, what makes it amazing? And does it have that ability to become an amazing image? So yeah. Is a phenomenal photo though. I do still really like it. Yeah, good job, Jacob. So, and I do see you're here in the chat. So thanks for joining us here today. And yeah, congrats again on your finalist image. So we have one more here by Jacob, his other requested image. And actually, Jacob, I really like this shot. So this was one I was surprised did not make the finals. Personally, I would have put this as a finalist if I had a vote and a say in it. I will try to give some explanation as to why I would imagine the judges did not, but I do personally like it a lot. I'll just start off by saying that. So I think technically, you're very sound in the perspective that you captured, the layers to it. I think you compose them right within the frame. I do think that your wimbrel was nice and sharp. It does seem to me like ever so slightly right here might be blown out, and maybe that could be something that the judges might have slightly dinged you against, is just that one little patch. Maybe it's not completely blown out. It does look like it is here, and I had to go into the editing to check. At the very least, it does look slightly blown out. So maybe consider recovering that just ever so slightly in your editing, if possible. And then in regards to other things that I like about it, I do like the layering going on here. I think you have some really cool layers of obviously subject layer. You have the foreground in the front that isolates you into forcing you to view that subject better. So love those first two layers. The third layer I don't think helps or hurts the image too much. So I don't have much of a appreciation or dismay about it. This layer right here is one of my favorites. I really like the fact that you can see a river winding, or if that's just snowmelt, whatever it is there. I like how you can see that winding through the valley right there. So I think that's a cool element. And then obviously the alpine peaks are very nice in and of themselves, and really are the selling point beyond the subject in this image. And then as a last little note, I would say the clouds are nice. I would not say I'm crazy about them, but they are nice. They're definitely better than just like a pure plain sky. So there's a lot to like about this image. Now, with that being said, because I've talked a lot about what I like about it, because it is very nice, the things I do think maybe the judges are seeing that could have been improved. I already pointed out the overexposure on that one part of the image. The second thing that I would maybe say is possibly the clouds are a little bit too distracting with how much is going on with the clouds. I do think that they're better than a simple, just plain gray overcast sky, like single cloud uniform color. But obviously this image would be a lot nicer if there was a little bit more interest in those clouds, a little bit more uniqueness to those clouds. Even. But I would say, so maybe that's why, it's part of why, but I would say probably the bigger thing why is this image does feel slightly purple tinted. The grass is very purplish. The grass in the valley is very purplish. And I think if you were to recover that, pull that more towards the green tint, I think that would have done a lot for making your image look a little bit more natural in color. So, I would say that's probably the biggest thing hurting this image if I had to take a guess, and why I did not place, make the finalists. But like I said, personally, I do like the image a lot. I think it's a fantastic photo. Thank you for submitting to our competition, Jacob. Just reading through the comments real quick. One other thing I guess I'll also say really quick about it. Sometimes framing a bird this far off to the right, you're definitely creating a lot of tension by doing that. Again, I think I like it, but I could also see some judges as saying this is too much tension in the image, framing the subject right against the wall of the right side of the image, especially in a 16:9. So maybe that's something that they're also considering, just to give some insight. But for me personally, I don't mind it. All right, let's move forward. So we do have Shirley Sword. So Shirley, as mentioned before, because I did not get your emails, unfortunately, I did not have exactly which two out of, I believe you submitted 3. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I didn't have exactly which 2 you wanted to have reviewed. So I just kind of took 2 at liberty that I felt like I could give some good feedback on. So I'll go ahead and give you feedback on those 2 right now. So here by Shirley Sword, we got first image here. So here we have the image of, I'm trying to remember the subject. It's a heron. I can't remember what type of heron that is. Let us know in the chat. So I would say, biggest thing going on here is that, you do have a lot going on in the image because you're shooting at a down angle. You have a lot of the grass and the foliage coming out of the water, a lot of that marsh environment. In the top, you have logs, twigs, sticks. So there's a lot of things pulling my attention away from the main subject in the center of the image. So typically when shooting water birds, unless you have a very creative and unique perspective and a reason for doing so, you always want to get as low to the water as possible. That way you can isolate out as much of those distractions as possible, whether that be ripples or in marshes especially, you can isolate out that foliage as much as possible and really just latch onto that subject. Also, the other benefit of that is it does create a layer of background. You get to see whatever the background is behind the subject when you are down at water level. So I would say that is by far the biggest thing that's affecting this image. In regards to cropping, I would say in cropping, so if you were to take this image as is and you weren't to readjust your positioning, all of that good stuff, I would say definitely getting a crop down a little bit more, something like that, maybe like this. I would play with a few different crops, maybe a portrait that looks more along the lines of something like this. Honestly, probably a portrait that looks more along those lines is probably going to be your best bet. But something that helps to get rid of this top up here particularly and push you in a little bit more towards the subject, because I'm having trouble recognizing the subject within the first split second of me viewing this image. Reading your comments right now. The ibis, nice, okay. And then, yeah, lost landscape. Yeah, so in situation, I see your comment about not possible to get low. So unfortunately, yeah, the reality is that in some situations you cannot get lower. So that makes complete sense. Why you would photograph it up here. I would argue then if that's the case, this unfortunately is just not, you are not able to get a competition worthy image out of the angle that you are shooting from. Again, if you just want it for personal, documentation or to frame it on your wall, all those things are great for yourself. But if you're looking at what makes a phenomenal image and a competition worthy image, you're going to have to really find a way to isolate the subject more. And I would argue that there is probably no possible way that you could do that from above in this scenario. So yeah, you can't get lower. I would just, take that into consideration in terms of which images you choose to submit. All right. All right, so let's move forward to Shirley's other image. Come on. There we are. Okay, another one here by Shirley Sword. So yeah, I like this one a little bit better, Shirley. I like the vision for this image, and I like what you were working on doing here. I was trying to remember, I think I looked at it earlier, but was this a Caracara on the back of it? I couldn't remember, but yeah, let us know in the chat if it is. Yeah, very cool, interesting behavior you have going on here. And actually, I can even see the vision for like including some of these urban human elements in the background. So I'll talk about what I like and what I don't like about it. First of all, I do like that you're going for something unique. You have not only a unique behavior here being displayed by the bird with what it's standing on. But you also have this like gazebo in the background and two people, their silhouettes sitting off in the distance. And so I like how you incorporated multiple different interesting elements to the image. I will say that also your choice to go silhouetted is incredibly crucial here. If you would expose this at a normal exposure, you just would have had way too much going on in the image, and the shapes of the image would not have taken priority, and you would have just lost a lot of the value of the image. So the fact that you've silhouetted it, which forces you to recognize the shapes of all of these different subjects, is what sells this image. So I love that about this image. Now, in terms of things that I think could be improved, so I would say number one, this pole off to the right side, or actually that is a tree, I believe. Tree or pole, whatever it is incredibly distracting. Getting this out of your crop would massively benefit you because it just is something that's unnecessary. It's not adding anything to the scene. It's not really telling any part of the story. And it's just pulling my eye to the right side of this image when really all my attention should be here and here. So pulling that out of it, I think would do you wonders. Also, I would say, all the white up here in the top right of the image is also pulling my eye towards it because it's different than the whole rest of the image. Very, very contrasted and different than the rest of the image. Pulls my eye towards it and keeps me away from, once again, what is the most powerful part of the image, which is the gazebo in the background and then the Caracara on top of the capybara, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But yeah, so I would say those are some fantastic, those are the elements that we want to keep our focus on. Everything else is really a distraction. So in regards to how you crop, if this is your full crop and you have not cropped in already from here, what I would probably recommend doing is going towards something like, maybe something like this, that's more of a square crop. It's hard to say. You could try something like this. You could try something like this as well. I don't know why it's doing that. Could try something like that as well. So that is an option as well. Or even if you dare to even really press in, you could even, if you don't feel like the gazebo is as essential, you could try to do something that's a little bit more like that. But I would say I do like the gazebo. So it's tough because of where everything is positioned to find the exact right composition. I'd honestly want to play with it for quite a while. But the two things I do know is 100% I would get this out of it because that is very distracting. And I feel 95% confident that I would also get the sky out of it in the background, as that pulls my eye away from the most important part as well. So yeah, so that's some feedback on the image. Yeah, hope that that's helpful. And yeah, thank you for submitting to our competition. Just reading through the comments real quick. All right. Yeah, all good comments. Thank you guys for your encouragement. Good job, Shirley. And yeah, we'll continue to move forward here. Yeah, great vision on it. All right. So next one we got is another one by Robert Coach, or however you pronounce that last name. The same person who took the bunny image that was a finalist in our creative category. So image here of 3 different flamingos flying over the lake. Yeah, what I like about this image is I do think there's a lot of interesting elements going on in this image. You have some interesting clouds. You got an interesting, the jungle line in the background. You got the flamingos. So there's a lot of cool things going on in this image that can make for a good image. Now, what I would say, immediately, the biggest thing that stands out to me that I would like different is this image looks incredibly dehazed to me. Like the dehaze slider literally in Lightroom was just blasted up. And so because this image has so much fog in it, which is actually a very cool part of this image, that fog and also the difference in exposure between different layers in it, that dehaze rim light is kind of just shining through. It looks over processed. It looks over detailed, over processed, and also creates a lot of patchiness within this fog. So I would say definitely pulling back on the dehaze would do you good here. I would say this is an example of over processing. And not only that, but again, even I'm not sure if this is so much because of the dehaze or extra saturation being added in, but this sky does get a little pastel-y in the background. So overall, you have a lot of cool elements of this image, but a lot of it is just a little bit overdone, I would argue. So I would encourage you just to pull back a little bit on that editing. In regards to the subjects themselves, I think they work decently. It's a little bit tough of a composition for them, but I do think they work decently. I would almost like to see them like a little bit more like a bottom left thirds framing or something like that for the center one, if you can still fit in. Back out a little bit if you were able to get even a little bit wider. I would just fully commit to the scene of this image and not try to force getting close with them, because ultimately there's not even enough detail in them to make it to where you want to, like, it would be a great close-up image. This image is really sold by the scene, and so getting wider I think would have helped you even a little bit more. But yeah, some feedback on the image. Hopefully that's helpful. And yeah. Yeah, thanks for submitting to our competition, Robert. And well done. Just reading through the comments. Cool. Okay, Thomas De Liberto, I think I saw you in the chat. We have your image coming up next. One of your 2 images. So here, and Thomas, All right, and I think we're back. Let me know if you can hear me. We do have so long story short, had some undercharged batteries. So I will probably have this happen one more time today as well during the competition. So apologies on that. So for now, let's keep moving forward. And yeah. And also, you're right, Matt. Maybe I should just do that. If I want to see how many people are truly in the chat, just turn it off and force everyone to scream at me. All right. So moving forward. Okay, so yeah, I don't know when it cut off for me, so I'm just going to reiterate everything I said pretty much. I think there's a lot of interestingness to this image. I think the fact that it's a zebra in particular makes it much more interesting than if it were just, for example, your typical wildebeest or something that also has a brown fur coat to it. The stripes really sell this image. I would say the stripes and then the red and the redness of the beak and the yellowness of the eye are just phenomenal. They stand out very prominently here. What I would say in regards to maybe why this image did not make a finals, for example, is center framings are usually very difficult to do with small subjects because the very nature of center framings are to give full attention to a single subject and to make that subject very prominent. But because the subject is smaller in frame, and it's not so prominent, the center framing kind of feels contrasted with its size in it. And also to go into the fact of center framings are meant to give more attention to the subject and keep your eyes away from the rest of the scene, which is not what you want in this scenario. What you want in this scenario is for your attention to lock onto the subject and float across the zebra's back. So what I would do is I would definitely recommend cropping it in more to framing it something like that, right? That way you get a lot of that zebra, you get the eye locked in, and then your eye floats across the image. Or even if you have more room over here, I'm not sure what your crop was and where exactly the zebra's butt cuts off, but maybe I would just continue to extend past the frame and position this guy in a left third. I would position him on a left third, possibly. I don't know how much room you have in the bottom before you start to see stuff under the zebra. Obviously you don't want that, but maybe consider a top left third framing for this oxpecker. But if not, the center left third framing works pretty well too. I would not do a bottom left third framing because this brown doesn't contribute much. And along that point, I would say that is the other thing that hurts this image, is that unfortunately the body of this bird, it blends in very nicely with the background. And so it's just one less thing for me to have from the subject to keep my eye and attention on it. Exposure wise and color wise, it is identical to the background nearly. So yeah, that would be some of my thoughts there. But overall, very cool image. I love the image. I love the vision. I'm looking through the chat. It does look like you say you have a bit more room off to that side. So yeah, possibly go ahead and try that. So I think if you recompose this image in editing, you can do pretty well with it. And I do think you're right on, like if you were new photographers, you have room to crop in much more. In main 5 categories, you're a little soft on your focus. So that also could have been something that dinged you, but also like I would hesitate to crop too much because of that very reason. So taking that into account. But yeah, cool image. Thanks for being here today and thanks for joining us. All right, let's move forward. We got one by Leonard Gauthier, I believe is how you pronounce it. Got a great blue heron or gray heron, depending on what part of the world you're from, with a kind of dead tree here with a bunch of wires wrapped around it. Very cool image, kind of cool elements to the scene here. In regards to what I think can be improved about it, I do think definitely getting down lower, if was possible, would do wonders for this image. You have a lot of just brush in the background and different layers that really don't serve much of a story purpose or a perspective purpose. And so they're ultimately just kind of distracting you from the actual power that is going on here with the subject and the gnarled dead tree with the barbed wire wrapped around it. So I would say that would benefit you massively in this image, and it's probably the key thing that could use some improvement in this image. And then beyond that, I would just say also, it's a little, I know this can be, I guess the thing I would say beyond that is keeping your time of day in mind. by the time it gets to this time of day, getting shots is not impossible by any means, but it is more difficult because you have such a plain blue background in the background. So even if you were to get down at that, like lower to the ground, like I was mentioning, that definitely would improve the image, but the image still would kind of lack that pop in it because you just have such a plain blue background that's so common in so many thousands upon thousands of wildlife images. So again, looking for those elements that make you unique, make it pop a little bit more. It's going to be what separates you into a competition winning image. So, yeah. So, good job though, Leonard. Thanks for submitting to our competition. And yeah, glad to have you on here. The post is definitely cool. That is a selling point here. All right. David Marler. We got you here with your image of great horned owl, owlet, and very cool shot here. Looking at the owl through the forest. So what I do like about this image is I think you did a very good job with your color editing. The colors are phenomenally represented here, and even your exposure editing here is good. You like your basics are just phenomenal here in your editing. Great job in that, and really no pointers there. In regards to what can be improved, I do think the biggest thing that could benefit from this image is the composition. There is just really no... It's a tough image because you have these two trees which are framing the subject, and I can see what you're trying to go for here. But these layers on the outside, which are going vertically, they just add more to it and create more distractions and don't really do anything for the image. So what I would do, if I were you, is I would just push the crop into a portrait crop something like that, and just let the trees be the framing to the bird. Also, even once you did that, you do run into some problems with you have a little bit too much headspace above it and even a little bit too much space maybe below it. It's a little bit tough with where that subject's positioned. Ideally, if you would have been able to position yourself slightly to the right, would have probably been a little bit more ideal, but ultimately there is a lot going on in this image and the busyness is what's going to be hurting it the most. So those are some different ways that you could try improving the image. But ultimately it also could have just been a tough scenario. So, yeah, but very cool image. Probably was an awesome moment to see. Leonard, I do see you're in the chat. Sorry, I forgot. Okay, I see. Different name for it. That's why I didn't catch it. Oh, sorry. Yours was the past image. Yes. Okay. Yeah, see that. Glad to give the feedback. Okay, so reading through the chat right now about this owl one. Yeah, okay, cool. So one more image here by David Marler. We have this image here of, I believe it was a indigo bunting, if I remember correctly. On top of the sign. So I think image is really cool. It's a cool take. It's unique, that's for sure. It's telling a story with it, right? So I do like the vision for the image. I think that this image, it's hard to say if it was birdscape category, so that might be one of the things that's fighting against it. I can see why you entered it birdscape. It's kind of has to do with that relation with the environment around it, but scenically, it's not like there's much going on scenically to represent that beyond the sign. The sign is really the only context we get. This is almost like a better, like if we had like a conservation type category or something like that, right? Something that's supposed to represent birds in relationship with humans and stuff like that. So that's one thing. One thing I would say is I do love how the color of the bird is the only of that color in it. It's incredibly color isolated, looks phenomenal. The light also looks very fantastic in this image. The way that it's backlit is just gorgeous. The rim lighting on the bird itself is absolutely stunning. And the technicals are captured very well. It's incredibly focus and in sharpen and focus. And the sign is also in focus as well, which is a key element of the image. So I think it did a good job on all of that. I do think that this image would just be a better image if you just focus down more on the bird and the real part of the image, which is just that sign in the bird. I think that just keeps you focused on the actual important part of the image more. And I think there's just a little bit too much space with not enough stuff going on around it otherwise. So yeah, those would be some of my pieces of feedback. But yeah. All right. My apologies, guys. Again, just testing out chat, seeing how many people are actually here. All right, so let's get back into it. Yeah, my dumb. Okay, so long story short, I'm not even gonna explain it. All that to say, this whole like setup just takes too much power, and it's anyways. All right, we're not gonna get into that. All right, back to the image. So I don't know exactly where I cut out, but what I was saying, the over processing and under processing. On the under processing aspect, I wish I saw more exposure to get more detail out of that subject in the reflection, especially, but also even in the subject itself. But at the same time, the water itself, the reflection off the sky is overexposed. So it's kind of this weird in between where you have the over processing from the masks, but you don't have enough processing in some other areas that feel like it needs it. So that would be my feedback there. But very cool image, nicely framed, like I said, Jan, and cool to see this shot. I'm sure it's very exciting. So yeah, thanks for submitting to our competition. Jan. Okay. And I am just seeing, sorry, some of your comment above about it. Jan Williams. So not Jan Williams. Seeing that you said you messed up your settings, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that makes sense. That would be something like that I could assume about it. Is that, yeah, it does look like it was captured very dark. It does look like when I zoomed in on it earlier, I didn't zoom on it right now, but I did see like a decent amount of noise. Actually not as bad as I would think, but there's enough noise in it to make it noticeable. And yeah. So anyways, yeah, I do think though that your frame was really nice on it. The way that grass frames the reflection is just beautiful in that foreground. And then low key wise in the background above the subject is good. So like there's a lot of good elements to it, but I think the masks don't quite flow with the lighting of the scenario as well as I would like. And then again, having more exposure in the subject where it really matters is kind of important. But yeah, thank you for submitting to our competition, and nice seeing your image here. All right. We got 6 images left. Ridge Runner Man, what's your name? I'll let you know if it's coming up soon. Okay. All right, moving forward. We have an image here by Stephen Hurst. So have Stephen's image here of a kite. I believe this is a Mississippi kite. A kite perched atop a huge snag with some nice fog in the distance, and amidst this almost like a jungle scene, although it's just forest. I know it's not a jungle, but yeah, beautiful shot here. I would say some of the things that are really cool about it is I do love the fog in this image. The fog really sells this nice and it gives a very nice context and scenery. What I would say could be improved is if Stephen was able to drop this kite down lower to around here. Obviously this is a make-believe scenario, but let's say he could get a different perspective. Let's say he can get higher up on a hill that's behind him, something like that. It would have worked just much better, or waited for the clouds to come up a little bit higher as a different group of clouds pass by or something like that. I do love the shape of the clouds, and I like how it's kind of like a window, but unfortunately because it's so low, as opposed to the subject, and obviously you need to get the subject in the frame, the subject is so high up as opposed to this. It would have been nice if it was all at the same horizontal level in this image. It would have been able to be a much more powerful image in my opinion, and not have to have so much dead space, because this up here, with how much there is, it just becomes dead space. And so that hurts the image there. So I would say that's the biggest feedback about it. Also, obviously you can't take this out, but that twig does hurt it. And again, these are things that sometimes you can't change, but it's good to be aware of when you're choosing your competition submitted images. If you can't change it, it just might not be the right image to submit to a competition. So yeah, I would say those are some of my biggest pieces of feedback. But very cool image, Stephen, and nice seeing your image submitted here. Stephen was actually someone who took one of my creator cohorts at one point, so he has some cool stuff. Let me read the comments, the chat. Yeah, your image is coming up, Leon. Actually 2 from now, so you're right about to come up. And yeah, we'll move forward. All right, we got Michael Gordon. I believe that's you, MJ, right in the chat, if I remember correctly on your name. Got Michael Gordon's image here of hummingbird. Is this Allen's or Rufus? I think this is Rufus, I want to say. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, looking up amidst kind of the scene with all the reeds and all of that good stuff. So what I do like about this image is it's a unique subject positioning, that's for sure, with how its tiny little feet, so if we zoom in here, are still attached, as it's just probably taking off would be my assumption. Or maybe looking up at something kind of almost territorially defending. But yeah, very cool kind of subject positioning here. I do also like the light again in this image. So this is a phenomenal use of light in the image. The backlight looks great. I love how you positioned yourself according to the natural light. I think you did a good job there. As well as the colors are edited very nicely in this image. So those are all things that you did well. And your editing is pretty spot on here, Michael. So in regards to what I think could be improved, there is, unfortunately, the biggest thing with this image is I would just say there's a lot of distracting elements. There's a lot of reeds darting left and right all over the place. And unfortunately, it just pulls your eyes away from the real attention of this image, which should be the hummingbird right here. So yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing hurting it. Some of the background is not bad. Like some of these background reeds that are really out of focus in the background would have been okay and acceptable, I believe. But a lot of these ones that are just slightly out of focus, but kind of on a similar depth of field layer as this hummingbird, are really the ones that are the problems here. Not to mention that priority of most of them is going to be the one over the tail and the one over the beak. Those are big no-nos. And things that are definitely going to keep you out of a finalist running is if any part is just ever so slightly covered without being incredibly intentional. If it is ever so slightly covered by something, then it's going to be a ding against you. But very cool image, cool capture, and I think you did a great job with your editing of it. So good job there. All right. Again, if you're in the chat, let everyone know what you liked about their images, so on and so forth. All right, so we got Leon Graber, if that's how you pronounce your last name. His image here of the two yellow legs. And I think you had, if I remember right, when I was downloading these, you have one submitted to a different category as well, Leon, I believe. But yes, you got yours submitted right here to the birdscape. Yeah, so in this image, so some things I do like about it, I like the colors in the background. I think that the top layer of colors with like these trees with whatever, maybe that's fruits or just different fall colored leaves on it. Love that. I love the kind of the layer and the orange yellowness of this layer down here as well. And then even this bush off to the side all looks pretty good. So background, that furthest back layer of background is phenomenal. I actually really, really like that. Now the question is, what I would think about if I were you, how can I pull that closer into the subjects and not, this layer is not appealing right here. Doesn't really serve too much of a purpose. So the answer to that is ground level. If there was any way to get more ground level with this image and to get this background closer down by right behind the birds, that would have paid off exponentially in this image and would have made multitudes of a better image immediately. So I would say that's probably the biggest thing. The way you edited the color is very nice. The way you did your exposure contrasting and all of that stuff, I would say is pretty good. You could argue maybe it's ever so slightly hot just because of how much reflection you have coming off the water with the sky. Maybe you could just pull back your whites a tad bit more or possibly your highlights. I would try experimenting with that slightly, but it's really honestly not too much. One final small minor thing that could be improved is, again, that border patrol. On the very bottom of the frame, you do have just a slight bit of water that's has the sky being caught in the reflection. I would just get that out of there. I would crop it up a little bit more, maybe reaching to somewhere around like here, right? Let's see, something around that line. So right about here and then pulling up from there. That way you get that little bit of reflection water in the bottom just out of it, doesn't distract your eye. But yeah, so pretty cool image. Love the results, and thanks for submitting to our competition and joining us here in the chat today. So appreciate you being here and spending time with us. First name short O, so Leon. I'm probably going to still pronounce that wrong, so I apologize. Leon short O. Yeah, let's read through these chat real quick. Drink a whole. Yeah, come on. Come on, guys. You've been doing it the wrong way this whole time. You've been laying down in the mud. Just dig a hole through the mud, stand in the hole, and you're all good to go. Shovel to the photo gear bag. I love it. All right. Thanks for joining us here. All right, let's move forward. We got one by Jenny Hommel here. I believe is how you pronounce the last name. Got an image here of a couple of great egrets in this marsh scene with some kind of mist in the background at sunrise or sunset. So very cool image here, Jenny. I think there's a lot of cool scenic elements going on in this image. If we were to talk about something that could be improved in this image, I would say your color is very strong here. A little bit too much so, unfortunately. This would be an example of overprocessing where the color has just been overly saturated to the point where it no longer looks real. So just pulling back that saturation down a little bit would be very helpful. Or even because the rest of the image is not too saturated, actually. What you could do is just go straight into your HSLs and pull back the saturation just on the individual color channel that yellow exists in. So that would probably be in either yellow or orange. I would try both, play with both of those, see what pulls back that saturation. But that would be the first massive step towards a better image here. Something else tiny I would say is the tree. There is this like just tiny gap here off to the left that kind of pulls your eye off this way. I would just cut off this trunk entirely and probably frame yourself more like this. The limbs aren't bad, but yeah, getting yourself off of that frame. And then finally, even I would say you probably have more space up here than necessary. You could probably go down more towards like something like this in terms of framing and how you crop it. But I would experiment with a couple different places where you could crop out different distracting elements. So yeah, very cool image. And I do see you're here in the chat, Jenny. So thanks for being here and joining us. I guess one more, since you're here joining us, one more thing that I'll say about it. I would like to see these egrets a little bit more pop in these egrets. So like these ones on the right side, I'm not sure if that's because of how you edited it with different masks or because of how the light hits them. Although I don't think it's how the light hits them. I think it's masking that you did there, but let me know what you did. Regardless, some of them are brighter. Like this bright one, that's a very good level of exposure right here. Some of these ones are a little dark and just start to mesh into the reeds. So maybe getting it to where all of those are of the same exposure level, more on the uniform aspect of this one right here, that would help your subjects to stand out a lot more. Because right now this feels a little bit more like a scenic image with egrets in it than it does an egret image with a scene around it, if that makes sense. But yeah, very cool image. And thanks for joining us. All right. And last image for the birdscape category, we're wrapping up here with Michael Schultz's image of hummingbird in the rain here. Incredibly fast shutter speed. Freeze the rain is still as that. But yeah, very cool image here, Michael. I like how this image kind of just pulls me in and helps me to kind of feel like I'm a part of the world of that tiny bird, right? But if I were to talk about things that could be improved, I would say biggest thing here is subject positioning. Hummingbird is faced away from the camera, and generally I like to follow that 90-degree closer rule where the subject is either at a 90-degree angle with me as a viewer, or they are faced closer to the camera. So I think that's the biggest thing hurting this image, is that you lose that engagement with the subject that I would like to have in this image. So really just keeping your engagement just focused on it by getting a frame where either it's turned towards you, if he does turn around, or if he never does, then unfortunately the reality is that this angle would not have worked in that scenario as well. So it's probably the biggest thing. Also, overcast sky over here. I wonder if you were able to move a little bit to the right, even literally just one step to the right, you would have been able to avoid this overcast sky. I think that would have been very helpful in how you captured this image too, as that distracts my eyes a lot. That is the only part of the image that's exposed that brightly. It pulls my eye off to the top right corner and keeps my attention away from the hummingbird. I do like this perch that the hummingbird is sitting on. I do think there's some interesting elements of this kind of foliage going on right here. So I think it's a pretty cool shot, and you did a good job in terms of your technicals. Everything's very nice and sharp. That should be in sharpen and shot, sharpen and focus. So good job on that. In terms of the noise, I think the noise was actually, come on. Yeah, noise is actually pretty acceptable on it. Maybe it's just the way that it got compressed into YouTube, or maybe you're seeing the rain droplets everywhere. But yeah, noise is actually pretty good on this one. But yeah. Okay. And yeah, actually, like Sebastian said, like they're different takes, so I didn't mention it here, but I do tend to like slower shutter speed as well in rain because you get more of that rain motion, but they're just different takes too. But I would agree that that's probably something I would lean towards. So it's a good thing to point out there too, Sebastian. All right. So let's see. So that wraps up our birdscape category. We do have the favorites. So I got to give away that print for you guys. Let's pull this up. Actually, I'm excited because let's see. Well, one of you guys is here that I want to mention. Yeah. Okay, so let me pull these up. Guys, I'm running out of monitor space with all the things that I add on every year. I have 3 monitors at this point, and it's just I can't manage all of it. It's still not enough is the sad part. Okay. So, all right. For our birdscapes favorites, or my personal favorites, I actually wanted to point out 4 here. So I'm not going to spend too much time on each of them because there's 4. But the first 3 that I'm going to show do not get the actual print. They do not win, but the 4th one does. So I wanted to show 3 here because there was 3 before that finalist, because 3 of them were really good, and I wanted to show them off, and I wanted to show how they were some of my favorites up there that I was considering. And so yeah, I wanted to make sure you guys saw those, but then the 4th one will actually be the one who gets the winning. And that was a finalist that you guys have seen already submitted. So the first one is actually Jacob Beegis's image. We did show this earlier, so I'm not going to say much about it, but Jacob, I really did like your image here. I think besides the tint aspect, like I said, and some of the small minor technicals, like maybe that overexposure there, this is a phenomenal image, and personally was one of my personal favorites that I was considering to give this print away to. So congratulations again, Jacob, on this image. It's phenomenal. And I think that if you were to just clean up some of it, just a little bit in editing and even resubmit it, I think you might have a good chance at this getting a finalist image in a future year. But that's just my opinion. So thanks for being here with us again, Jacob. And yeah. Moving forward, we have an image here by Curtis Perrypaw. And I really like his image here of the indigo bunting. I think there is a very nice framing to this image. Like the amount of detail that you can see in the texture of all these leaves and the details that you see in them, while still being out of focus just enough to keep your focus completely and completely on the bunting itself, is just beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. And I think it shows a great example of relationship of bird with its environment. The technicals are incredibly sound, as that bird is incredibly sharp, and honestly you could crop the daylights out of this and still have a good image. The minor thing that I think is probably why this did not make the finals, honestly, and I know it was close to making the finals, but it did not quite make the finals. It's probably this bottom left here. Like I think that this is a little bit distracting. Maybe that's ever so slightly distracting. I think if you just went with a ever so slightly tighter crop like that, or honestly, maybe even committed to more like a portrait or a square crop, I think you might have gotten a better result with this image. So yeah, amazing image here, Curtis, and really like this image. Yeah, those are some of my thoughts on it. So this one was one other one I was also considering. And yeah, I think the chat is also showing a lot of good comments on that there. So thank you for being involved in that chat. And yeah, I think the square crop is being begged for, like Paul said. Moving on, we do have one more before giving away our print. So this one, I just wanted to show this one, partially because I was considering it as a favorite. but more so because it's just so unique. And I love this image. I think it can be executed a little bit better. Like, I think there's some technicals that could be worked on with it, but the vision of this image is very interesting and it's so unique from anything I've seen. So I wanted to show it to you guys, just even for the sake of just like showing you guys like different creative ways to think about photographing images. I love how there's like these 3 little tombstones here and then the one larger one. They give a very nice visual weight and contrast to the image. This tree kind of nicely wraps around it. The whole thing feels haunted. The trees feel haunted. The way that it was edited stylistically is very moody and darker, feels haunted. And even some of the orange tint in the background. So it's a really beautiful image and was also close to making the finalists. And I think it's really worth considering. So this was an image, I forgot to say the name. This is by Mark Knoll. So awesome image here, Mark. And I really liked your results here. Let me take a look at your comments real quick. Yeah, that's a good question, Shirley. I would say, so birdscape is... So I would say a couple things. First of all, that indigo bunting image, you're right. If you crop too much tighter on it, it's going to probably not be a birdscape image anymore. So I would say at the amount that it was cropped, if we go back to it, it is a birdscape image right there. If you crop maybe 50% more on it, it might no longer feel like it fits into that category. Because to a certain extent, it is supposed to represent the scene and the landscape around it, and you want enough context of that. But also what I would encourage you to think about is birdscape doesn't always have to do as much with the size of the subject in relationship to scene in the image, as much as it does the relationship between the bird and its environment. So if you can show elements of the environment that very clearly represent the scene in an aesthetic and a powerful way, that's going to be what matters most, even more so than the size of the bird in the subject. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity, as that's a very good question. And it is kind of hard to know where that line is sometimes. Yeah. So yeah, those are some thoughts. All right. And finally, moving to our winner. So sponsored by Horn Photo and winning the large professionally printed print of their image is actually one more image by Mark Knoll here. And it is his image that made the finalists of the scissor-tailed flycatcher amidst all the thistles and just that really nice red bokeh in the background and all the other elements. So this was my personal favorite of the whole birdscapes category. There's a lot to this image, and I can also 100% understand why the judges did not rate this a placement image, because there is a lot of minor things to it that could have been improved. But I would say most all of them are pretty minor. And I would say that something that I tend to like a lot is I do like an image that is simultaneously very complex yet simplified. So there's a lot of complex elements to this image. There's that red in the background that is very nice and beautiful and stands out and pops. The scissor-tailed flycatcher is obviously one element of the image. The thistles are all different elements of the image that kind of create this nice scene around it. And then you have the whole background layer, but all of it is simplified decently and there's kind of a organized chaos to it, to where it still keeps your attention on the subject, which is the scissor-tailed flycatcher. And then even when you look at a color aspect, the color's even kind of weighted because you have that color in the scissor-tailed flycatcher, but because of that reds and oranges off on the right side in the background, you even get some of that color balanced out ever so lightly. So there's this interesting visual weight between color-wise that's a little bit weighted towards the right ever so lightly, but then shapes-wise and detail-wise, you have a little bit of weight on the left because of the thistles that are more prominent on the left. So there's kind of like this chaotic organization to it, if that makes any sense, that I really like in this image, and it stands out to me a lot. So yeah, congratulations, Mark. It's a phenomenal image. I really like it. It just feels like a very solidly composed image. So yeah, thanks for submitting to our competition, Mark, and congratulations on that winning. All right, so yeah, we're going to take a quick little intermission. going to take somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. So feel free to get yourself a cup of coffee, drink a water, grab a snack, anything you might need to do really quick. Yeah, any of that good stuff. If you don't have anything to do right now, go fill out that titanium micro survey, because like I said, it takes you about 5 minutes. Be entered for a chance to win a bunch of free stuff. That is in the description, linked right below in this video. Also, check out Horn Photo. Check out some of the services that they're able to offer you, or some of the camera gear they're able to purchase through them. If you haven't already, make sure to follow our Instagram. Go over, spend some time. Go give our Instagram a follow really quick. We'll be giving updates on there in next year moving forward. You guys hopefully are already subscribed to our email list. So those are a couple of things you can be doing during this intermission if you want something to kill time with. Check out our workshops on our website if you want to take a workshop with us, all that good stuff. So thanks for joining me for the first half of this, you guys. We should have a little bit shorter of a second half, as it's going to be, I think, ever so slightly less images than we've already gone through. Then we will be wrapping up. I think we're probably actually, let's continue the game. Let's see if you guys got any updated thoughts on how long this is going to be. Right now we are 3 hours 24 minutes into the live. Let me know if you think we're going to land at 5 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours 37 minutes, whatever it may be. So let me know. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, y'all. Finish up the last bites of my chocolate chip cookie that my wife just made for me. Had to give myself a little halfway through motivation and reward, before moving forward. So protein bar, right to chocolate chip cookie afterwards. Now we're set to go. Let me know if you're in the chat. And we'll get started again. Now I'm more hungry. I love the phrasing on that. Awesome. Glad to see all you guys still here. Thank you guys for sticking around. This is always my favorite part, honestly. Once it gets this far into the recap, like all of us know, like it's been a while, it's been a minute, and seeing the people who still are here, I'm like, wow, you guys, you like genuinely, I know this kind of like sounds cheesy or whatever, but like you guys are the reason why I do this, is because I love the community that comes from this event, and I love seeing cool wildlife images. So it's just a win-win. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys sticking around. Let me check. I do see Sarah about that. Hopefully there wasn't a miss there. Yes, I do see that yours is coming up in portrait, so no worries there. So we will get to your second image. Getting this prepped over here. Sorry, those of you who were trying to fast from sweets, I just made all you guys lose your motivation. All right. Okay. Well, thank you guys for still being here. We will hop now into the behavior category. About 10 images submitted there, so not too much. And then after that, we will go into the portrait category. All right, so start off. We have an image here. This is another one by Jesse Hermanson. And, excuse me. Sorry, I really hope that's not audible on on the live. I'm trying not to at all, but okay. So we got another image of a moose here, separated from the background, foreground elements in front of it. What I do like about it is it's a kind of a unique perspective. Don't often see a perspective straight up from the bottom as it's raising its head up, so that's kind of cool. I do like that you can see the antlers also, the shapes and formations of it. I do think this image, something that could be improved about it is it could definitely use a little bit more of a pop in one way or another. The lighting feels very standard on it. It kind of feels like it's a standard captured from the side. And with its exposure, the colors are all kind of meshing together, and it's a little muddied in that sense. So it's hard for me to really grasp anything as a viewer and latch onto that and say, that's the part of this image that is phenomenal and amazing. So just considering that uniqueness factor, and then the lighting wise, like I said, because it is a little bit standard or coming from the side, it does create some of that shadowing that kind of hides some of the other parts that I would like to see very prominently in this frame, or backlit very nicely to give a rim light or some sort of lighting in that sense. So I would say the lighting angle is probably the biggest thing that's affecting this photo, along with the color all being relatively similar. So having difficulty from a color isolation standpoint or exposure isolation standpoint to really latch onto what I want to as a viewer. But yeah, still very cool image, cool pose, and like how it looks. You're on one today, Josh. And ironically, Josh, your image is the next one coming up. So we got Josh Cobb's image here of the 4 swallows. And I was trying to pick out, are these bank swallows or tree swallows? I don't remember what the feathers of them as they're in this younger stage. I don't remember what their feathers colors are. So anyways, let us know what it is in the chat. But yeah, so very cool to see your image here again. Congratulations to you, Josh, on making the finalists with this image. This is a phenomenal image, so I was not surprised at all seeing this in the finalists. I think some things I really like about it, I love the way that light is moving through this image. I love how you probably naturally, but also accentuated it a little bit in editing to kind of bring that light moving from top left corner down towards the nest box. It really focuses my attention where it should be, which is on the nest box. And then also, amidst the burst of everything, I'm glad that you were able to get a moment, capture a moment, and then choose that moment where all 4 beaks are open, almost an identical amount. It looks amazing. And because of that, it really gives like this nice symmetry, this nice, or I should say not symmetry, repetition and pattern to it that is very appealing aesthetically, but also technically makes it very sound. So yeah, I think you did a phenomenal job there. And then I do like also the slightly in focus kind of grasses around here. I think normally, like, you know, those things can be a little distracting, but because it's very gentle, it does not pull your eyes away hardly. Like, you kind of almost have to look for it. Because of that, it works really well, and it actually provides a nice balance to the nest box that weights the right side of the frame. So overall, as you can tell, I like this image a lot. I think it's a phenomenal image of these tree swallows, as I see you mentioned in the chat. In terms of things that I think could be improved, I would say this is a very tough one for me to point out because it is so technically sound. It is the artistic vision for it is great. You captured it so nicely. You edited it so nicely. I think if I were to have to give anything, I did kind of, when I first saw it, I kind of wished, and I still kind of feel that way, kind of wish I have just ever so slightly more on the right side. I mean, I'm talking marginally, so I'm talking about a very minor thing right here, but maybe like that much more. It feels like the nest box is not, it feels like it's pushed just a little bit too much up against the wall of the frame. So that would be maybe some minor improvement I would consider if I were you. But yeah, it's an amazing image. And honestly, beyond that, I don't know if I really have any other pointers I can really give you on this image. So very solid image, is amazing for what it is. I think the only thing you really could have wished for is maybe a parent coming up from the left side or something, which would have been absolutely phenomenal if you had that same beak positioning. But like, I mean, it's so great as is. I can't even say much about it. So great job on that, Josh. I do see you said here, hard shot laying on a bridge, very interesting. Yeah, it's interesting context. And yeah, I would have been curious to see what okay, bridge post was there. Okay, so I see why you didn't leave more room there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I would have liked to see that, but it makes sense why you didn't. And yeah, I would have been curious to see if you got any nice shots of the mom coming in, but it sounds like your shutter speed 1/50th. I'm assuming that was due to limitations lighting wise or something. So yeah, I'm guessing those shots didn't probably look too great with her coming in. But yeah, very cool. So congratulations on that. An awesome shot, Josh. And thanks you guys for encouraging each other in the chat. Okay. We got another one here by Thomas Deliberto. Of the hyena running by right here. With the twig in its mouth. So very cool shot here. I think you mentioned, Thomas, that this was like I forget if cub's the right word for hyenas, but a younger one. But yeah, let us know in the chat. But yeah, very cool image here. What I do like about this image is I like the behavior that's being displayed. So behavior category fits in very nicely. Love that. And yeah, I think that the subject positioning is very good. I think you did a great job of contrasting out the subject well while retaining all of the details in the brights and the shadows. I imagine since the lighting was off to the side, you had to do some work to make that look good, but you did make it look good, and I do like the results of that. In terms of something I think could be improved, I think that I can tell you did like either a masking or a vignetting that centralizes it to where it becomes brighter right around the hyena and darker on the sides. And I understand why you did it, and I don't disagree with the need to do it, but I wonder if you could have done like a subject mask or an object selection mask that would have been more natural, because right under the hyena, like you see it's much whiter here, just barely on the sides, you see it starting to fade off into the non-radial gradient there. So I wonder if there's something you could have done like that. Correct me if I'm wrong in my interpretation of that. If I am, then I'm not sure exactly what's causing that look, but I do know that that look does feel a little bit edited right there. Yeah. So anyways, that would be some thoughts there. Other small little details is just some of the small things like this one kind of coming across the face right here. Some of these ones right here across the paws, ideally in an ideal world, wouldn't have those. Although they're not too much to trumpet. It just is those little things that are going to make a difference between you being a finalist and not. And then I would also say, yeah, just generally, if you were able to get a little bit lower, I'm sure that your results would have turned out much more fantastic in this image. But also, I know if you were on a safari, usually that's not an option. So it's one of those things where the tough reality is you might not have been able to get that low to the ground, but it would have been better if you could have. So, yeah. But hope that fetch session with the hyena went well. Okay, and yeah, I see you did use a masking like I assumed there. Yeah. Even trying what Paul said, like a lot of times what I'll do, Thomas, is, and for everyone who's watching, is I'll combine multiple different types of masks. So like I'll do a subject mask and I try to do minimal things. I don't try to overdo things. So maybe I'll do a subject mask that has like a third of a stop exposed, up on the subject to darken everything around, or invert it and darken everything by a third of a stop. And then usually I'll add like a radial gradient to ever so slightly create a gradient towards focusing my viewer's eyes where I want them. That's maybe another third of a stop. So in total, I'm looking at about 2/3 stop brighter at the focal point than if I didn't mask. So hope that makes sense. But yeah, maybe even just combining different types of masks and different techniques would be good. And yeah, actually, I was hanging camera near the ground. I guess it looks like one of those shots where you're like a little bit off the ground, but you're not much off the ground. So I know that a lot of times that's what people do on safaris. So yeah, that makes sense. I would say if you could have gotten flush with the ground, it would have made a huge difference. But again, I know that is very difficult on safaris. So yeah. Cool. But yeah, thanks for being here. And like I said before, if you can't stick around to the portrait, I would love if you could do so. But yeah, have something cool to share about your sage grouse image. So, yeah. All right. Let's move on to the next image here. We got one by Terry Heaton. Terry, I saw you in the chat earlier, so thanks for being here. And actually, I feel like, yeah, you've been around since like the beginning of my own personal channel, Terry. So I think I've seen you around for quite a few years now. So happy to see you here. Very cool image you got here. I love the lighting that you captured on the wings of this bird. I think that's my favorite part of the image. I think the way that the light hits it like creates like a really nice shape to the wings, and also creates like this color in the wings that's not really evident anywhere else in the photo much. You get a little bit of that color in the water, but not too much. Like that really pulls your eyes and attention there. So cool shot here. I also like how you've balanced it out against that little, moment where it must have grabbed something out of the water or whatever it did there. So I think that was a good choice. I do think that it's a trade-off because I understand why you positioned him on that left side, because you're trying to show that behavior that he did right behind him. So I think it works. In an ideal world, it's nice if you can get both that true and get your walking space true on it, right? So leaving that empty space in front of the direction that the bird's heading. But I know that's very difficult, and it's always like a weird thing for me where I never feel happy framing things where I'm trying to show that behavior like you just did right here, but then also I know that I haven't left walking space. And I always find myself just slightly dissatisfied with that type of composition. So I understand why you did what you did, but just something to think about and maybe why it doesn't qualify as a finalist image. In terms of how you've exposed, so exposure isolation wise, I think you did a good job here, goal versus background. Something that's a very minor thing too that could have improved the image possibly is just giving a little bit more of a warm color in the goal in the shadows. And even bringing up the exposure possibly a little bit more on that, because you get that orange there, because you're exposing for the sunlight where it's hitting, you get a very cool blue in the goal, which makes that not look so white as you imagine a goal being. So that's something else I would consider, is just color correcting that and getting that corrected. And that would also help out the subject appeal in the image. So very cool image though. And thanks for submitting to the competition. And yeah, thanks for joining our contest. Very cool capture there. All right, Bruce Graner, however you pronounce the last name. I know you're in the chat here, so thanks for being here with us. We got both of your two images coming up next. So here we have, I forget how to pronounce it. Anoles or, I'm going to feel like an idiot if I say that wrong, which I probably just did. But I think it's anoles, something like that. So yeah, Bruce's image here. We got the two interacting together. So very cool behavior that you have being displayed here, Bruce. I like the behavior. I like how you chose. I imagine you took multiple frames in this image. If you did, I like the moment that you chose where their mouths are about to clamp down on each other, but they're not quite there. So you really brought us into the world of their makeout session. No, just kidding. But yeah, I do like the exact moment that you chose, because much further back might not have been quite as powerful. Too much closer in, you might not have gotten enough subject separation between the two subjects. So I like the frame you chose essentially. So I think that was good. Now in regards to what I think could be improved, so it's tough because you are photographing these very green reptiles in a whole sea of green leaves behind it. So that top one is pretty difficult for me. There's a lot going on. So not only is there a lot going on in terms of details that are distracting my eye away, but the subject just kind of also melts into all of it. So it kind of creates a little bit of tension with me as a viewer of not exactly knowing where I'm looking at what until I actually take a few seconds to digest the photo. And like I said, to mention, it just muddies a lot of it, all of it being that same color. So now I'm like forced to look off through the leaves and my eyes being drawn away from the subjects and all of that stuff. I would say that is probably the biggest thing that could be improved about the image. The bottom half of the frame I like a lot more. Like that bottom reptile on the brown, whatever it is that it's on. I believe that's like a tree limb or trunk or something. Whatever that is on, that is fantastic. So I love that. I wish the top could be different. So I think the top is really where you're going to find the most difficulties in it. Also, I imagine you shot this under like a jungle canopy or something. I am noticing that the noise and the shutter speed, shutter speed was ever so slightly blurred on the top, maybe to an acceptable amount. But actually, yeah, I would say probably just ever so slightly more blurred than I would like. And I think it hurts it on a technical aspect, is the shutter speed blur on it. But then also the noise is a little rough. And that's one of those scenarios where like, we don't like to judge for quality of gear, like I mentioned before, but this is right on the borderline where it's going to start to come into play and come into effect. So maybe considering denoising programs, if you haven't tried that already, like Topaz or DxO, can work really well. If you did try denoising, maybe try to lean into it just slightly more. But yeah, those would be some thoughts there. Okay, let's move forward to your next image, Bruce. All right, so we got the eagles being attacked by the osprey above, and pretty cool shot. Always love watching this encounter in nature when it happens. So what I would say I like about this image to start off is I do like the subject positionings. I think it's very cool how you have both eagles looking up almost the same exact way, simultaneously towards that osprey coming down. And then the osprey coming down with its talons fully spread out, beak open, ready to attack. It all looks great. In an ideal world, the osprey would follow that 90-degree closer rule where it's not facing slightly away from the camera. However, due to all the factors considered and how the eagles actually kind of wind up being the priority focus of this image, I would say that it actually makes this acceptable. It's not ideal, but it's acceptable. So I love all that about this. I love the behavior. I love the action that's being shown off here. And I think you did a great job with all of that. In regards to things that can be improved about it, I would say number one, is just, again, the clutter of the snag, which is not something you can fix. I would imagine there's not really going to be much, if any, of a better angle, maybe a slightly better angle if you're more right. I don't know what your scenario looked like, but unfortunately the snag is just, it's a little bit more cluttered than we want to see. And the eagles are low enough on it to where you are forced to compose with those cluttered elements in the shot. So that's not something you can change. It just means that unfortunately this image is going to have more difficulty competing because you do have so many cluttered elements in that image on the snag that it's on. The other thing that I would say is this image was definitely pushing those boundaries of quality again. There's a little bit of softness. Like we have this eagle, so your focus is tacked. Your focus was good. Great job of capturing your focus. I think simply because of the distance, possibly due to the softness of your lens, or maybe even the resolution, depending on how much you cropped in, it does get quite soft and hazy, even into the second eagle down here as I look in close to it, into this cluttered background right here, or the osprey itself is a little bit soft too. So I would say image quality is probably the other big thing on a technical aspect that is a little tough here. And again, we don't like to judge for image quality, but at a certain point, we do have to take it into account. And so yeah, I'm not sure what your setup looks like, but I would possibly consider getting something just a little bit better if that is something that you find holding yourself back. Yeah, very cool image, very cool action that you see here, very cool behavior. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us here today, Bruce. Appreciate you being a part of this competition. All right, so let's move forward to Jonathan Gillingham, who I believe he was a winner in a previous year, actually, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that was, it's been a long time, but I think he won like our second year, one of the placements, not a first place, but one of the placements. But yeah, Jonathan's image here. The one in this behavior category is this, I believe it was caribou. I think it was caribou, he said, swimming away across a river. And what I think could be improved about this image is this is, I think, just the cardinal rule of subject engagement. Like this image would be completely different if the subject was facing towards the camera. Would be a drastically better shot. Still has some things that could be improved about it for sure. But it would definitely be improved quite a lot. Because the subject is facing away, as a viewer, I don't feel a connection with the subject. I feel like the subject is out doing its own thing and it has no sort of interaction with me as a viewer. So you always want to make it to where you feel like you're connected with that subject and you are almost like in a relationship with it as you view that photo. Some things I do think are done well is I think the rim lighting is just phenomenal on these, on the antlers. Like the way that it just kind of perfectly glinted all the rim and the edges. It just looks phenomenal. So I have no complaints on that. And lighting wise, it is very well done. The backlighting is near perfect on it. And so I like all that. Think you did a good job of getting pretty down low to the ground, to the water. If you could have gotten like 2 inches lower, probably would have made a drastic difference as well, 2-3 inches. But I understand the limitations sometimes there. And your background wasn't bad either. I would say that, again, the subject positioning is probably the biggest thing hurting this image. So, yeah, very cool capture, Jonathan. And thanks for entering our competition. All right. So moving forward, we have this image here by Kurt Regenius. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that last name right. But this image here by Kurt in our behavior category. And this image of the fox and kit here. And yeah, very cool image here. Very cool behavior being captured. I like the action being shown. And I think he did a good job of getting pretty down low and close to the ground. Some things that I think could have paid off to make a better image in this one is while the adult fox is captured at a good angle, the kit is not. Like, I'm not seeing any of the face in the kit. All the key parts of the kit that I want to see, I'm not seeing here. So just maybe having waited for a different pose when that younger fox is in a different position, whatever it may be, that will pay off in dividends in terms of subject engagement. Because right now it feels like I'm only actually viewing one subject, and the other subject almost feels like an obstacle that I have to look over to try to see the subject that I really want to see. So if you are going for a dual subject exposure like this, trying to make sure that you get good engagement with both the subjects is important. Now, beyond that, I would say this image also feels like it could use a little bit more saturation from an editing aspect. So I would love to see a little bit more color brought back into this image. In the fox, I want to see that detail color of the fur, but also even in the grass, it feels barely undersaturated. I wouldn't say the grass is too much undersaturated, but it could even afford a little bit more there. But yeah, so I would say those are probably some of the biggest tips I could give about this image, and those things would really help to improve it. So thanks for submitting to our competition, Kurt, and appreciate you. Seeing here in the chat from Mike, but I thought it went through on my computer. Watched Birdscape portion, did not see my photo reviewed. Yeah, sorry about that, Mike. I'm not sure what happened. Somehow when you submitted the form, it must not have worked out correctly. What I'll do, because it takes me a while to find your image, so I don't want to waste everyone's time here right now going through that. But what I can do for you is if you do want to stick around till the end of this recap, we're about to finish the behavior and then we just have the portrait category to go through next. If you want to stick around through the end of the portrait category, feel free to, and I'll go ahead and try to find your image and I'll review that for you live here. So, but just for the sake of everyone else's time and respecting their time, just want to make sure that we don't, we do that at appropriate time. So feel free to stick around if so. And at the end, just remind me as we're wrapping up our portrait category, remind me in the chat because I might forget. Remind me in the chat and I'll look for your image. All right. So 2 more images left in behavior. We got one here by Dwayne Hannibal. And this was an awesome image here of a bald eagle catching a fish. And this image, I remember as I was looking at it, did almost make our finalists, did not quite though. But yeah, phenomenal image. I think something that I do like about this image is the texture and the contrast is just amazing. Like it really stands out. It pops very well. Every little detail and feather of that bird is just beautifully done. And the fish itself is also very nicely captured. So subject engagement, the texture, the details of this photograph are all very good. And it's a very good shot in that way. What I would say could be improved about it is I really wish I had more context of the wings here. Personally, I'm not a big fan of these wings being cut off where they are. I can also see the vision for it, but I think you almost even have to commit even more, almost like this type of a crop if you're going to cut out those wings, because wings are such an important aspect of birds. Like you either really got to fully commit to cropping them out or you gotta leave them in. And in my opinion, this is a little bit weird of a middle. Like the wing would have ended like probably about here, I would imagine, if you left it going. So like it's cutting it off right before it needs to be cut off. Same thing over here. Probably, if you gave it a little bit more, it wouldn't have been cut off. So not sure what your reasons for cropping this close up were, but yeah, I would either fully commit to the close up, something like that, like I was saying, where it's just all the powers in the body of the bird, the talons and the fish. Or I would have gone for a little bit wider to include those wings. So I would say that's the biggest thing in my opinion that could be improved. The other thing is just the background is a little bit average. So that is probably a reason why I didn't quite make the finals. It's just your typical, ripples in the water, green, water reflected from the trees in the background. There's nothing that stands out in the background. So So yeah, the background's not clean enough to be minimalist, but it's not enough to actually add scene to the image. So that would be some feedback there, but very cool shot still. And yeah, super cool to see. I'm sure this was an amazing moment. Yeah. Appreciate you submitting to our competition. And we got Jenny Hommel once again. If Jenny, you're still in the chat. We got your image here of the killdeer putting on its broken wing display. So here with the killdeer, yeah, what I do like about this image is I do like how you're able to capture it with the orange kind of tail fanned out, and I love that color. I do think, though, interestingly, while that is what I like about this image, it is also kind of the thing that almost like pulls, like, is the most, how do I say it, the toughest part about this image, because you have focus on the eye and on the head, and rightfully so. But then also at the same time, from a color aspect, my eyes just want to stay on that tail because the tail's the coolest part. So it's almost as if you want the focus to be on the tail. So I think it's one of those few scenarios where I actually want more of the depth of field in focus. I want more in focus rather than less, which is very rare for me to say. I do not like that typically, but I actually want more in this scenario rather than less. And then also I would say that compositionally, you could probably go more towards, sorry about that. You could probably go more towards something that's a square crop like this. Maybe if you have a little bit more on the top and bottom, I know that it's not it might chop off a little bit. If you have a little bit more on the top and bottom, it might work out. But yeah, so maybe considering a different composition, as the left side of this is just a little bit empty right now without much of a purpose. So yeah, I would say consider all of those things. But in terms of editing, you did a good job editing out that contrast from a color and exposure standpoint. So you did good there. And again, like with the fact that your focus is on the eye, very nice and tack sharp. So no complaints there. But yeah, so those would be some feedback. That would be some feedback on what I would say could be improved about it. All right. So that wraps up our behavior category. And we'll get to the winner of that. All right, what time is it? 4 hours, 7 minutes. Think we can get it done before 6 hours. We'll see. All right. So for the behavior images, in terms of who's going to be winning that print. So sponsored once again by Horn Photo, giving away that professional large size print to my personal favorite in the behavior category today. So we do have one image that I'm going to show here because it was my favorite and it would have been my choice, but it did win a prize already, an award already. So because of that, we'll be giving it to my second place choice. But I did still want to show it. And winning image would have been Chris Luckenbach's image here of the two grizzly bears surrounded by the circles of salmon. I thought this image was just absolutely phenomenal. Actually, out of all the images I saw when people entered this competition, I think this was the one that stunned me the most just because of the uniqueness of it and how well it displays that behavior so well, not only of the bears, but also of the salmon and their behavior. So it's like this beautiful, you're getting the behaviors between these two subjects and their relationship to each other in this image. And then also the perspective is just very unique. You never see this type of perspective. When you're looking at grizzly bear photos. So I love the perspective of it. And then in terms of editing, I thought it was beautiful from the colors of it to the exposure of it. I did think that, I can't remember which judge it was, but one of the judges did have some very good points about the composition of it and how it could have been slightly recomposed to be a little bit better. And I would agree with that. But I think it's still powerful enough of an image to where it would have been my personal favorite in the behavior category. So yeah, congratulations, Chris, on that. And yeah, I think it's a phenomenal image once again. So So yeah, and yeah, like Matt said, if I remember correctly, yeah, Chris was saying that he took it from an embankment up a hill. All right, so now let's move into our winner for the behavior category. My second place choice and the one winning the Horn Photo Professional Print is going to make this person really happy. This would be Josh Cobb. So, Josh Cobb, congratulations with your image of the 4 tree swallows. Your 4 tree swallows in the nesting box, waiting for that parent to come up. I loved this image. As you could tell during my critique earlier, there is very little I would say that you could improve about this image. It is just so technically sound, almost perfect technically, like almost as close as you can get to technically perfect. But also just aesthetically, artistically, it is beautiful how you've represented light in this image. The colors are all nice and vivid without being overdone. And the lineup of those 4 baby birds is just to die for. It's a beautiful behavior that you've been able to capture. And you've done it in a way that just looks absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, congratulations, Josh, on that win. I'm glad you were here in the chat today to be able to join us and see that. But yeah, I will be in contact with you over email in terms of getting you your print and getting that sent over to you. So, yeah, thanks you guys for encouraging him in the chat too. Really appreciated you guys all today giving that feedback. Yeah, not surprised at all. I think if I remember right, Matt, you said during the live competition that this was your favorite in the category too. So yeah, it's an amazing shot. And I know popular vote, you were like right behind the winner too. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers to see, but I know you were like right there. But yeah. All right, cool. So we'll be moving forward and getting to the last of it for our very last category. All right, the portrait category of the Wilder photo competition. While I'm loading this up, any other, how would you guys, I guess here's a good question for you. Let me know in the chat. Let's see, there's, really quick, I see that comment. There's 37 photos in the portrait category. So by far the most. So this will take us the longest to get through. But yeah, let me know in the chat while I'm loading them up. Let me know how you guys, what you guys, I guess what your experience has been as the Wilder photo competition has evolved, gotten bigger every year. We've changed a lot and continued to try to grow. Let me know if you've been enjoying a lot of the changes, adding on those new categories, changing up the prizes, or even just changing the processes of anything. So let me know any thoughts that you guys have, any things that you think could be possibly considered for improvement, or just things that you have appreciated that we've changed. That way I can kind of understand from your guys' perspective any of that. Alrighty. Get a drink here before we start. Back's starting to hurt. Yeah, every year around like the 3-4 hour mark, my back starts to hurt because it's like hunched over the whole time. Thanks for your feedback, Thomas. And the one thing that I hear the most from everyone too, and why they like this competition, why they enter it, is the feedback. And so, yeah, that's why I don't see myself, for the future being at least, for many, many years to come, dropping this recap ever, because it's so important to me that this is a part of that competition. I mean, and it's very unique. There's no other competition in the world that I am aware of that does this. So, so I'm glad that is what's valued a lot by you guys. Yeah, 10-hour recap was too long. All right. Yeah, struggling to pick two is tough. And hopefully we could do two next year also. Might have to pull it back to one. We'll see how many submissions we get. But eventually I do see a day where we're going to have to pull it back to one. And then eventually, maybe 4 or 5 years down the line, I see a day where we're going to have to split the recap up into multiple days because it's not going to be able to be done in one day. So, all right. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Thanks for your feedback, guys. We'll start going into all this, and if there's anything else that pops up, I'll take a look at it. So, our last category, portrait category. Starting off, we have our image here by Andrew Glasser of the swan. I can't remember if this is tundra or trumpeter swan floating out on the lake. What I do like about this image is I think the subject positioning is very nice and elegant, matches the vibe of the swan very well. So I think that was done well. And I do like how the blues are very nice and colorful, vivid, as well as like the orange tint on the swan and going down into that white body. So I think your colors were really well done here, Andrew. Whew. Sorry. I think the colors were really well done here. The bokeh's also very nice. However, I would say that because you are a little bit above the water, and by the time it gets to the bokeh above, it does feel like there's like, it's almost like two different images that you're kind of trying to mesh together. And so in my opinion, I kind of would like to either see this cropped in really tight like this and really commit to the portrait aspect. You are submitting it to the portrait category after all, and just focus on the swan, because this is just a little bit too much space, in my opinion, to really keep your attention as a portrait image. And not to mention that a lot of it is kind of dead. The bokeh looks nice, but then you have all this middle ground that's kind of empty in a way, but not empty because of the texture of the ripples. So I would say readjusting your crop would do you wonders here. But it's a good vision, and I see what you were going for. I think it could just be a little bit improved. So yeah. So, yeah, thanks for submitting to our competition. And yeah, Ridge Runner Man, I forgot your name. I know you were one of the images that popped up before, but I don't know. I am considering that twice a year. Once a month is very unfeasible at this point with how much work it takes me. But yeah, I don't know. I have considered that eventually at some point, Leon, and I also remember short O, probably pronouncing that wrong still, apologize on that. But yeah, someday I do vision, maybe after you're 10 or something, like having a process down and being able to hire someone out to where I can actually have the help needed and everything, to where it could be something like there's a monthly version as well as an annual version or something. So I'm not sure what that looks like. Has just been mere thoughts at this moment, but good to hear that you would appreciate that as well. All right, let's move forward. We got one more image here by Andrew Glasser. And we got the bison trudging through the grasslands. This cool image here. So something I do like about this image, all the colors are really nice and vivid about it. I think the colors were edited very nicely. As well as I think there's a nice scene going on in the background. However, if I were to think about something that could be improved in this image, I think the left side of the image, this just kind of becomes a distraction. The bison itself and the background and even the beginning of the foreground right beneath it is not bad. So most of this is all good here. But once you start to get off to that left, now my eyes are just being pulled towards that bush, and it's competing for attention with the bison. Not to mention that also it is a little further to the left into the frame that I would like. So if you're looking in the aspect of Border Patrol, it kind of feels like you're a little bit too close to the edge to where it doesn't feel like there's enough context there, but still too much, and it's distracting. So I would say probably just pulling it to more of like that type of a crop, like I said, or even possibly considering like a portrait style like that might be helpful as well. So yeah, some different thoughts there. But overall, very cool image. Color's great on it. Like I said, exposure's great. Like those aspects of the editing are very good. And even the positioning of the bison is very cool and very powerful. So yeah. Yeah, and like Matt said, good subject separation from the background, but enough detail in the background to where it's nice to see. So, yeah, and then Hoke, Monokurobu Hokan, that username tag. I would say it's just something that's been being thrown out there, and if you have some perspectives on it, like I shared before, I would love if you could email me your perspectives on why you feel like that would not be beneficial for the competition, or so on and so forth. So I'm trying to consider all the options. And yes, to provide clarity on that, like Matt said, amateur just means you don't make money doing it, but it doesn't mean new photographers is still only going to be open for 2 years or less. Very much so beginner wildlife photographers. Amateurs would be open to much more photographers, but not to professionals. Professionals would be defined as someone who makes money doing their wildlife photography, specifically $600. Probably the threshold would be $600 because that's the legal representation here in the United States, but maybe we'll consider a higher amount. But a certain amount of dollars or more a year would consider you a professional. Okay, moving forward, we have this image here by Eric Smith of the black bear in this very vignetted image. Nice up close and personal. So very cool to see this shot. I do like the vision of what you were going for. I think I've always found black bears for some reason very difficult to compose at super tight portrait shots because they're so chubby. And like it's hard to get a very nice framed image where they're not kind of taking up the width, but also taking up the verticality of it. So I don't know if that makes sense what I just shared. I'm trying to word that correctly, but I don't even feel like I worded that very nicely. But anyways, all that to say that what I do like about this image is I do like how the color in this image only comes from the eyes and the nose. I think that was a good move there, and making sure to keep it very nice and isolated that way. Even if I'm not sure if you had to do any detinting to the fur itself, like the black fur, but if you did, I think that was a good move. So I like that. I like the image a lot in that aspect. I do think that the vignetting is a little bit heavy. I would pull back a little bit on the vignetting to improve this image. And then as well as the goal of this image, it looks like it's going for a center framing composition, which I would agree with. But if you're doing that, I would just be careful in making sure that you are balancing out that center frame correctly. It feels a little bit like it should be shifted to the right, in my opinion, and possibly shifted the smallest bit, I would say upwards, considering that the forehead is prominent enough to give some weight to the image. But overall, just shifting it a little bit, I would say would do a lot for this image. So yeah. Yeah, pretty cool image though. So good job here, Eric, and thanks for entering our competition. Just reading through the comments real quick. Yeah, awesome. And also, yeah, I was pleasantly surprised with how much detail and everything you have here. You must have been very close up and personal with this black bear. So, or you have a very, very nice 10K plus prime lens. So looking at one of the comments there about the rarity of the species, and do judges take that into account? So the answer to that is that to a certain extent, yes, but also no. Like ultimately the judges are trying to judge. So they are told they are told to judge based off of other criteria that has nothing to do with the subject itself. So they're told to judge based off aesthetic, off of story being represented, off of technical aspects, all of those factors. But with that being said, sometimes there is a certain level of understanding that like certain subjects are going to be more difficult to get in certain scenarios. So with that being said, sometimes the judges do it makes an image a little bit more appealing or less appealing because of that. But there has been very phenomenal images that have won a very common species, and the opposite is true as well. So for example, like one good example is Audubon Photography Awards. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. The grand prize winning image, which is a competition that receives tens of thousands of submissions, the grand prize winning image was an image of a rock pigeon. So can't get much more common than that. So judges, the goal is that the judges don't judge based off subjects, but sometimes subjects do have a little bit of interaction with the score of the judging. So hope that helps. And I see that you're here in the chat, Eric. Yeah, I imagine that was probably a very amazing experience. And it is always hard to convey that experience. I have had my own encounter with a black bear that was like 5 feet away, which I will never forget and surprised the heck out of me. It scared the heck out of me, but was also thrilling at the same time, but no photos of that situation. So totally understand. All right. So I believe Paul Zimmer's here in the chat still. We do have Paul Zimmer's images coming up here next. So Paul Zimmer did place 3rd, I believe, in our macro category, if I'm not mistaken on the name. So yeah, congrats, Paul, on placing 3rd in the live competition the other weekend. So that was an awesome image you submitted there with those red flower petals and the bee in it. That was very cool. So in regards to your images here, your rabbit image, first of all, I really like the creativity of this image. I like how you really intentionally played with light in this image to really focus on how it's shining backlit through the ears of this rabbit. It's a very well done image. And then how the nose is all almost like disappeared there, but then you're catching that light on the sides of the cheeks and all that. So lighting on the rabbit is phenomenal. I would argue to say that it's pretty much near perfect for what you are trying to go for stylistically. So no complaints on that. And how you capture the subject also was very technically sound. Focus is perfectly sharp on the ears and the eyes where you want it to be. By the back of the body, it starts to fade, which is good. So in regards to what could be improved, I think, and your even ground level here, I think unfortunately the reality is that while the lighting was amazing in this scenario, the background is just a little bit too much. And because of how you've backlit it so perfectly with the rim light and all that good stuff, if you were to choose any other angle, I'm sure that the lighting would not have been as good. So it's not even like adjusting your positioning would have done you better here. I think you just simply don't have the rabbit in the right spot to be able to capture the image that you were looking for and for it to compete at the highest levels, right? This is still a very good image, but it might not be finalist worthy because of that. The twigs in the background and the distractions. I would say that it's still, like I said, a good image because there is enough repetition in the background with how the twigs are all bending to where it almost falls into a very uniform pattern, but it's not quite enough to where it can be considered a very nicely uniform pattern, which again is the reason for the distraction. So overall, though, very cool image. Again, I love the lighting, and I think you did a phenomenal job on that lighting. And yeah, congratulations on that image, and thank you for submitting to our competition. I'm just reading through the comments real quick. Yep, cool. All good stuff there. So we got one more here by Paul. And Paul's image here of is this a jaguar or a leopard, Paul? Let us know. Making his way, big cat, making his way through the limbs. For this one, so what I do like about it, very prominent face, eyes, looks really cool and captivating in that sense. In regards to this one, I would really say along the same lines of the rabbit, but actually more intensely so. In this one, you did mention this was a leopard. Cool. Is that while this subject is super exciting, it's cool to see, and, it's an exciting moment. The unfortunate reality is that this is a very cluttered scenario. He's jumping through some hoops, with all those sticks. The stick on the top right is covering part of his body. These sticks right here are kind of cutting off his legs right there. If you were to have any single one of these sticks that he's stepping over, it might have been enough to justify showing off like that kind of motion, behavior, how he steps through the jungle. But the fact that there's a couple of them, it no longer starts. All right, I swear at some point we're going to run out of batteries. Sorry about that, you guys. Okay, just reading through the comments real quick. So back to Paul Zimmer's image. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Like that is why he's positioned the way he is. I would say if you have to choose one, just judging from the perspective of judges and professional wildlife photographers, I would say more often than not, a more ordinary pose with less distractions in it is going to do better than a very unique pose like this with the leopard and all these different elements distracting the frame. So that would be my opinion there. But I get it. Like you wanted to show that how he's weaving through that, and that makes sense. If there was some way where you could do it incredibly cleanly, where like those branches don't become distracting. Like let's say hypothetically, you're able to get some leaves up in the top right corner that kind of like gave some nice foreground blur and it's just barely not cutting into the leopard back. And same thing on this side, you get some leaves and then just like a single stick that's showing here that he's stepping over, something like that. We're talking about a lot of ideals there, but for competition worthy images, those are the things you're looking for. So yeah, it's a fantastic image and I love that. But I think that's the biggest thing about it. Also, I would say the vignetting in a similar regards to what I was mentioning to someone before. I can't remember whose name that was. But masking wise, the vignette is a little heavy, and is very clearly post-processed. I would consider using a couple different combinations of less intense masking to still focus people's eyes down to the leopard eyes and face while not making it so obvious that it's just a simple vignette or something like that. So yeah, those would be some thoughts in terms of what could be improved there. So yeah. Yeah, and ultimately, I'm looking at your comment right now. Sometimes it's just, you got to get those cleaner environments or you really have to work for the cluttered environments. Like jungle photography in particular, for example, is like one of those things where like it's very admirable when people can get good shots in the jungle because it's so hard to, because there's so much clutter in the jungle. So anyways, but yeah, thank you for being here, Paul. Thanks for submitting to our competition. And again, congratulations on your third place placement. All right, we got Joe Bryant here. He's in the chat earlier, but I saw he said he left because he was in Thailand or something. Very cool image here of a lizard, submitted to the portrait category. And what I love about this image is I really, really like the color contrast between the blue and the green background. It just looks absolutely phenomenal. That color contrast is amazing. The subject itself just has so much detail and color in it. And on a technical aspect, this image is razor sharp. I mean, you can zoom in for miles and it's still perfectly sharp where you want it to be and fades very nicely into the body. Also, the tree trunk that it's on, I really like the texture of that tree trunk. Texture of the tree trunk is great. Looks very good. And I love all those aspects of the image. Now, and then in regards to the composition, the biggest thing that I would say is hurting this image is probably right off on the right side. You got that little strip on the right side next to the border that is that's different color than the rest of the background, and so it just pulls your eye a little bit there. So again, when we're talking about border patrol, that's kind of what we're looking for there. And it's hard because I understand if this was the only angle you had, you also don't want to push up the crop too close to the nose. I would argue you might still have enough there to where it doesn't feel wrong. So I would say still go for it, still crop in a little bit like that if you can. However, I also could understand an argument to not want to do that because you are framed really nicely on a right thirds here. So even better yet would have been if live in the moment you could have positioned yourself probably 3 to 4 inches to the right. I'm sure you, unless there was something weird back behind this tree I don't see, you probably would have gotten a beautiful green uniform background across the whole thing. Honestly, I think that's probably why I did not make the finals, is because of this little thing here. And the portrait category does have 300 and whatever it was, 26 images submitted or whatever. And so we have it's very highly competitive. This is amazing image, almost finalist worthy, barely missed it probably. So good shot, Joe. Phenomenal shot, and really like this image and the subject here. Yeah, just pops and works like Josh said. All right. Okay. And cool. Yeah, seeing your comment there, MMD. And yeah, that's totally like, at the end of the day, like I've said before, it's photography, and photography is subjective to a certain extent. You can't deny that. And so the reality is that like some people are going to like images that some don't. And to a certain extent, a lot of photographers tend to agree on some basic fundamental rules and all of that. There is also an aspect where there is a general consensus of like what makes a good image, but at the end of the day, it also is subjective. So it's completely your right in your opinion to disagree with them. But it is also helpful, like if you consider, usually the pros are very good at what they do and they have lots of years of experience typically. And so sometimes as a beginner or in earlier days, you don't see things that other people have been doing it longer might see, just simply experience wise, right? Like if you are a woodsmith, you'll encounter many more scenarios of how to fix a certain type of problem or create a certain type of woodcraft than someone who has just been doing it for a year. So your experience and understanding how to go about that will be dramatically, you'll have a dramatically deeper portfolio of knowledge to pull from. So it is always good to keep that into account. If you do disagree, also maybe asking yourself that question of why do I disagree? Is it like, can I really put words to why I disagree? Or is it just like, I don't like it or I do like it? And ask, why are those judges doing that? And that is why we do the live competition, is so that you guys can see that process and why we do this recap. So you can see some professionals' thoughts. That way you can hopefully gain some insight from it and see, like, consider some other factors you may not have considered in the past. So anyways, I just share that all just to, hopefully encourage some of you guys in terms of how you view wildlife photography and to grow yourselves. All right, we got this next one by Danielle Rocket. So yeah, we got this, I forget, rock skipper penguin, something like that. Some type of penguin, and very cool image. I like the subject kind of pose and positioning here. If I were to give something that could be improved about this image, I do think that it's kind of weird. It feels off balance, even if it wasn't shot off balance in real life, because of the angle that you're approaching it on the shore and the way that that kind of water line progresses through the image. And then the rest of the waves are kind of tilted to the left. And even the body of the penguin is tilted to the left. It feels a little bit off kilter. So even though there is no technical horizon line in this image, I would consider rotating this image a little bit more to where it feels like the horizon line is a little bit more correct in it. I would say that's one technical minor thing, but it does pay off a lot. If you could correct that, I think that would help. And then another aspect I would say is that it's hard to say what is like the real big feature of this image, because the subject, yes, it's a pretty subject. It's a cool subject, but in and of itself, it's not quite powerful enough to take a finalist placement. And the background, everything around it is very just gray, drab, single exposure. There's not much to it. So it kind of lacks a little bit of that pop at the end of the day. So yeah, it's a very cool image. Probably was an amazing encounter and very cool to see. But those are some things that maybe could have helped it in regards to finalist placement. So good job with that shot, Danielle. Moving forward, we have Scott Waddell with his finalist placement, actually, of the egret taking off out of the marsh. So this was a very fantastic shot here. Yeah, very well deserved placement here in third place. What I like about this image is the backlighting on the wings. Love how the light comes through the wings and how it's not overpowering, doesn't blow out any of the feather detail, but it really accents it and gives it a lot of color and vibrancy to it. Also the symmetry, not only of the bird, but of the scene around it. So the whole image as a whole is very nice and symmetrical. I think the square crop on this one works really well with how all of that symmetry comes into play with one another. And the motion of that bird taking off out of the water, the way the way its feet are just pointed down and you got those mud droplets coming off, it all just pays off to show a very nice behavior of it lifting out of the water. And it's all done in a style that is very portrait-esque. So it's very good in that way. If I had to give one thing that I think could be improved about this image, I do think that I wish there was a little bit more color dynamic in it. To me, it could feel just ever so slightly flat color-wise, and I wish I got a little bit more color in one way or another. It feels a little bit just too brown to me, if I'm to give it a color. But yeah, besides that though, the exposure is phenomenal, the composition is phenomenal, so it makes total sense why I did win. But that would be probably one of the only things I could consider would make it much of a better shot, in my opinion. All right. Moving forward, we got this image here by Dick Gold. Image of, I believe this is a ruffed grouse, if I remember correctly. And very close-up, tight image on this grouse here. And very cool shot. What I do like about it is that, and I saw, I'll just say what I do like about it is that the eye, technically, in regards to focus, I love how the eye's in focus, and already you could tell it was a very close shot because already by the time you get into the top of the feathers on the head, it's already pretty dramatically out of focus. So very interesting shot that pulls you right in. The focus of the eye and the focus of the beak really keeps your attention on those parts, which is very cool. And then also I even like how there's kind of like this duality in the image where you have like this brown background on the bottom and the green background on top. And it kind of gives like this nice duotone background to the image. That's nice and moody as well. Now, what I think could be improved about it, I would give 2 pointers here. Number one, the lighting is pretty harsh and it's acceptable because it does cut off right behind the eye, but it's not ideal. And I definitely can understand how the lighting is probably contributing to why this image would not make a finalist placement. The other thing, the other thing is because the head feathers are tufted up, unfortunately they became cropped out, and I understand that this is trying to go for a center framing, and if those head feathers would have been down, it would have worked. And it's kind of cool that the head feathers are up because the head feathers look very nice when they're puffed up like that. However, at the same time, it does lead to them being cut off, and so it kind of makes you feel like you don't know where that top of the feathers ends, and you want to see more of that as a viewer. So that would be the biggest thing, is just I would personally crop this a little wider, leave it a little bit wider. That way you don't cut off the top of that head, as that's one big thing that's going to definitely ding you a few points by the judges. But yeah, beyond that, very cool image. And cool to see the shot. Bird I've been wanting to get myself. Looking at through the comments real quick. Yeah, as Josh said, those missing the top feathers. But yeah, cool. All right, moving back. Josh Cobb's image here. Wren amongst all the grasses there. So Josh Cobb in the chat again. Thanks for being here. So on this image, again, I like your use of light. I like how you edit light, even considering, so I will say this, I don't think in terms of time of day, it is a little harsh, but considering how harsh it is, I do like how you edit your light. Your light looks still very good, and I think you make the most of it, even knowing that this is a harsh lighting scenario. But if possible, I would always recommend get out a little earlier or go out a little later, depending if it's sunrise or sunset. Try to get these shots in better lighting if you can. Your tree swallow lighting was phenomenal, because either it was cloudy or you were in the shade or whatever the case was there. This one, because you are getting those harsh shadows, that is something to keep in mind. What I do like about it, I do like how uniform the image is with the greenery, all of that. I think in terms of things that could be improved, so like I said, the time of day, but then also I would say there is quite a bit going on here. And while a decent amount of the grass stalks are all framed vertically and moving up vertically as a line, there is also a decent amount that are crisscrossing. So unfortunately, unless you can find a scenario in these grasses where you are either like really everything's crisscrossing every direction, it's very patterned, almost like a cross stitch pattern, or unless you can find things where it's all the same direction. If you even have 2 or 3 little stalks that are out of position, it can often kind of pull your eyes away and ruin that repetition, therefore creating a more distracting image. So that would be the biggest thing that I would say could be improved about this image. It's just all the different elements there. But yeah. Yeah, place can't be done in the best light. I'm assuming you mean you don't have access to it at a certain time of day or whatever. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, that is just one of those scenarios where maybe it'll be, a nice image for you to like, but you'll just have to keep that in mind in terms of what do you submit to a competition, submitting your best, but yeah, yeah, that is the worst, Matt. Like you said, places that open at 10 and close at 4. Like most people, it doesn't matter, but as photographers, you're just like, oh, yeah, that's the most frustrating. Yeah, like a lot of the wildlife refuges around me, they don't open till like an hour after sunrise. And it's like, well, there goes all my good photography opportunities. So I guess I'm confined to sunset, which usually there's not as many birds out. So it's frustrating. But also, understand why they do what they do. All right, Anna Ferreira. With her image here of the bat, I forget she said the name of the bat it was, species to me, but yeah, very cool image here. What I do like about this image is it's very nice and intimate. It pulls me right in, it sucks me right in, whether that be through the exposure around the bat, kind of just focuses me in on the point that I really need to be seeing right here, which is the bat, or the part of the rock that it's hanging from, and just a very cool image overall. I also like how you kind of have the direction of light being shown here, even by the way that the shadows are being casted back here. So pretty cool. In terms of things, and technically sound too, incredibly sharp, could crop in for days on that. In terms of things that I think could be improved, I do feel like there's a little bit more space than I know what to do with in this image, because this rock, so I would say you have 1 or 2 ways you could go about this image. You could either go about cropping in more, because this rock kind of pulls my attention up this way. And because it pulls my attention up this way with how bright it is, cropping in more to something like that where you still have the rock, but you don't have too much of it, can be beneficial. And also has the added benefit of it just really focuses you in on that subject. Now, the other way I would say you could go about it is giving more masking that kind of gives like a light vignette around it, maybe a subject inverted mask that kind of keeps the attention a little bit more on the subject. Different things like that you can also do to help focus you in on the subject. Because ultimately, I think there's a little bit more space than we know what to do with in this image as we're viewing it as a viewer. There's only a couple parts of this frame that are really valuable for us viewers to be looking at, and a lot of it is kind of just wasted space. So I would say that would be the thing to consider, because it's a very good capture in a lot of ways and the light's awesome in it, but I think that is the thing that's going to be hurting you the most. Thank you for submitting to our competition though. Appreciate that, Anna, and yeah, very cool shot. All right, so let's move forward. Yeah, we don't see bats hardly ever. I think we've only seen bats like from one other person in the past. So I wish we did see more bats. All right, we got one by Derek Smith here of a red-backed salamander, I believe it was. And very cool image of him approaching the camera. I love the depth of field fade from the eyes to the back of the salamander. It gives the idea of that skinniness of the salamander and the length of it. So I think that's really cool about this shot. So very good capture in that regards. I think if I was to look for two things that could be improved on it, the two things that I would say, number one, unfortunately, that background really meshes into the subject, the color of the subject. If there was a way you could either mask that and just slightly pull it off, or, you know, choose a different background as you were shooting, wait for a different moment for him to move to something else. I don't know what the scene looked like, but that would be one thing that I would say could help, because the back kind of just almost fades into like this big fat blob of background rather than just more cutting off the salamander where you really want to see him. So that would be one thing I could share about that. The other thing I would say is that the bottom part of the frame where he is overexposed pretty brightly. Hopefully that's something you could fix in editing. I'm imagining you could. I think this is something that could just be edited a little bit better. Really pull back those highlights, maybe play with that tone curve to get that specific part a little bit dampened in terms of how bright it is, while still keeping contrast in it. But I'm not sure. Possibly that was just actually shot too bright in camera to a point where you can't really recover it properly. But I believe that is recoverable. So that would be my biggest recommendations there in terms of things to improve. But yeah, very cool image. And thanks for submitting to our competition. All right. So let's move forward into Aaron Whiteaway's image of a backlit Canada goose. So, and it's breath. So very cool capture. I am a sucker for breath of wildlife captures. So I love that you're able to capture that, Aaron. And yeah, good job positioning yourself in the correct position to get a shot like this. The technicals here, the knowledge as you're taking the shot is solid. So good job on that and getting yourself in the right scenario. In terms of things I think could be improved, I would say the yellow looks a little pastel-y, like I mentioned before with one of the other photographers. Is that the yellows look a little bit overdone. They look a little bit too heavily saturated or a little bit too deep of a yellow, to where it looks almost like a crayon. Typically you want your yellows to be vivid, but you want them to be a little bit more light and airy so that they feel right. Or if you're going with a deeper yellow, almost lean towards orange, as that's going to feel a lot more natural and look more natural as it would be out in nature. So those are some things to consider, is that coloring right there. And then as well as I do think that you could have afforded a little bit more foreground possibly, so you don't have to cut off the bird so close to the bottom of the frame, and maybe just a tad bit less sky. Although actually I wouldn't say that, because then you're going to push too close to the ridges. So I would say just pull that crop down a little bit on the bottom if you do have the room for it, to where you have a little bit more room in the foreground leading up to that. So those would be some tips in terms of what I think could be improved. But very cool image, and thank you for submitting to our competition. And on a side note in that regard, I would say that I would really say that it's important. Sometimes it can be overlooked how important it is to get a good monitor that reads the colors well for the colors and the exposure, the luma, well for your images. So I would say that is a worthwhile investment for everyone who's a wildlife photographer, getting a good monitor that you can do. I have one monitor specifically that I dedicate to all my photo editing. That way that monitor is uniform across every image that I do, and it's 99% RGB rated and all of that good stuff. So you want to make sure that those colors do accurately represent themselves, because also sometimes it may not even be your fault. You may be thinking, if you are editing with a little bit of a lower color accuracy monitor for RGB color space, you may be thinking, oh, that's the right color, that looks good. But then when you pull it into a different monitor, it might look completely different. So that is one tough thing. Yeah, as even Matt said. Yeah, and even as MJ said too, it doesn't even have to be the most expensive. You can work on calibrating it if you have a color calibrating device or software. So that is another way you can go about it. Although at the end of the day, there still will be differences. So I would say, yes, MJ, that is totally correct. That will be a great step forward. But the most native you can get that monitor to look straight out of it, and then do small color calibrations from there, is going to get you best chances. Because, for example, an LCD screen from a cheap monitor is going to have, for example, a lower, not as deep of a threshold in terms of the luminance value it can represent, or things like that. So at the end of the day, the monitor itself does also make a difference. But software is a good way. If you can't afford a nicer monitor, then software is a good way to go about it. And by nice monitor, I'm not saying you have to spend thousands of dollars, but there's even some very good capable monitors between like $250 and $400 that are very color accurate for photo editing. So yeah. I'm glad Matt shares with you, Sarah. I'd be concerned if he didn't. All right, so let's move forward a little bit more. We got one more by Aaron Whiteaway here. So we got Aaron Whiteaway's image of an Egyptian goose here, flapping its wings. So some very cool bokeh and lighting here. And I would actually, in the aspect of color, I would say I like the color a lot better on this one. This feels more natural, a little bit more muted, not so deeply saturated. Feels like a nice amount of saturation, Aaron. So that's much better off in this one, and I like that. And I like the backlighting again here. Seems like you do like to shoot backlighting, unless that's just, just happens to be by chance. But here, backlighting, you do have a good concept of how to shoot a backlit image. So I like that about this image. The subject posing is very cool. Although I would say, once again, subject positioning is a little bit off because he is turned away from the camera. And again, that disengages me with him as a viewer. Really, I'm very much a stickler for that, but I hold true 97, 98% of the time to that rule, where it's hard for me to feel connected with the subject if I do not have that 90-degree closer rule of engagement. So even if you would have just been at a 90 degree or turned a little bit closer, it would have dramatically helped this image, in my opinion. Got some nice bokeh going on the water around it. I like a little bit of that almost haze or mist in the background right behind the goose. I think it kind of frames him almost nicely. So good job on that, and very cool image. So thanks for submitting to our competition. All right. Yeah, I think it's the second Aaron. Okay, so moving on, backlit as a category. Yeah, possibly. The thing is, right, like our competition is already so long. I wish I could add just an infinite amount of categories, but our competition is already so long, and I have to be very careful about adding categories moving forward because there's only so many more categories we could possibly add before the competition becomes unreasonably long. Like maybe one or two more categories at most, and then at that point we would have to replace categories after. So yeah. All right, moving forward, we have Matt Knuckles, who is in the chat. Thanks for being here with us today, Matt. And we got your image here of the Thrasher. So loved this image. And I think we do have a second one of your images, but it's coming up a little bit later because of the way you submitted your orders. So yeah. So don't worry, we will swing back to your second one after. but let's talk about this one first. So beautiful image. I love here that you have this subject, very nice, prominent in frame. I love that it's got something in its beak, which if I remember right, actually, I do not remember what that is. You'll have to let us know in the chat. Maybe a type of berry or maybe some plastic off the ground. I'm not sure if you have any awareness of it, but very cool. So love that. I love how you got that in its beak. I do like how this is all very uniform, very clean from a technical aspect, and your focus was tack sharp. Everything is just nailed sharp in the image. So from a technical aspect, there's really nothing left to be desired in this image. And I would have really no pointers in terms of flaws on that. Now, in terms of what I think could be improved, I do think that for being a portrait category submission, your crop is a little bit loose. And you do have a lot of room here to crop because your image quality is very high. So I would say, feeling the liberty to crop in much more, somewhere around here possibly, something like that, maybe somewhere around here. You could decide to do it center weighted, right? So something like that. Or you could decide to try to keep it on a thirds, but that you would have to be a little bit looser. So I'm not sure if I like that as much still. I don't know. I would play around with some different crops. Maybe you could go to a 16:9 like it was shown on my screen like that. So anyways, try playing around with a couple different crops. I would say push and tighter if you're submitting to a portrait category. Because really that's the focus, is the subject. And also because you have cleaned up and simplified this image so much else, really you only need that subject in it. So that's what I would say in regards to that. And then I do want to say also, I do love the brown versus green contrast in terms of colors. But beyond that, so portrait category images, I feel like are the toughest in some ways. And the reason why is because the criteria is in some ways easier to match than any criteria from any other category. And so you get an overwhelming amount of submissions to it. But you also, so you get a lot of, I should say a lot, not overwhelming, a lot of submissions to it, but also images start to resemble each other pretty quickly because they are so clean and so focused on the subject. So I would say, while this image is very good, especially if you cropped it in, it would be amazing image. It would be debatably a finalist image. If you cropped it in, it might have a chance of making the finals, but still maybe wouldn't, because of the fact that it is so simple, in most all regards, that it's hard to have that little bit of extra pop with it that really stands out and makes a winning image, right? So, for example, like the popular vote image for the portrait category, or that won the popular vote by Hoke Low. His image of the owl, he's eating that subject and lighting is moving across from one side of his face to another, right? So there's more dynamics than just simply the portrait in and of itself that make that image more appealing. So that's a good example of like how it's very simplified, but there's still that little bit of extra pop to it that makes that image finalist competitive. So that would be one thing to consider. But it's an amazing shot, phenomenal shot, definitely wall worthy, but just some things to consider in terms of competition. So let me read through these comments because I have not read through, and there's quite a bit. Yeah, I would say definitely the crop mat, like you're saying there. And then laying ground in the ground to get foreground bokeh ended up in a handle. Well, I would say for the photography aspect, you did the right thing there. Like I think it's beautiful how you got right on the ground with it, but sorry you had to go through some pain for that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, great shot, Matt. I love the image. I would just say those two things in terms of competitionness. So good shot there. All right, moving to the next image. This one is by Sarah. So Sarah's other image of the little gosling here. This is a wood duck chick, I believe. So a duckling. I think this is wood duck, or is it mallard? I get them confused all the time. Believe wood duck. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah. Yeah, very cool image. Very cool kind of action going on here. I would actually argue, that this image might have been better submitted to the behavior category, Sarah. I can see either way. But I think that while the portrait aspect is clear here, it's there's a little bit more to this image than the portrait-esque-ness of it. So maybe the behavior would have, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. They both work pretty well, but maybe considering the behavior on this one, I do think it's very unique and cool how he's got that foot up and he's, grabbing it with his bill and all that good stuff. So I think the behavior is very cool. And I think maybe that's part of why I'm saying I would lean towards that, even if it does fulfill the portrait kind of, criteria as well. But yeah, so like this shot, I think you did a good job in terms of, especially with like these baby ducks and how tiny they are in attacking focus. I know it can be incredibly hard to get that focus right on the eye, but you have successfully done that. So you did a good job there. I would say beyond that, there is a little bit of, I would say it's in a little bit of a weird spot in a technical aspect where you have, because he's tugging on his foot here, there's a little bit of blur there because there's some motion going on, but not enough to where you make it feel as if it was intentional. It kind of feels like an in-between. It doesn't feel tack sharp because it wasn't, and you didn't freeze it there, but you also didn't give it enough shutter speed to get it blurred enough to kind of representing motion to a further extent. It's only blurred enough to where it feels like it's just slightly soft and unintentional. So I would say that might be one, minor detail that could have improved this image quite a bit. The other thing I would say is kind of what I mentioned earlier, but body cutoff points. You barely cut off the butt right here. And if you were able to leave that in, it would feel like much more complete of an image. The subject would feel like it's all there. You're seeing the whole aspect of the subject, and it doesn't feel like there's this awkward little part that's being cut off at the end and you don't know where it ends now. So I would just look into those body cutoff points again, and I would say that would be a good tip for you. But yeah, very cool image. I like a lot of the details in it. I like the behavior. I like the action that's going on here, and very cool shot. And thank you for, submitting to our competition and just being so encouraging. You and Matt being so encouraging to everyone. So, take a second to read through the chat. Hybrid wood duck mallard. Okay. Interesting. Cool. Okay. All right, moving forward, we got an image here by Brennan Drake. So we got a high key image here of a bald eagle on a branch. Very cool image here. I do like the high key capture here. I think this is very cool and unique. And actually, I want to give a lot of props for keeping the bald eagle exposed properly, even when the background was a perfect high key. So that's not easy to do always. And so that was a very good job in regards to Brennan's capture of this image and his editing process. The thing that I would say can be improved most about this image is, the thing that I would say could be improved most is that the looking room, so the walking space, he's looking right off into the side of the frame. And I get the vision of what I think he was trying to compose, like how he's kind of coming off the branch and it's kind of almost creating this V. But unfortunately, it just feels a little awkward looking straight into the wall of the border. And I would consider recomposing that. So I would put him in that left thirds. I think you would like your results much, much better then. Or at the very least centering him. I think if you're going with a square crop, probably centering him is actually the best. If you're going with a 2/3 or a 3/4 horizontal landscape orientation crop, then I think that framing him on the left thirds would by far be the most beneficial crop for you. So, very cool image and a good job on that technical end for the editing the high key. But yeah, I think those are the biggest things that it could benefit from in that image. So we got one more here by Brennan. Got this image here of the fox walking through the snow. This one, I would say also, so I guess things I like about it first, I like the orange. I like how you can kind of see that in this image. It's being brought out nicely. I like the turn of the fox, how it's facing the camera, all that good stuff. Some small things that I think could be improved about it. The exposure on the face is a little bit too bright. It is harsh lighting. So first of all, if you're able to shoot in a little bit better light, that would be beneficial. But also, yeah, it's a little bit of harsh lighting on the face. So I would say trying to bring that down a little bit more in your highlights or in your tone curve would be beneficial for you. And then also same thing as the other image that Sarah had 2 ago, but the body cutoff point in the back. Just got to make sure that we're not cutting those bodies off at like awkward points, or especially right near the ends of limbs. As it just doesn't give the full context. The viewer doesn't feel as steady and stable as the viewer looks at that subject. So that would be 2 things I would think could be improved. And one final thing is just there is a lot going on in this image. There's a lot in this foreground kind of dead brush here. There's a lot in the background, trees, and a lot of elements that are pulling my eyes away from the subject right here, but also don't aesthetically complement it scenically. So those would be some of the biggest things that I think could be improved about it. Thanks for submitting to our competition, Brennan. And yeah. Free the butts. Oh, man. All right. Moving forward, we got an image here by Janet Workus. So we got this mountain bluebird here posted up on a barbed wire fence. I think this is an awesome image here, Janet. Cool shot that you got. I love the blue in contrast with the browns. I do like how mountain bluebirds tend to contrast well with browns, because not many birds do, but I feel like they do work well with it. So like that shot here. In terms of what could be improved, technically it's a very good shot. Nice in focus. You didn't, I wouldn't say over or under edited it. I would say the biggest thing is that it just is lacking a little bit of the, like the extra oomph that's going to make this a really appealing image. It's a great standard portrait image, but the fact that it's on a barbed wire is pretty normal. That's one of the more common shots that you see of mountain bluebird. And then also the fact that beyond that, there is nothing going on in the image. It just creates a very standard image that most judges have seen a lot. So while this is a great wall piece, great piece to show off to your friends because it's technically sound and it's beautiful, it's a beautiful subject, it does make it a little bit harder for it to place in competitions because it's a shot that many judges have seen a decent amount of times. So that would be one thing I would consider. I'd also consider, if I were you, just moving to a slightly closer crop. You don't have a ton of image quality to play with, but I would argue at least have enough for something like this. If you were to do that type of framing on the right thirds, you might not have enough to do a portrait orientation, but possibly you would. Yeah, I would play with that a little bit in terms of your cropping. But yeah, very cool image here, Janet, and thanks for submitting to our competition. Okay. One more by Janet right here. We got the image of the Wilson snipe. Very cool image here as well. I think you did a good job isolating the bird again. So clearly from this image and the last image, Janet, you have an ability to be able to isolate the birds on a depth of field aspect, color aspect. This is isolated, exposure aspect even on this image. So you do a good job isolating it, depth of field wise, everything. In terms of what could be improved about this image, I would say your backlighting here is good. I would like to see just a little bit more detail in the snipe, considering it is a portrait image. And it's not dark enough to where it's like some creative take on a portrait. Like it's not leaning as heavily into the creative take on like this rim light for a portrait, but it's also not light enough to where my eyes really stick to it. Like my eyes keep wanting to pull off to the background. So I would say maybe brightening up the subject a little bit would be helpful for you here. And then again, I would say, again, what makes your image unique? Why is it different from other portrait images that I've seen? Because both this image and your previous image are both beautiful images, but how can you add something into it that's going to make it unique from something else that the judges have seen? So those would be some things I would say to consider about these images. And also the 90-degree closer rule, again, with subject engagement is something that I would take into account here. But yeah, very cool image here. And yeah, cool shot, Janet. Gonna get a drink of water real quick. All right. Thank you guys for your engagement in the chat. I really appreciate it. I'd be super bored if you guys weren't here. Just talking to myself all day. So I really appreciate you guys being present here with me today. And yeah, we have got 17 images to go through still. Let's try to make it by the 6 hour mark. Yeah. So sorry for those of you who voted less. Your pride has been stripped from you. All right. We got this one here by RF Rye, of this cheetah out on the savannah. And, yeah, I like the subject positioning here. I think it's a very engaging image in terms of the engagement with the subject. It's a cool pose that cheetah has, and all that good stuff. I would say things that can be improved about it. There's a little bit of distraction in this frame in different elements, whether that be the other cheetah off on the bottom left side, is, I would say, less than ideal. If there was more of the cheetah, it could add to the image as being like a secondary subject. But because the cheetah is so far down and you only see the butt of it really, there's no power in showing that cheetah in this image necessarily. So I would say that's one thing. And then also, obviously, all the branches over here don't serve too much of a purpose in terms of the storytelling or the aesthetic. I would consider definitely going for like a 16:9 portrait of this, as that might be a much better framing of this cheetah and get rid of more distractions. It still would have some of its own issues, but I would say that would massively benefit it. One other thing that I would say is that the lighting is a little tough on it. You got multiple different parts where the lighting's cutting through here, there for a little strip, up here. So you got different parts where the lighting's kind of creating harsh shadows on the subject itself, in a couple different spots. But yeah, awesome things to think about. Very cool image though, and must have been an awesome experience. So one more by RF Rye is this of the two lions here, which this is quite a cool image. And I think in a lot of ways, it was probably almost finalist worthy. I don't remember the score off the top of my head in the initial judging. But yeah, it's tack sharp. Very cool image in a lot of ways. And I think actually what really sells this image is the two subject interaction, and also to a certain extent the background. Like you have this beautiful rock. I love the choice to go with grayscale here. The color would have only been a distraction in this image. So the beautiful rock, the exposure dynamic in that, you have the two subjects there's really nice details and texture on it. And then you got even some details in the clouds behind it. So there's a lot of elements that are really nice about this image. Now, in terms of what could be improved and why I would imagine it probably didn't quite make the finals, is probably a couple different things. One thing being, it is a double subject exposure, a dual subject exposure. And because of how it's weighted, it feels very heavily weighted on the left side because that lion is bigger, it's standing up, and the other lion is smaller. It weights it naturally already towards that lion, but then even more so because of the fact that lion is positioned off on the left side and the other lion is positioned almost centered in the image. So it kind of creates a little bit of a heaviness on the left side of the image in terms of visual weight that makes the right side of the image feel just very void and empty and doesn't have its purpose as much. So that's one thing that I would say could be improved. So probably just recentering, rebalancing the weight of this image. And then also, the background, I would say, could use a little bit less contrast in it. I would like to see these gradients between the dark parts of the background and the bright parts of the clouds be a little bit softer and less harsh, because even though I don't believe it is blown out in the whites, it almost feels that way. And so it kind of distracts my eyes a little bit. So if you can get those clouds a little bit softer, it might pay off well in terms of the results of this image. But it's a very, very cool image, and very well done. So awesome to see that submission here, RF. Family portrait, yep. A caption contest, yeah. Okay, so now we're moving into Lloyd Casper. his two images. So the first one of the monkey here, the snow monkey, I believe it was called, and this portrait image. So what I like about this image is that he's the crop has gotten right into the subject itself. It's very obvious what this image is for, and there's a cool kind of almost like behavior being displayed and how it's kind of curled up into itself, and I would imagine is, you know, trying to keep its body a little bit warmer. So I like all of that in this image. The things that I think could be improved, I do think we can afford more exposure in the monkey itself, so maybe subject masking him, bringing him up more, or at the very least contrasting him out more or something like that. I would probably do both in a subject mask to get more of that out of the monkey, because the detail, it looks a little bit flat in his fur. I would like to see more contrast exposure wise across his fur, and I would like to see it brighter for sure. So those are two things I think could definitely be improved about it. And then in regards to the scenery around him, I really wish you didn't have these rocks. Like I wish it was like a pure white, because I think that would really help to just focus all your attention right into the portrait. But it is a little bit distracting. I would say it's not bad, but it definitely is something that would inhibit it from being a finalist image. So yeah, that's my thought there. And Lloyd, I do see that you're in the chat. That's right. So very cool to see. Thanks for joining us here today. Yeah, I would say the exposure and the contrast in the monkey itself is something I would definitely consider a little bit more heavily. Maybe attempt some more editing in that regards. And like I was saying, I know that's maybe there was a different subject position or a different background you could have chosen if you would have moved right or left. I don't know your scenario, but it would have been in an ideal world nice to have that more of a pure white, because these rocks aren't enough to add much to the image, like in terms of a unique element or anything like that. So they simply kind of become a distraction at this point. All right, but Lloyd has his other image here. So Lloyd Casper's image of the sea eagle here. I forget, this is a stellar sea eagle, I believe. Remind me if I'm right or wrong about that, Lloyd, in the chat. But very cool image here of the eagle approaching Lloyd up nice and close, and technically shot very well, very sharp and very nice in focus. And I love this claw down here. That claw is just amazing. So what I would say, Lloyd, is, I mean, this is a very cool image in terms of subject positioning and the action that's going on here. So I love all of that. All of this space above the eagle is serving you no good. It's not like aesthetically complementing the image. It's not adding to the story. There's no unique element of it. It's not adding, it's only like visually de-weighting it. So I would take that out. I would take even probably some of this bottom out here. And honestly, I would probably consider a square crop here, or a close to square crop, where you're looking at something like around that size, right? Because, and even actually that's a little bit wrong. I'd do a little bit lower, probably something more like that. Something like that's going to do you a lot of good, because it will push you right. It will force you as a viewer to pay attention to the parts that are very cool about this image. The parts that are very cool is this direct head-on engagement with the sea eagle and the claw, and just that power that you can see within it, and the snow that's being flung up because of it. All of those things are amazing and phenomenal in this image. All the rest is just simply there. Like, you don't even, it just is pulling you away. It's just giving you potential space to be pulled away from. So that's what I would say is probably the biggest thing hurting this image, is it needs to be cropped in a little bit more. But beyond that, it's a great image. Like I said, technicals are great. The color between the beak and the eyes is just absolutely beautiful. So you have a very, very good image here. I think it just could use a little bit of recomposing. If I were to talk about maybe placements and finalist images, I think that crop may have been enough in and of itself to land you a finalist placement. I don't imagine that it still would quite be there for a placement, like a top 3 placement. For that, I would imagine that you might need a little bit more of some sort of a pop in this image. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it could have gotten a placement if you did crop in more. So yeah, it's a very good image. So want to encourage you in that way. But those are some little things that could be improved about it. Yeah, even possibly a 5x4, like MJ said. I don't want to fight the wildlife you're taking pictures of. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for being here, Lloyd. Appreciate you sticking around with us. Moving forward, we have Terry Heaton's other image here of, I believe this is a bighorn sheep. And so very cool image here. I love that color in the background. It's very nice color. It's right on the border where it gets a little oversaturated, but I would argue because of how it fades, the gradient of it, and it fades to kind of this orangish down here, it actually kind of works okay. I'd be careful, but it does look pretty good as is. So love that shot. I love the subject positioning here. Subject positioning is phenomenal. The little head tilt, you chose the right moment. If you bursted a couple of photos, I think this was a great moment to choose. And I like how the body is also slightly positioned to the side. So it's like you get the perspective of the body, but you also get the direct head-on eye contact with the bighorn sheep as well. So great capture here, Terry, and I love that. In terms of things I think could be improved, again, body cutoff points. You got the feet down here just ever so slightly cut off. If the feet are cut off by the foreground, that's okay. That's acceptable because as a viewer, you understand conceptually that now it's hiding behind a different layer and element right there. But because you've cut it off with the frame, it does make it a little bit awkward. So I would say that's one of the biggest things. Technically, it is the biggest thing that can be improved here. The other big thing that can be improved, though, is that the sheep is a little bit dark. It's still darker than I would want. While you have recovered enough detail on it for it to be visible, my eyes have to fight not to go to the background because the background is so much brighter and more colorful. And because it is so desaturated on the subject and not as bright, it is hard for my eyes to stay fixed on the subject. So I would say bringing up that exposure a little bit. Obviously, there's not much color in this animal to begin with. You probably could get a little bit more saturation out of it and still look natural, but I know there's not a ton of saturation in the first place. But yeah, I would say those are some of the biggest elements I think could be improved about this image. Check out this chat. Yeah. As you can see in the chat, everyone's saying they love the head tilt. The head tilt's beautiful in it. So great image. I think there's just those small technicals that affect it. So if you were able to clean some of those up, it'd probably be pretty close to a finalist portrait image. So yeah, cool shot, Terry. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we got Tim Lace next. 2 images coming up. So first we got this one of this squirrel, or is this I believe it's a squirrel. But yeah, doing a little high five motion or whatever it is with a little wink and the tongue. I think this would be a phenomenal image if we did have a comedy category, which is probably something we do not have, and we will probably not have, at least for many years coming forward. It's hard to get enough images into something like that. But it is really good if that was a criteria. So very funny, fun image here. In terms of what I think could be improved about it, obviously this whole pose and the action is what sells this image. But in terms of what could be improved about it is that it is a little bit tough in that you're shooting down into the ground, so you're not getting that isolation as well. And because the squirrel blends into the color of the ground relatively well, so there's no depth of field isolation, there's no color isolation, and there's even no exposure isolation here. So it really is hard to keep that subject separated from the background. So not only is this a problem just generally, but especially with portraiture, you need to have subject background separation because that is what makes a portrait a portrait. So I would say that's probably the biggest thing that could be improved here, as well as I would definitely go into a crop that's more like this. You have a lot of space up here that doesn't do much, and it only frames that squirrel in a weird, awkward position on the side of the frame and bottom. So reframing that would help you dramatically. And then again, not shooting down into the ground when possible would be much, much better. So, yeah. And yeah, of course, Terry, appreciate it. All right, moving on to Tim's other image. Was this Tim? Sorry, this is a different Tim. So that was the only one that Tim Lace submitted in this category. We do have one here by Tim Dennis. So we have 2 images coming out by Tim Dennis. So image of a puma here, super cool. I can only imagine that this was an incredibly difficult image to get, knowing how difficult and elusive these guys are. But awesome stuff. Yeah, very cool. I do think that what I like about this image is you got like this really nice engagement with the subject, all of that good stuff. You have a pretty good depth of field isolation. So the subject is relatively prominent. Because it is a portrait, I wouldn't hesitate to crop it a little bit more. It feels a little bit loose. I don't think you need to push it up right against the border of the puma, but I do think that it needs to be a little bit closer in because it feels just a little bit too loose for a portrait image. Something else though too is I would say this is tough, but I was trying to think about this. I would possibly rotate the image to where it looks like the puma's at a horizon level a little bit more because of the way his head is tilted slightly to the side and the whole body is tilted to the side. It makes it feel like this was not shot level, even though I would imagine it was. I would 100% believe if Tim Dennis told me right now it was shot perfectly level. I would 100% believe it, but my instincts as a viewer tell me it's not. So I would correct for that and I would just slightly rotate the image to balance it out a little bit more, make it feel like it's a little bit flatter because it is on a gentle slope, but the slope is not enough to be able to justify how it is in the image. And because the background doesn't really give us context either, it's really hard to get a grasp for that. So that's one thing that I would say. And then the other thing I would say is it would be really nice if you could get a little bit more of these foreground rocks in it. I would love to see just a little bit more foreground in front of the puma, a little bit down closer to the ground, rather than as much detail in these rocks leading up to it. Just helping to isolate it more, give it a little bit more of a portrait aspect. So yeah. Very cool image. And yeah. Cool to see your shot there. Moving on to the next one by Tim Dennis. Again, the puma. Very cool portrait here. What I do like is, again, that kind of subject position. Just, it must have been an amazing moment. I can imagine once again. I think in terms of improvement, first thing I'll say is the same thing. While I would believe you if this shot was shot level, it does not feel like it because of the way the head is tilted and the body's tilted and everything. It feels once again, it feels a little bit unsteady and it does not feel like it's enough to be intentional. So it feels like that awkward in between where the image needs to be rotated a little bit more to where it feels like it has a horizon line, even if truly no horizon line exists here. So I would take that into account. In terms of your grayscale portraiture, I think that was probably the right move here. I don't know all the colors that were incorporated in this image, but I can't imagine that was probably the right move because it really focuses you down much more on the puma because there is a lot of clutter going on in the image. And I would say that is the other big thing that does need improvement here is it is a pretty cluttered image. There's a lot going on the right side of the frame, above the puma, to the left side. Here, there's just lots of grasses everywhere and they're not blurred out enough in a lot of spots to make it to where your eyes don't naturally pull off into them. So that, and the fact that one of the legs is also caught behind one, also is a little tough there. So I know all this is tough because I know that these are not easy scenarios to be in, and to get these opportunities is already amazing. But best you can, I would take those things into consideration. And when you're talking about obviously competition winning images, all of these things are taken into account, regardless of how difficult it may be to get that. So yeah. And I do see you're in the chat, Tim. So yeah, very cool. Thanks for joining us here today. And yeah, see that it's in Patagonia. Yeah, this is one of the things on my bucket list I have not done, but I'm sure you had an awesome experience there. I talk with Jeff Mitchell a lot, who is a Nikon rep who hosts workshops down there in Patagonia. And yeah, some of the stuff he comes back with is amazing. So yeah, very cool. All right, let's move forward to Jonathan Gillingham's portrait image. We're getting there, guys. Don't have too many left. So one more here by Jonathan Gillingham, and this is another one of the caribou out in the distance in the field. Now on this image, I would say, so this is definitely one of those scenarios where you have to take into account, before you even talk about anything else, it's a cool image. Got some cool lighting here, Got a cool, small and frame subject. But before I take any of that into account, this was submitted to the portrait category. And this image does not meet the criteria for a portrait category, to put it plainly. If we had like an animalscapes category, this would fit more into that, right? You could argue maybe you can make a justification for creative here, although I don't think it would be the best criteria. Unfortunately, I do think with our categories, this is one of those images that it is just tough to have a category for. I don't think we have one that fits it nicely currently. If we did have an animalscape, that would fit it, but we don't. So with that being said, I think just simply based off of that, it automatically is going to eliminate it from being a finalist. But with that being said, if I'm just looking at the image as a whole, I do think that there is not quite enough going on in this image to make it to where it justifies it being this small in frame. It's not simplified enough. So like you're high enough off the ground over here to where you see a lot of the ground. If you would have gotten all this isolated into a single layer where it's just a strip of line on the ground and just all blurred out, in that situation, I could see it working. But because you see all the details here, it starts to become pretty ordinary in how that landscape is captured. The clouds above them are also not too unique in and of themselves, but they might be enough if you had some other they might be enough if you had some other interesting scenic elements to complement it. So it's a cool image and it's headed in the right direction. It just has a little bit of things that it needs to give it that extra push to be competitive, if that makes sense. So yeah, but thanks for submitting your images, Jonathan. Thanks for submitting your images and fantastic stuff. And I know, if I remember correctly, Jonathan, you did tell me that you wanted me to just pick 2 images of yours that you thought I could give you some good feedback on. So that's why I've chosen both of these. I thought that there were some key points of feedback I could give you, rather than you had some better images that you submitted that I felt like needed less feedback. So that's why I chose these 2, since you left it open to me. All right. So let's move forward. We got one more here by Stephen Hurst of a common loon in an almost high key scenario. Yeah, high key and aspects of it. So this image by Stephen, I love the take. I think loons can look phenomenal in high key scenarios. So I love that you were trying to go for this with the common loon. And I think in some ways you did it very well. But I would say that there is too much details in the ripples, unfortunately. It kind of like, it feels like you're moving towards a high key, but then you like barely couldn't do it technically. So either what I would do is find ways where you can naturally mask in the high key to actually create a true high key in almost all the areas, maybe leaving a slight level of ripples here across the frame, or just a tiny bit right around the common loon, something like that. But finding some way to actually fully commit to the high key would pay off in dividends. And then beyond that, I would say as well, the subject positioning is a little bit awkward in that it's pushing the left side of the frame, not quite perfectly on the left thirds, almost reaching into the middle of the frame. It's like a weird size for the frame. So I would either go wider in this image, keep the subject smaller in the image, or I would press in tighter and really pull into a crop that's maybe closer like this or something like that. So I think you're in a little bit weird of an in-between in terms of subject size in proportion to the whole frame of the image. So those would be some thoughts there that could improve it. I think it's a very cool shot, and common loons are beautiful. I like that you went for the high key. I think it just has those small things that could be improved about it. Very cool. All right, so moving forward, Sebastian, we got another one from you. You're still in the chat, I believe. I just saw. Yep. So we got another one from you of the wren. I forget what wren this is. Maybe house wren. Let me know if you know off the top of your head, Sebastian. But I believe this is a house wren. But yeah, singing off a perch. So in regards to this image, what I do like about it, I like the positioning that you got on the bird. It's nice and engaging, showing off the action of it. So good job with all of that. Very nice, cute little bird. What I think could be improved about it is I think that there is a lot going on between the green leaves and blue backgrounds. It's not, again, uniform enough to give a repetitious pattern, but it's also too much to where it becomes distracting. My eye goes here to the subject first because the subject is very prominent in some ways, but then it just starts to float around and it kind of almost flows down this branch, goes around here, loops up, then kind of comes around the side. So you have a lot of different distracting elements of this frame that pull you away from what should be the focus of this image. And especially, again, with portraiture, you got to keep that focus completely on the subject. That is what the category exists for. So yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing. And then also, along those lines, something that could help, if you were able to find this same pose reframed with another tree in the background to eliminate that blue sky, you might find yourself actually liking the results, and it'd be a much more competitive image. I would say probably still not enough to make the finalist, but at least if you have some excuse me, at least if you do have some green that feels less harshly contrasted against all these leaves that are slightly in focus, then it helps to hide those distractions a little bit more. So even just by simply having a different background, if that is available, could help you quite a bit. But very cool image, and like the shot. Read through the comments real quick. Let's do Melodious Warbler. Okay, interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of that one, actually. For some reason, it looks like a house wren to me, almost identically. Cool. Okay, moving forward. All right, we only have 6 images left. We got Matt Knuckles' image here next of the... Sorry, I'm trying to catch my mute right before I cough, but keep missing it. Okay. All right, Matt. Thanks for being with us this whole time. Thank you to everyone who's been with us this whole time. Yeah, appreciate all you guys so much and being here, joining us today for this, and for being here almost 6 hours in. Let's see if we can finish before 6. So, but yeah, really appreciate that and love the community and the engagement in the chat. That's what we're here for. All right. So Matt, yeah, I agree. I'm looking at your comment here about the birdscapes. I would agree. This image is like, it's almost in between the two. I would say it leans towards being a birdscapes image. It definitely is a little bit loose of a crop to be a portrait shot. And it's hard without like a very proper framing around it with some other foreground elements or something else. It's hard to justify with how wide it is to be a portrait shot. Now, if you did move in, so let's see if you got the quality for it. If you did move in, yeah, I would say you got a decent amount of quality. You could probably move towards something like this, maybe a little bit wider. You'd have to double check if that quality feels like it's right. Maybe at the very least something like this. Yeah, it's still a little bit wide for a portrait. Maybe you would have the quality to turn it into a portrait submission. But yeah, I would agree, most likely leaning towards the birdscape a little bit more. In terms of what I like about this image, I like how you have almost like this tricolor exposure to it, where you have like these reds in the background that are slightly there, then you have these greens, and then you have this blue. And it doesn't perfectly meet this criteria, but it almost meets like the 60-30-10 color ratios that looks very aesthetically pleasing on a subliminal level, where you have like that blue, that's the small 10, you have the red, that's the 30%, and then you have this green, that's the 60% majority. Obviously that red is not 30%, but it almost feels as if it is because of the way that it's spread throughout the image and you have it in multiple different spots. So these colors mesh very nicely together, and I think that that's the most powerful part of this image. Now, in terms of what could be improved, like we were talking about, the crop possibly, And then also, I would say you could afford a little bit more contrast in your editing on this image. I think that the colors look phenomenal, but it feels like the colors could use a little bit more contrast even. Like I want to see deeper greens and lighter greens contrasted in juxtaposition with each other. I want to see the subject and all its colors contrasted out a little bit more, all of that good stuff. So I would say you could probably afford a little bit more contrast, or at the very least, maybe just pull down your blacks. Try playing with your blacks, try playing with your whites, and try playing with your contrast on this image. I think all of those could help. And then in terms of minor things too, I think this trunk right down the middle is a little bit of a distraction. Like you got like this beautiful scene, and this is very minor. So I am talking about minor points here. This is not a major distraction, but those minor things sometimes are going to be enough to keep you out of the finalists. And this trunk, unfortunately, is like the only thing breaking up this really beautiful background, this trunk and the limb coming off it. The limbs, I don't know. The limb might be acceptable, but regardless, this part is one of the tougher parts. And this background is so nice that just slightly hurts it. So I would say take that into account in terms of considering it for a submission. Your rain is beautiful. I think you did a great job on that. I think that's a very nice shutter speed that you chose there. So I like that. And yeah, overall, it's a really solid image. Beautiful wall hanger. I would say it's probably getting close to finalists, but it's not quite there if it wasn't a birdscape category. And the portrait, as we talked about, unless you can crop in dramatically more and you feel like you have the IQ for it, I would probably keep it out of the portrait. Okay, let's see. Matt, looking at your comments. Yeah, I didn't want to crop tighter because of the dark leaf covers. Yeah, and I agree. I think that's one of the nicer parts of the image. So I do agree with why you did not want to do that. It's funny you didn't see it till after. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's definitely an acceptable trunk in the background. Like most times it is not going to be enough of a distraction to people, like as a piece of wall art or whatever, but it's like just enough to where in a competition at the highest level it will be noticed, if that makes sense. But very good job, Matt. So yeah, phenomenal image, and congrats on the image, and congrats on winning your popular vote in the portrait category. So yeah, with your other image of the red shoulder talk. So that was an awesome image. And yeah, congrats on that placement. So round of applause for you in the chat. And I'm glad you guys are enjoying the feedback. All right, we got 5 final images after going through what we've gone through. I think like 120 so far. Got 5 final ones to get through to wrap up the feedback. So this next one, we got one by Leon Graber again. And I believe he is still in the chat, if I remember correctly. And yeah, this awesome one here of a male deer and looking back through some foreground grass. Something that I really like about this image is the antlers look really nice and prominent in it. So love the antlers. I love how they're put and contrasted against the background layer of trees and the forest in the distance. I think that was phenomenal. So good job on that. The antlers feel very good. Lighting throughout the whole image is very good as well. Colors look really nice. So I would say in those aspects, you've done a good job. In regards to what could be improved, I would say it just is really primarily, it's the grass and how it's covering the face of the subject and even other body parts, but primarily the grass and how it kind of reaches down the chin. That just has to be in focus. And it has to be prominent. It has to be clear, especially, in any category, I would say that is necessary for almost any category, unless you have a very good reason why not to, but especially in a portrait category, the face has to be very available to be seen. So I would say that's the biggest thing hurting you in this image, because otherwise I do like the colors. I like the general scene that's going on here. I like the antlers. I like the lighting. It just mostly is going to be that for you. So yeah, and then also, since it is a portrait, I would say you could probably afford a slightly tighter crop, or possibly even consider something that's like I don't know, a square crop, something like this. I'd consider something like that because it kind of just pulls you in a little bit closer. If this wasn't portrait, I would say I like this composition more that you have than doing something like a square like that, because you kind of get some more context of like these really cool dried dried grasses. But because it is portrait category, I'd consider recomposing. Take a look at the chat here. Yeah, some good comments in the chat. And yeah, it's tough because like I would say wildlife photography is so difficult because it is these tiny things that sometimes you have no control over in that moment that will make or break an image. And really what it comes down to for wildlife photographers, the best of them are able to set themselves up for the best chance at success. But at the end of the day, they still got to have the animal do the thing that they're hoping for it to do. So if I could give any, I guess, piece of advice, subject knowledge in the exact environment that you're in and where to position yourself and wait for them to come by is going to be some of the best key points that you can learn in wildlife photography. And honestly, I would argue that subject knowledge is in some ways maybe even more important than camera skills. So yeah, but very cool shot. So yeah, thanks for being here with in the chat with us today, and appreciate being here and your fantastic image. All right, we got one more here by Dwayne Hannibal. And actually, Dwayne, if I remember correctly, was that you? It might have been you, Dwayne. There was someone who had like this really cool shot that almost made it in the portrait category of the sun right behind a fox out in the distance. And I would say that was a really great image. If it was you, Dwayne, and if you're listening, that was a fantastic image. It was a little bit too loose. And I was just like looking, I was like, oh man, that could have made the finals, but it was just very loose of a crop for a portrait image. So I think if you would have cropped, that image would have done much better. But anyways, so addressing this image here of the fox. Love this little young fox here. Super cute, super adorable, super fluffy. I think the separation from background and having that little foreground element in the front is nice. The green contrast with the orange is absolutely stunning. So on a color aspect, it's very well color isolated, but also the editing is phenomenal in regards to the color. So color looks great on it. No complaints there whatsoever. In regards to things that can be improved about this image, it's tough. This little tuft of grass off to the side, both is something that I like and dislike at the same time. I dislike it in the sense of it pulls my eyes off the fox a little bit, but I kind of like it in the sense that it provides a little bit more visual weight, balance to the image, considering how the subject is positioned and framed. So I think ideally in an ideal world, you wouldn't have this tuft here, and maybe you could have framed him a little bit more centered. But because that tuft is there, if you go in with the frame right here, then you get an even more awkward cutoff on that little tuft of grass. So I understand why you framed it the way you did. But yeah, I think it's also very good in terms of the technical capture, incredibly nice and sharp, and great image in that sense. And yeah, I think that beyond that, I think this is like an almost finalist image because technically it's very sound. There's very little to complain about here. It just might lack that little bit of extra pop on top that's going to give it that unique feature in the scene or from the subject itself that really helps to sell it over the top and really make it appealing for the judges. So it's a very good image. It just needs just a little bit more. So this is what I would call like that almost finalist image, if that makes sense. But yeah, very, as you can see in the chat, if you're looking at that, very, very cute and adorable capture here. All right. And yeah, I was thinking about that some too, Thomas. That's a good point to point out, is some of those blacks up in the top, I do see as well. And I was debating that too. I was debating mentioning it. But yeah, some of those can be a little distracting as well. It might be hard to get rid of those. Don't know if you could, but yeah. All right, we got an image here by Hector Morales of a, I believe this is a grizzly. Yep, I think it's got the hump back there. But approaching the camera. Very cool image here. Maybe that was you, Hector. I remember it was one of these final ones here. So anyways, whoever had that fox image with the sun in the background right behind it, that I was referencing earlier, think about that. Anyways, so this image here, the grizzly bear, very cool shot. Got some foreground grass here. So in terms of what I like about it, I do like the engagement. Engagement is very powerful with the viewer. You're connected. You really feel like you're in that bear's world. So I love all of that. In terms of the things that I think could be improved, it is a very mono-toned image in terms of the color of it, which both is nice, but also means that it's extra important to keep shape distractions out of the image. So it kind of works well because it's like this cool monotoned image, but because this clump of grass comes up the side right here, and is very prominent in its shape and kind of its detail and all that stuff, it unfortunately pulls my eyes away very strongly from the more important parts of the image. And also, especially because it's just barely riding over the snout right there. All this foreground grass off to the right side right here, I'd say is pretty acceptable. This one reaches a little far up, but at least this side is very acceptable. A lot of this lower stuff, it's mostly just this tuft here. The other big thing that I would say could be improved about it, I don't know what the scene around it looked like, but body cutoff points, you're trimming off just a tad bit of the hairs on the left, maybe passable, but definitely would be noticed by judges. But primarily on the top, that I want to see the top of that for sure. Off to the side here might be acceptable, although it's hard to say. I would probably like to see the completion of it, but I could also maybe see a situation which this would be an okay cutoff point. I would say if you did, maybe even cutting off a little bit more around there, but all some things to consider in regards to that. But check your body cutoff points. And again, that foreground grass right there is some of the biggest things. So yeah. Okay, taking a look at the comments. Cool. So Wild Frames, that's you in the chat, I see. So yeah, very cool image. I like the engagement here, like I said, and it's an awesome shot. Must have been a great experience. 600 too close for comfort. Yeah, that's sucky when that happens. Like, that is one of the biggest downsides of those very high focal length super telephoto primes, is like occasionally you're in those scenarios where it's just like you need to be out. So yeah, that is a bummer if you had no more room beyond that. But yeah, so yeah, appreciate you being here with us in the chat, and thank you for joining us during the feedback, and great image. So props on submitting that. All right, moving forward, we got one by Zaid Bachetti, I believe, is the name. And yeah, this must be some type of a junco. I'm actually not familiar with this bird. Junco, maybe, or something like that, sparrow. Anyways, regardless of what it is, very cool image here. I like the way that light moves in this image from top to bottom. I think the exposure is really nice. The dynamic of that exposure throughout the image, the contrast is really beautiful, and all that's good. Eyes very prominent, did a very good job of bringing the detail out in the eye. I would say it could be a little bit too bright on that. Maybe I would consider ever so slightly darkening the eye. Unless I'm just completely mistaken, that does look like it's brightened a little bit more than it should be, and looks a little bit unnatural there. In regards to the framing, though, the composition, I would say that's probably the biggest thing that could be used, could use improvement, is this light up near the top. While it's very nice and looks cool, it just feels like there's a lot of space that's not being used up here, a lot of dead space. So really pulling in tighter on this portrait to something like that, possibly, of that bird, would pay off pretty nicely, as this is a portrait image and we want to keep all that attention here. And even if it wasn't, there's not, again, much utility or use up here. There's not much uniqueness in this scene. It's pretty much just a gradient for the most part. So there's nothing to really see there. It doesn't add to the story. So it's kind of just leaving that space empty without much of a purpose. So those were some things that I think could be improved. But again, beyond that, I think your contrast is great. Your exposure is great. Your color is good. And I do like your lighting in this shot. So props on that. And thanks for submitting to our competition. Wild frames, I'm seeing your comment there. I don't think it was that. It was one where specifically a sun was like directly behind a fox. That must not have been your image then. But yeah. It seems like we all need to crop a little tighter, except for you. Yeah. Yeah, I would say when it comes to portraiture, especially top crop tighter, I'm seeing a lot of that thread. But in other categories, it just depends. It depends a lot. Sometimes I do want to see wider. So yeah, there's a lot of, if you can make wider images look good, those are amazing, phenomenal images. But remember, there has to be a reason why you choose to go wide. So if you're trying to go wide for the sake of going wide, you're missing the point as a photographer on why you shoot wide. The reason you shoot wide is to incorporate more unique and powerful elements into the story of your scene. So I would say that, yeah, wide, beautiful, it's nice, but there's got to be a reason. So that's why in quite a bit of these photos, I'm asking that question of why are you going wide and what's the purpose? Is there a purpose for being as wide as you are? And as long as you have the IQ, then cropping in might be better. I was the only one Jeremy suggested to uncrop. You and Sarah, apparently. All right. And we are moving into our very final image here by Michael Schultz. This image here of a frog just barely coming out of the water. Pretty cool image here. I really like, what I like about this image is the eye of the frog. It's really nice and prominent. It's got a nice like shape, features to it. Looks very, very cool. So I love that about this shot. In terms of things that I think could be improved, it does feel like there's a couple of different interesting elements of the frame, but they all have their own shapes and patterns, and I don't know quite where to settle on it. Like, for example, right over here is kind of interesting, but it also kind of just keeps my eyes away from the subject. Right over here is kind of interesting with that bokeh, but it also keeps my eyes away from the subject. So unfortunately, these marsh scenes can be really difficult because there is so many elements that are going to create little shapes like this. And that makes it really hard to shoot in, but possibly reframing yourself, possibly figuring out a different way to compose that would be helpful there. And one other regard to something I do like the reflection a lot. The reflection of the eye in the water is really fantastic, of just how sharp that is, how in detail that is. So it looks beautiful too. I think this is compliments to how still this water was. It really shows in this image and creates for a good environment for taking these types of shots. So when you have water with ripples in it, it's much more difficult to take shots that look like this. And the last thing I would say on a technical aspect is that there's a lot of highlights here that are blown out. So it does create an image that is technically tough for the judges to be okay with. So yeah, just exposing it a little bit darker possibly, or whatever you need to do in these situations, if it's at all possible, is going to be something that the judges will be taking into account. So very cool shot, but just has a few of those small little things that can help improve it just even a little bit more. So yeah. Awesome. Reading through the comments right here. So that's you, Mike. Cool. Michael Schultz. Awesome. Yeah, very cool. Thanks for being here, Mike. Appreciate you submitting to our competition. Alrighty. Okay, yeah, I see that, Mike. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. That's interesting. Okay, let me really quick, give me 2 seconds to find your birdscape image. Do you have your order number Mike, by any chance? Actually, let me see if I can look you up by name in our system. Let's see. It would be under Michael. What was it under again? It would be under Michael. Michael Schultz. Okay, and then let's see. Which image here you wanted? Birdscape. Which Birdscape's image did you want here, Mike? I see 2. Yeah. Just 2 images. So, oh, I did review that one, Mike. Yeah, I'm actually seeing it. I did review it. So maybe somehow you missed it. So I would just go back through, watch that Birdscape category again. So yeah, it was reviewed before. I gave some feedback on that. The hummingbird with the raindrops and all of that good stuff on that perch. So yeah. Okay. So now for the final thing, let's do my favorite image for the portrait category, which again, our most submitted to category. It's crazy how many submissions we get in this one. Okay. One moment here to pull it up. And again, just as a reminder, as I'm doing that, most of the sponsored deals are ending after today. So I definitely encourage you guys to check them out if you haven't already. So they put a lot of their own, obviously, inventory and money into the competition. So yeah. All right, let's get that drum roll going on, as Josh mentioned there. All right, so we got 3 images coming up right here. We have 2 that are honorable mentions for me that I wanted to show that were not finalists. And then we have one that was a finalist but did not win a prize. So I will be giving that one the print. So thank you again to Horn Photo for sponsoring the photos for the prints for all of these winners. So really appreciate them being generous enough to do that. So winning this up to 16 by 24 size print of the competition. Let's scroll through these images. So again, the first one is not the winner. These were just the 2 runner-ups that I want to discuss first and show off. So this one here, we had one by Matthew Ulmer here. That was one of my favorites. And what I really liked about this one is that it's such a unique and interesting take on a portrait, because more often than not, portraits are always, they're always locking you into like the subject as like the brightest part of the image and all that stuff. And generally that is very important and does a good job. But in this image, it's almost like a reversal of that, where the background provides the framing for the darkness of the subject. And because of that contrast, it really helps to still keep your eyes on the the raven itself. So I think it's a beautiful photo here that was taken by Matthew Ulmer, and just a fantastic shot. And actually, I think Matthew was in the chat earlier, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But yeah, super cool image here of that raven. So I like how that background light gives a little bit of framing to the subject, and yeah, it just creates a really nice image right here. So I would say that was one good one that did not make the finalists. Another one that did not make the finalists was Skibo Knight's image here of the, I believe this is a Cooper's hawk. It could be a sharpshin too, though. It's hard to tell in this shot. But I thought this was a very cool framing for this Cooper's hawk. I definitely see why I did not place as a finalist, because there is a little bit more distractions going on here than maybe is ideal, right? particularly off to the left side. Although at the same time, because the left side does continue to provide that framing around the Cooper's Hawk, I would not remove the left side. So it's this weird dilemma where it provides the framing, you need it, but these twigs are a little distracting. But mostly what I love about this image is the way the light hits that Cooper's Hawk coming out of this bush or this tree is just phenomenal. How it fades to black behind it. It looks absolutely gorgeous. It looks like a portrait-esque image taken straight out of a studio. If you were to move the tree into a studio, light it up with a flash correctly and some soft boxes. So just an absolutely beautiful, beautiful image. And yeah, congrats Skibo on that image. I know this one was close to being a finalist, but not quite. And I would imagine it's because of some of those elements. But very, very cool. All right. So for the final one, and the one winning the Horn Photo professional print for this was a finalist in our competition. We have Thomas Deliberto, who takes the win with this. I believe this is a greater sage grouse. Correct me if I'm wrong on the sage grouse type, but with his image of the greater sage grouse here and that beautiful tail spread and backlighting against it. So yeah, this is just a phenomenal image, and I was incredibly impressed by this one. This was one of those ones I was referring to earlier, Thomas, if you heard me, that when I first saw it and I'm downloading the photos, getting them prepped to submit to the judges, I was like, wow. And my jaw dropped because of just the elegance of this image. The way that you capture the backlight and how it comes through the tail feathers provides a lot of texture and detail there, is beautiful, absolutely stunning, and how it kind of fades off into those spikes. And then even you expose the bird very well on the shaded side as well. So I think that's all great. And the fact that the background is so dark and removed creates for this beautiful contrast between subject being very prominent and background being very out of focus. You were nice down ground level, depth of field isolation is there, exposure isolation is there. Really everything you need in this image to make it technically sound is there. So so yeah, beautiful image here. And I would say, the one thing, so if I'm going to, since you are here, Thomas, the one thing I would say as a little piece of feedback on it is that I would imagine that the judges, probably rated it, as a finalist, but not as a placement, mostly because of the face here. You captured it obviously super in focus, very sharp, but this eye just disappears, unfortunately. And so it almost creates this weird thing where like you have one eye, but it almost doesn't look like the other eye is there and exists. And that's something you couldn't have even changed with the lighting. Like there is no scenario where you could have changed this with the lighting. But I think the unfortunate reality is that like the light catches one eye, but not the other. So it creates like this imbalance with the eyes right there. And possibly, I would say, I don't know for sure, but maybe the judges also wanted a little bit, like one extra scenic element to it, like some sort of color to it or something in the background just to give it a little bit more dynamic. Maybe was a contributing factor of it, not placing. But it is a very good image. Obviously, it got finalist, so the judges thought very highly of it. And for me personally, it would be my favorite image of the portrait category. So congratulations, Thomas, and congratulations on winning the professional print, and very happy to see you having joined here today. Moving it a tad to the right, I think you're right about that too, as I'm looking at it as well right now. I think you could have moved it like marginally to the right, 3 to 5%. Maybe the centering would have helped it out a little bit more too. And possibly, maybe even pulling down a little bit on the top. So maybe if you just, rather than moved it over, maybe if you went for something like that, maybe that would be the move. Because I think there might be a little bit extra space up top than is necessary. I don't think it's bad, but I do think maybe there's a little bit more up there than is necessary. So maybe that's something the judges took into account. But yeah, beautiful image. So congrats on that. And thanks, Thomas, for joining. All right. So let me take a look here. Yeah, thank you all so much for joining us during the 2025 Live Wilder recap. So hope you had a good time with the competition this year. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys sticking around for this recap and going through this event. See, what are we at? We're at 6 hours, 12 minutes. Yeah, you were off by a whole hour. So those of you who got it right, your pride is still intact. Those of you otherwise, you should be ashamed. No, just kidding. But yeah, no, so happy to have you guys all here with me. And thank you for your engagement in the chat and all this. So it makes me so happy each year to see the phenomenal images that come through, but even more so, the people that really stick around and that I get to connect with in this community are my favorite parts of it. So yeah. Thank you guys for your compliments as well. Just some final notes to wrap us up. Again, follow us on Instagram if you haven't already. Subscribe to our newsletter if for some reason you have not. That way you can make sure to be updated for next year's competition. We'll be coming back with the $2,000 grand prize, as I've already promised. And we will be having some changes, as mentioned. We'll figure out something in regards to descriptions. I don't know what exactly that is yet. And we will be considering options on amateur stuff. I don't know if we will for sure or not this next year, but we will at the very least consider those options. And again, I want to open up to everyone. Feel free to submit to me on the contact form any suggestions you have. I want your guys' feedback. I want your input. And I truly do value all of that. Yeah, so all of that. Again, please go check out Horn Photo if you want to consider, getting any prints professionally for yourself. I've gotten many things of my own printed through them, and it's all phenomenal stuff. So, yeah, high quality. And then, yeah, if you're interested in learning more, you can always feel free to reach out to me to see what options you have in learning from me one-on-one in the future, or we do have group workshops. If you are around California, where I host my workshops that you can also sign up for as well. But yeah, better than 10 hours. Yep. I am glad I did not go 10 hours this year. Still long, so we'll have to continue to figure out ways that we can manage this moving forward. But yeah, thank you guys all so much for your compliments and your feedback. Thank you so much for your encouragement for me towards the competition. And yeah, appreciate all of you guys so much. So as we leave, drop your social handles into the chat if you guys do want. I'll leave kind of a pause screen on the end for the last minute. Again, reach out to me with anything that you guys have. So appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys at the very least around next year if you don't follow my main channel and all the other stuff. Always drop me comments there if you see me around. Would love to interact with you guys in my comments as I create those stories about my wildlife photography adventures. But we'll at the very least see you next year for the competition. So thank you all.